Chapter 37:15. Nothing was left of the two mansions. Everyone became empty-headed after seeing this. Most importantly, the Vajra seal and the Tao Lord's figure have gone down as well to the black beam. This was the most frightening part of this battle. Just what is that weapon? They found it hard to describe the event. Li Qia appeared again and the heavy artillery was nowhere to be found. The armor was back on him. It's already so strong when being used by a Conqueror-level cultivator. What if someone stronger has it on? One ancestor took a deep breath. It's just like a patrimony weapon then. A sect master said with a pale complexion. In the hand of a true master, the armor should be unbeatable with a heightened destructive capability. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. The monk chanted in a dignified manner, but his expression said otherwise. He was clearly rejoicing after seeing the power of the weapon. Wish Ward got a real treasure here. Of course, some were staring at him, thinking about how to purchase this weapon. Though the monk and Wish Ward didn't express explicit interest in selling the weapon, some ancestors still began gathering resources and money. The sum necessary for the purchase would be outrageous, so they needed to prepare. No, the Chancellor and Commander were lucky to be alive. Nonetheless, they had harrowing injuries and this might actually be worse than death. Their mansions have been destroyed, thousands of clan members lost their lives. This was an unbearable loss to the two clans. Their hardened mind couldn't accept this defeat. Worst of all, they activated the capital's defense without permission. Nothing good would come from this. It was an utter defeat. At the start, Li Qia wasn't their real target. They only cared about supporting the third prince. Dealing with Li Qia was a matter of convenience. No one thought highly of him at the start. They prepared in order to change the direction of Vajra. In the end, the man they underestimated took them down before Vajra could react. They stared at the flattened fields, what used to be their mansions. Only despair was left. They no longer had anything left to deal with Li Qia's armor. They sat down on the ground, despondent. The crowd didn't comment while staring at them. These two enjoyed great status in the past, below one man but above all others. They were in charge of Vajra and its citizens. Other officials would need to maintain a respectful tone when speaking to these two. Now, they looked like stray dogs. Just fish on a chopping board. The crowd thought about Li Qia's comment a while ago. No one believed him then, some even scoffed at the ridiculous comment. Now, it seemed that he was telling the truth. So devilish. One ancestor smiled wryly. A miracle indeed, one man taking down the two mansions. A high elder murmured. It's no miracle, just another ordinary occurrence for Li Qia. Another big shot added. Most agreed with this. Li Qia had done some ridiculous feats recently, the golden spring and the hug mouse. Now, he flattened the two mansions, something an entire sect couldn't do despite only being at the Conqueror realm. A different cultivator at this realm wouldn't be able to do so with a Tao Lord weapon. The person wouldn't be able to exert its true potential. Li Qia's shocking feat couldn't be duplicated. Suddenly, a murderous aura startled the reflecting spectators. Winds and clouds surged, the temperature suddenly dropped, causing everyone to shudder. Once they calmed down, they noticed a cavalry entering Black Robe Alley. It moved with great speed yet was virtually undetectable, akin to a quick-draw sword technique. War Camp, many recognized this group due to its banners. Vajra's War Camp, looking at them would make one feel a sharp sting near the heart. Martial Hall, War Camp, and Ancestral Temple were Vajra's trump cards. War Camp was the name of a great legion with countless military exploits. It played a great part as to why Vajra could reign over the holy ground. In modern days, peace and stability were present. Vajra was firmly in charge, so the legion was rarely seen. Thus, its appearance took everyone by surprise. It meant that something great was happening, a transition period between dynasties or a great enemy. The spectators instantly stared at Li Qia. Vajra wants to attack Li Qia now? This became the next question. Highly likely. One expert said, Li Qiye destroyed the capital's defensive line. This is definitely a declaration of war. Vajra has to do something about it. Most found this statement to be logical. Li Qiye was virtually attacking Vajra by breaking down its defensive line. His Majesty has arrived. Someone in the distance shouted. Chapter 37:16, His Majesty. The crowd exchanged glances of astonishment. Archaic Sun King. Another elaborated. Oh, I see. Some were temporarily slow-witted from the shocking battle and eventually understood. Archaic Sun King was the ruler of Vajra dynasty, currently in charge of the Holy Ground. In reality, he rarely showed himself and gave an impression of being irresponsible. Everyone knew Sacred Mountain and Vajra dynasty. But if one were to hear Archaic Sun King, they might not know the answer right away. In fact, the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander had more presence in Buddha Emperor and Metropolis Division compared to Archaic Sun King. The National Teacher and the 4 Grandmasters were even more popular and well known. Everyone had little to zero impression of the king outside of his title. Most believed that even a clown could do a good job at ruling over the Holy Ground with the support of Vajra and Sacred Mountain along with the 5 divisions. This notion was rather understandable because many thought that Archaic Sun King was no wise ruler. He was only known for seeking immortality. In recent years, he searched for a longevity method or a master capable of doing so. All in all, he neglected his duty as the ruler, rarely taking part in the court meetings and administrative duties. His inattentiveness allowed the commander and chancellor to gain more authority. If it wasn't for Minister Sima and National Teacher Yang Qiu, the court would be a mess right now. I wonder if the rumor is true, that the king is a useless idiot who only cares about immortality. One youth said while looking at the powerful cavalry. It's not that simple. The king might be obsessed with immortality, but he certainly isn't useless. There's a reason why he stood out among the princes back then and won the support of the 5 divisions and Sacred Mountain. His senior shook his head. Really? Perhaps he is inattentive and careless at times, but definitely not easy to trick. The senior smiled. The imperial carriage decorated with gold and jade along with other treasures was pulled by 8 flood dragons. It exuded regality, clearly a symbol of Vajra's authority and nobility. The door was shrouded by a thin veil. People could only see a figure inside propping his elbows on the table for support. He looked rather weakly and dispirited, perhaps from an illness. Next to the carriage was a eunuch wearing a gray robe. He had a cold expression, looking dignified and imposing in an automatic manner. His lightning eyes, once seen, could cause people to tremble. The carriage slowly entered Black Robe Alley under the protection of War Camp. I wondered if he's here for Li Qiye. One spectator quietly said. Greetings, Your Majesty, may you live forever. Many spectators prostrated and offered their respect. Those who came to watch the show happened to be officials of Vajra or were bestowed titles similar to Yang Ling's father. The king was viewed as incompetent, but Vajra's authority and power remained. They might have looked down on the king but wouldn't dare to show it. As for the members of other sects who didn't have a position in the court, they only bowed their heads slightly to show respect towards Vajra. Rise. A feeble voice came from the carriage. The king was still leaning inside, looking too weak to stand up to face the offenders. The crowd got back up and started thinking about the king's weak voice. Those who saw him for the first time couldn't believe it. The ruler of the Holy Ground had such a weak constitution. They thought that he would be a dominating cultivator at the sovereign level or at least the Grand Tao sacred physique level. Now, he didn't look strong at all and might be completely useless. Why did Vajra pick such a useless person as the king? Zhang Chaoyang, Li Baiyan, are you aware of what you have done? The eunuch moved to the front of the carriage and shouted. He was formidable and sharp like an unsheathed divine sword, always ready to deliver the fatal blow. The crowd could tell that he was among the top cultivators present. His words carried imposing divinity and pressure, a sign of the sovereign level. Attendant Hong. One ancestor was intimidated. Is he really a eunuch? Some would absolutely mistake him for the king if it wasn't for the eunuch uniform. His eyes, in particular, were striking. Yes, he's the king's personal attendant and the most trustworthy servant. Someone in the know nodded. Of course, a cultivation dynasty like Vajra wasn't like the ones in the mortal world with eunuchs. However, Attendant Hong was a special case. He was born with that body part missing and grew up together with the king. They were as close as brothers. After the coronation, Attendant Hong served as his personal bodyguard and attendant. In all of Vajra, he was certainly the person the king trusted the most. There was another difference between the two. Attendant Hong was groomed by Vajra since his youth and learned the top merit laws there. He was among the strongest cultivators in the dynasty, perhaps not inferior to the national teacher at all or even the dynasty guardian. This guardian's identity was mysterious. People only knew that this person was one of the 4 grandmasters. Some even thought that Attendant Hong was the guardian since he had absolute loyalty to the king and the dynasty. As for the king, his lack of focus on cultivation made others have their own plan. Numerous princes from various generations wanted the throne, perhaps by killing the king. However, getting to the king required getting past Attendant Hong. Several assassination attempts all resulted in failure. The attendant easily killed the assassins. The bloodied commander and chancellor heard the shout and struggled over to the carriage. Normally, there would be a hint of arrogance in their expression since they knew the king wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Today, their mansions have been destroyed, their clan members have fallen. If they wanted to stay alive and kill Li Chia, they required the help of Vajra dynasty. Chapter 37:17. The commander and chancellor looked quite pathetic while crawling to the front of the carriage. Today was the toughest and most humiliating day in their life. In the past, they weren't afraid of the king at all and made maneuvers in secrecy while lying to him. After all, their clans had such deep roots in the dynasty. If it wasn't for Vajra's foundation and power due to their trump cards, they might have taken over due to the king's incompetency. Do you know your crimes? Attendant Hong spoke intimidatingly instead of the king. In terms of power, these two were naturally not a match for the attendant. Normally, they relied on their clan and weren't afraid of him. The situation wasn't the same right now. They had no advantage to speak of and needed to acquiesce. We are incompetent. The two tried to keep silent about the major charges while admitting minor ones. Incompetent? Attendant Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, activating the defensive line and alarming 3 different powers. This act without authorization is nothing short of treachery and rebellious, a crime punishable by clan extermination. The attendant was serious. This wasn't a superficial rebuke. That's incorrect. Both smashed their forehead against the ground and complained, "We were merely protecting the capital city. Our members are dead, their blood is still flowing. This is all because of Li Chia. He committed unforgivable crimes and murdered the innocent. He conspired against the princess and attacked the capital. We tried our best to protect Her Highness and the safety of the capital, but he was too powerful. We fought to the bitter end, losing thousands and thousands in the process. At that critical moment, we had no choice but to activate the defense. The two insisted that Li Chia was a villain wanting to take down Vajra while they were loyal subjects dying for their country. Heroic tears streamed down their cheeks. They certainly looked the part of loyal officials. Anyone not knowing the actual details would be fooled while admiring them for their courage. Of course, they said nothing about wanting to avenge their son and trying to sacrifice a marquis and his daughter. The crowd listened and exchanged glances. They saw it with their own eyes and knew what was going on. The description was completely different. They stated that they were working for the dynasty instead of acting with a personal vendetta. They professed that their loyalty was seen by the heaven. Not bad at all, completely reversing the situation. Impressive. One spectator said. They felt that these two were truly shameless but still appreciated their eloquence. If Vajra takes the bait, Li Chia will be facing the entire holy ground. It'll be difficult for him then. One big shot murmured. Being enemies with Vidra meant facing far more pressure than just opposing the Li and Zhang. Father, this is absolutely true. The second princess got on her knees. This Li Chia wanted to capture me and make me his maid. He repeatedly insulted and disrespected me. The Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander's son died trying to protect me. She survived the battle earlier and immediately accused Li Chia. Her words carried more weight since she was ultimately a princess of Vidra. Her testimony made it so that Li Chia would definitely become the dynasty's enemy. Li Chia is finished. The king has always pampered the second princess. Everyone shared this belief. The two big shots heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the princess. Activating the capital's defense without permission was a serious crime. Now, they had a higher chance of not receiving the blame with the princess' help. All eyes were on Li Chia now. He was in a tough position because going against Vidra wasn't easy. Is this true? Attendant Hong asked while staring at Li Chia. He became the center of attention right away. He simply smiled and said, "That doesn't matter. Just know I will take their dog head today. No one can stop me." What kind of answer is that? The crowd couldn't believe this response. Li Chia didn't try to defend himself at all, seemingly accepting all responsibilities. Furthermore, his attitude and choice of words showed disdain towards the king. The king might be useless, but one must still give him some face out of consideration for Vidra. One might not respect a monk but should still care about Buddha in some manner. The two big shots were worried that Li Chia might try to defend himself. This wasn't the case at all. The guy chose to provoke the king and Vidra. They became ecstatic and thought that heaven was on their side. Li Chia was courting death and couldn't blame them. Why can't he just answer properly? This is only asking for more problems. One expert smiled wryly. The truth of the situation was well known, but that no longer mattered. Li Chia's disrespect became the prime issue now. Your Majesty, this villain has transgressed Vidra's authority and offended you. He deserves to be minced to 1,000 pieces. The Chancellor took advantage of the opportunity. Father, he had looked down on the royal clan repeatedly. Please uphold justice and slay him. The second princess started sobbing, looking weak and defenseless. Everyone thought that Li Chia's crime had been established. No words could change it now, even though he was actually innocent. Nonetheless, he still looked calm despite the unfavorable development. Attendant Hong continued observing Li Chia, not showing any anger. Your Majesty, please decide. He then bowed towards the king inside the carriage. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the king's decision. The two big shots and the princess were as anxious as can be. Victory or defeat was moments away. Most people thought that since the king was an idiot, he might actually believe the commander and chancellor. The king coughed several times, once again showing his deteriorating health. He spoke a bit later. Gentlemen, do you know that saber hanging on young Master Li's belt? Everyone became confused, thinking that this has nothing to do with the situation. They then stared at the saber. That's for wood chopping, right? I saw him doing it back in Myriad Beast Mountains. One expert said. The commander and the chancellor did the same, failing to realize anything. Chapter 37:18. The saber was inconspicuous, especially for those meeting Li Chia back at the mountain range. He used it to chop woods and path clearing, so their impression was that it was nothing more than an ordinary tool. Its shape was a little unique, but that's all. What was the point in caring about a blade like this? Now, since the king had said something, they paid more attention. There's something special about this blade? One expert became curious. It had to be special to warrant the king's comment. It's a treasure saber, maybe. One expert guessed. I don't think so. Who would use a treasure saber to chop wood? Another disagreed. Others found this more reasonable since it would be ridiculous. Meanwhile, Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything else. It is golden, the ancestral saber. The king suddenly spoke again. What? That's the golden saber. The chancellor and commander blurted out. They stared at the saber, looking stupefied. As the leaders of Vajra, they naturally heard about this saber before. It was left behind by the dynasty's founder and had a unique symbol. It was stored in the ancestral temple, not the treasury of Vajra. Despite their high position, they have never seen the saber before since it has been a long time since the saber's last appearance. Not to mention outsiders, few in the royal clan have seen the saber. Only ancestors in the temple and up were qualified. Keep in mind that the ones actually in charge of the dynasty weren't the king nor the officials. The ancestors had this privilege reserved. These powerful existences were at the heavenly sovereign level. The strongest among them kept the saber. When there was an important decision or event, this ancestor would send a messenger with the saber to the royal palace with the command. So that's golden. A cultivator close to Vajra took a deep breath. The majority of the crowd hasn't heard of this ancestral saber before. They kept on looking and didn't see anything special about the saber. What is it? One junior said. It didn't look like a Dao Lord weapon. Why were people so afraid? It represents authority and power in Vajra. Its holder can decide life and death. An ancestor said with a solemn expression. The existence of the saber made it clear who actually had dominion over Vajra, the ancestors in the temple. This made sense since the kings were only descendants of the ancestors. Li Chia actually used such a precious blade to cut wood? Incomprehensible. One expert who saw the act in person smiled wryly. It was fine when they didn't know the origin of the blade. Now, they knew that Li Chia actually had control over the fate of so many, including the royal members of Vajra. The princes and princesses would need to treat the saber's current owner with respect. Thus, it was extremely precious. The saber has the right to kill both the royal clans and any other citizen. The king said, "Your accusation is nothing more than venomous slander. The young master has the right to issue judgments in Vajra. He killed your sons because they were disrespectful." The commander and chancellor became frozen like statues, as pale as can be. They wanted to drag Vajra into this mess and let them deal with Li Chia. Unfortunately, this plan was doomed because Li Chia had the ancestral saber. Even the king couldn't do anything to him. To be perfectly blunt, Li Chia could actually kill the king in a fit of anger and it would still be fine. The only way to change this was if the temple recalled the ancestral saber. As for the two clans, Li Chia could kill any of their members. If their ancestors wanted revenge, it would be going against Vajra. Zhang Chaoyang, Li Baiyan, what do you have to say now? Attendant Hong roared and glared intensely at the two. They became speechless since the situation has deteriorated beyond repair. Your Majesty, we deserve death. Please forgive us. The two of them prostrated and begged for mercy. Asking the king for mercy was the most effective solution right now. They were once trusted officials, he was the only one who could save them. You attacked the saber messenger and activated the capital's defense without permission. The king hesitated for a bit before speaking. This is a crime deserving of clan extermination. Even if I wish to spare you, the court and the temple's ancestors will not agree. The two naturally didn't care about the other officials' opinions. However, the ancestors actually had a say. What should we do, young master? The king asked Li Chia. All eyes were on him since he could decide the fate of these two big shots now. Kill. Li Chia nonchalantly said. So be it. The king then told the attendant, carry it out. Criminal Zhang Chaoyang and Li Baiyan, bullying the weak and offending the strong, rebellious and traitorous. Death will be the consequence of their unforgivable sin. Attendant Hong loudly shouted. The Li and the Zhang clan activated the capital's defense, harming the dynasty's very foundation in the process. This is also unforgivable. All current officials from these two clans shall be removed from their position and imprisoned, awaiting further investigation. The two were horrified and shouted, Your Majesty, we were at fault, it has nothing to do with our clan, How dare you speak when you're just awaiting death? Die. Attendant Hong slashed with his hand and released a fire saber towards the two. They tried to block it, but due to their grievous injury and exhaustion, they had less than 10% power. Boom! Both were beheaded. Chapter 37:19. The two heads' eyes were still wide open while falling onto the ground. The commander and chancellor didn't have a chance to lament before being killed. This happened so quickly and caught the crowd off guard. Various thoughts coursed in their mind. The two big shots were unreachable for most, below one man, but above all, they could have done whatever they wanted in the dynasty. However, it only took one day for their heads to fall on the ground. They never expected this outcome and thought that they could change the direction of Vajra. Unfortunately, while walking on the Yellow River, they realized that they were nothing more than servants. Their military and civic influence couldn't save them. Vajra's generation is ending soon. A clan's high elder speculated. The real winner is Vajra though. Well, to be exact, Archaic Sun King. A different ancestor said. I'm not sure about the king's gains from this, but Vajra definitely benefited. One more added. The officials or those who know Vajra well understood the implications and consequences of the event. The Li and the Zhang were immediately weakened since they lost all positions in the court and the military. Their roots in Vajra have been severed. Remember, they have been toiling in the dynasty for millions of years. Thus, they certainly had meritorious contributions. Unfortunately, their deep influence eventually threatened the royal dominion. If it wasn't for Sacred Mountain and the 5 divisions, they certainly thought about replacing Vajra as the new leader. After all, they had attempted to put a puppet on the throne. Today, their confidence resulted in a complete disaster. On the other hand, Vajra would once again take back control of the 2 branches. People actually thought that given the 2 big shots' persuasion, Vajra might have viewed Li Chia as an enemy. The outcome was certainly unexpected. The real winner is Li Chia. This established his position in the court. He has total control now, even more so than the king. One expert brought this up. At the same time, certain clans and powers thought about the newly empty positions in the court. This was their chance to fill these roles. Are you satisfied with this, young master? The king inside the carriage asked. He has everything now. Some became envious while staring at Li Chia. Even the king wanted to follow Li Chia's lead. How could he be so lucky? I want to be the golden saber messenger of Vajra too. One jealous soul had red eyes. They thought that they were far superior to him in terms of talents and power. Unfortunately, his luck surpassed everything. It seemed as if he was the center of all the fortunes in the world. Everything good in this world was his for the taking. Still one more thing. Li Chia smiled and glanced at the second princess. She shuddered right away because he was in charge. Father, I don't dare to do it again, please spare me. Father, she crawled to the front of the carriage and smashed her forehead on the ground. Young master, what do you think? The king asked Li Chia. The crowd knew that she was his favorite daughter. Now, would he be able to protect her after her serious mistake? What I think doesn't matter. Li Chia shrugged. You're the king of Vajra and should be aware of its rules, no need to ask me. A brief silence ensued. The king eventually told the princess, your offense is unforgivable. You have violated the ancestral teaching and disrespected the royal clan. No mercy shall be shown. No, father, please, I'm your daughter, the princess wailed and sobbed. Take her away. Attendant Hong ordered for her to be taken to the executioners. The spectators trembled. The king was tough enough to kill his favorite daughter. This reinforced the previous notion of Li Chia's authority even more. Will you stay at the imperial city, young master? The king invited Li Chia. I'll visit later. Li Chia chuckled. Great, I'll wait for your visit. Since the matters here have settled, I'll be returning ahead. The king smiled and said. "Ready the carriage, we're returning to the palace." Attendant Hong shouted. The spectators heaved a sigh of relief. This sudden storm ended just as quickly. Nonetheless, it did change Vajra dynasty and perhaps all of the holy ground. As the carriage was floating in the air, a dark figure suddenly emerged from underground and soared towards the carriage at an unbelievable speed. It resembled a venomous serpent trying to bite the king's neck. An assassin. A powerful ancestor among the spectators took note right away. This ambush took everyone by surprise. Who would try to kill the king in broad daylight and before everyone? The king wasn't prepared and became frozen like a wooden chicken before the incoming dark thrust. Boom! Attendant Hong reacted right away during this crucial moment. Though the sword thrust was swift, he was even faster. His palm strike diverted the trajectory of the sword, then he flicked his finger, breaking the blade into 2 pieces. He then waved his hand and stopped the assassin from escaping. Bam! The latter fell on the ground and vomited blood. Clank! 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 The members of war camp immediately surrounded the assassin. "Your Majesty, please excuse our inadequate preparation." Attendant Hong immediately apologized. Chapter 37:20. The frightened king calmed down and waved his hand. "You're not at fault." "Who are you? Daring to try and assassinate me?" The king then roared. All eyes fell on the assassin cloaked in black. The face was hidden as well. However, a faint glow from the back couldn't be hidden. Everyone became curious. Who would dare to do this in broad daylight? It was an unforgivable offense. The king might not be that strong, but he was still the symbol of Vajra and the representative of Sacred Mountain. This assassination could arouse the other powers. One misstep and war could break out. The flames of war might ravage the entire holy ground. A member of the Snow Shadow tribe? A knowledgeable ancestor frowned after noticing the faint glow. The assassin has been subdued by soldiers from war camp and brought in front of the king. "Take the mask off," Attendant Hong ordered while glaring at the assassin. Affirmative. The soldiers then took off the mask and the concealing cloak. A beautiful girl appeared before everyone, causing their eyes to light up. She was around 20 with waterfall-like hair, gorgeous and astonishing. She had a radiant complexion emitting a cold presence, akin to a peach blossom blooming in a wintry world, unapproachable yet tempting. People couldn't help wanting to pluck and catch a whiff. Her slender figure was curvy in the right spots, brimming with sex appeal. However, her cold aura made her resemble the statue of an ice goddess. The light behind her was actually her flickering shadow, looking a bit like snow. Though captured, her eyes were still fierce and fixated on the carriage. There seemed to be animosity between the two. The crowd was surprised to see a beauty as the assassin. They started talking among themselves. "Which sect is she from?" one spectator asked. This was a big deal since it could drag other powers down, resulting in war. "White hair and a snow shadow. She must be from that ghost tribe," one ancestor said. "What tribe are you talking about?" Many youths had no idea. A great ghost tribe existed in the distant past and used to reign this region. Now, few of them could be seen. Some believe that they have been wiped out. The ancestor elaborated. "You're a survivor from Snow Shadow Pavilion?" Attendant Hong's eyes became fierce. The assassin didn't answer, still focusing her hatred on the carriage. If she wasn't subdued, she would have tried again for the king's life. Snow Shadow Pavilion. The young thought nothing of this title, but the ancestors that have lived for a while became startled. They still have survivors. One aged ancestor took a deep breath, astounded. "Is it a great power, ancestor?" a junior asked after seeing his emotional ancestor. Yes, it was older than Buddha holy ground and was in charge of this area before declination. The ancestor responded. "I can't believe there is still someone from there," one high elder stated. "I'm sure there are still resources and sparks left behind. After all, it used to be the strongest in the region. Another big shot from the last generation said. The pavilion was once renowned, strong enough to face true immortal sect alone. Back in its golden age, it had a similar status to true immortal. Its founder was Jade Sky Lunar Fairy. The sect mainly consisted of members from Snow Shadow tribe. Rumor has it that the fairy was comparable to the final Dao Lord of True Immortal, Heaven Wheel. Other famous cultivators from this sect included the 6 Holy Generals. Keep in mind that during the era of the Blessed, True Immortal sect was in charge of 8 Desolaces. It surpassed all other sects and countries. Nonetheless, the fairy and the Holy Generals were still unstoppable. The pavilion fought against True Immortal several times and came out unscathed. To be on the same level as True Immortal was unheard of during that era. It was in charge of the Southern West King for a long period. Later on, the fairy disappeared while the Holy Generals passed away, one by one. They no longer had capable successors, so declination was inevitable. This trend kept on going until the rise of Buddha Holy Ground. A true fragmentation occurred next. Once righteous sect appeared, Snow Shadow Pavilion became a tiny sect located by the border. Subsequently, Vajra dynasty took over the Holy Ground and began a conquest for expansion. A tiny sect like Snow Shadow stood no chance and was erased from history by the steel hooves of Vajra's legions. From then on, people no longer saw members of this sect. Thus, the background of this assassin was quite surprising. In spite of that, she certainly had all the unique characteristics of this tribe and should be from there. It has been a while since their extermination. A member from this power was still around and came to assassinate the king today. The motive was clear and reasonable, revenge for her fallen ancestors. Snow Shadow Pavilion, once the sole ruler of this land. A few big shots became emotional. In the present day, the Southern West King was divided by Buddha Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. These 2 behemoths were considered strong enough by contemporaries. However, these 2 sects combined might not be on the same level as Snow Shadow Pavilion during its height. Since the assassin stayed silent, Attendant Hong's eyes became cold. You'll speak soon enough about the remaining dregs of your tribe after ample punishments. Many shuddered after hearing the attendant's chilling voice. A powerful cultivator like him had countless unbearable torture methods. Your Majesty, please give a command. However, the attendant still asked the king for permission. Snow Shadow is just a dog without a master, just kill whoever shows up. The king didn't pay it any mind. Affirmative. Kill her. The attendant nodded and ordered. Wait. A lazy voice stopped the soldiers from killing the girl. Everyone followed the source. Who else could it be but Li Chia? Young Master Li, do you have something to say? The attendant stared at him. I'll be taking this girl. Li Chia nonchalantly said. What? This astounded the crowd. No one wanted anything to do with this assassin in order to avoid being implicated as an accomplice or the mastermind behind this. Chapter 37:21. Li Chia didn't bother defending himself against suspicion as if he wasn't afraid of being viewed as the mastermind behind the assassination. The crowd thought that his timing was awful, only serving to invite trouble. Even a fool knew how to act in this situation, but not Li Chia. Of course, they knew that he was no fool. Isn't this too unreasonable? It's directly provoking the king. One spectator whispered. Right, even with him being the saber messenger. A big shot agreed, thinking that Li Chia was being unwise and impetuous. Yes, he had the saber, but this was the king we're talking about. He needed to give the guy some consideration or tried to uphold Vajra's prestige. Too domineering. A first-timer assessed. That's Li Chia for you, arrogant and overbearing. Not just anyone can do what he does. One big shot smiled wryly. The group agreed with this logic because Li Chia flattened the 2 mansions a while ago. He was ferocious like a madman. His choices and conduct shouldn't surprise anyone at this point. Well, Attendant Hong's expression changed since the request made it quite difficult for the king. How impudent! One captain from war camp shouted, "How dare you try to protect the assassin?" His outburst was justified since an assassination attempt on a king was a crime punishable by full clan extermination. Li Qia's request was contemptuous, to say the least. "Say one more word and I'll cut off your dog head." Li Qia interrupted the captain and didn't hold back. The captain stopped, unable to finish his sentence, and turned red. Li Qia's nonchalant comment carried ample weight. He could chop off the captain's head and no one would be able to do a thing. Even the second princess was killed, a captain like him was meaningless in comparison. The golden saber simply had too much authority in Vajra. "Your Majesty." Attendant Hong bowed towards the carriage, awaiting orders. "If the young master wishes to have her, listen to him." The king seemed bored of this already. The crowd didn't expect the king to be so straightforward and decisive. As a king, he should never allow any provocation and disrespect, let alone an attempt on his life. An assassin should be cut to countless pieces. Anyone who spoke up for her would be disrespecting the royal authority as well, let alone demanding to take her away. Both Li Qia's demand and the king's acceptance surprised the crowd. Most thought that the king would refuse and a new conflict would arise. "Is the king afraid of Li Qia?" One youth whispered to his senior. To acquiesce in this situation required exceptional patience. "Enough drivel." The senior immediately reprimanded. Nonetheless, he thought that the golden saber lived up to its legend. It could actually kill royal members and other citizens. The holder of the blade represented the will of the temple. In other words, Li Qia was the representative of the temple's ancestors right now. After receiving the order, the soldiers begrudgingly released the assassin. "Come here." Li Qia waved at her. The latter stared at Li Qia, bewildered. She didn't know Li Qia outside of one brief meeting back in a restaurant at Wish Ward. She was ready to die and wouldn't complain after failing, not expecting to be saved by him, a complete stranger. Furthermore, he was the saber messenger and should be on the side of Vajra. Why did he save her now? She couldn't come up with an answer but still walked over and stood behind him. The crowd wondered if Li Qia was actually the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Alas, this didn't make sense since only a fool would reveal it right now. "Young master, please visit the imperial palace. Don't be reserved, consider it your own home." The victim, archaic Sun King, had no anger and actually invited Li Qia again. His enthusiasm didn't diminish despite the unreasonable request. "I will." Li Qia accepted. People found this strange. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and that this wasn't their first meeting. "We're returning to the palace." Attendant Hong ordered. The members of war camp began escorting the king away from Black Robe Alley. Once they were gone, the atmosphere became normal again in the alley. The things different were the ruins where the two mansions used to be, and that the influential Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor have turned to ashes. "Okay, the show's over, go do your thing now." Li Qia stretched and told the crowd. They stopped ruminating about the shocking events and stared at Li Qia, speechless. Chapter 37-22. Upon the inception of the storm, most thought that Vajra would undergo a monumental change. The older son would be replaced by the third prince. A bold speculation included the Li and Zhang working together to force an abdication from archaic Sun King. As for Li Qia, they thought that he was inconsequential, only a side character to be killed by the two clans and an excuse for the Li and Zhang to take action. Now, these prior thoughts turned out to be hilarious to the point of being ludicrous. The supposed victors died and took thousands of clan members down with them. The two clans fell into disgrace, losing their positions in the court and army. These losses were immense. Moreover, Li Qia himself did very little during the process. It was simply no big deal to him. The crowd stared at him as he stretched lazily, not giving a damn about the situation. "Let's go." Some experts shook their head while staring at the destroyed mansions. The grandiose mansions that demanded respect were no more. It would take them a while to get over the stark contrast. Amitabha. The monk lingered around as people were leaving. He approached Li Qiye with a beaming smile. Li Qiye decided to tease him after seeing his joyous expression. What is it, monk? In fact, many big shots stuck around patiently while staring at Li Qiye's armor. Their intent was obvious. The monk became a bit awkward. He scratched his head and smiled wryly. Young master, about what? Li Qiye feigned ignorance. The big shots exchanged glances. They knew that this armor belonged to Wish Ward, the monk merely lent it to him. However, its power was immense and highly coveted. No one would want to give it back after obtaining it. What would happen if Li Qiye refused to give the armor back to untethered monk? Oh, I was just saying that there is some dust on the armor. The monk hurriedly wiped Li Qiye's armor in an earnest manner and didn't let go. That's better, so bright now. I wipe this armor every day back at Wish Ward, it's my favorite hobby. The thick-faced monk continued to do so, not wanting to let go. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, everyone could see that he wanted to ask for it back. It was difficult to start the conversation, so he walked around in a circle instead. You're nauseating, stay away from me. Li Qiye kicked him away and said. Young master, this won't do. The monk looked as if he had been mistreated. I have to look and clean the armor every day. This has been a thing since I joined Wish Ward, or I won't be able to eat or sleep. He kept on reminding Li Qiye that the armor belonged to Wish Ward. Forget it, this isn't fun. It's just a crappy armor, you think I'll keep it for myself? Here, stop acting so disgusting. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Clank. 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 The plates peeled off him and assembled again into a massive bronze statue. It looked exactly the same as before in front of the monk. One would find it difficult to connect the invincible armor earlier to this statue. Amitabha, you're too generous and kind, benefactor. I am just a lowly being in your supreme presence. The monk placed his palms together, as ecstatic as can be. First, Li Qiye was willing to give the statue back. Moreover, whether it be on purpose or otherwise, Li Qiye taught him about the mysteries of this statue, so he greatly benefited. Oh my little treasure, I'm taking you home. The monk kept on wiping the armor with his dirty kasaya, not stopping until it's completely shiny. Stop that. Li Qiye shook his head, you've never cleaned it before. The monk still cheerfully continued with his task, ignoring Li Qiye. In the past, Wish Ward didn't really care for the statue too much, but henceforth, it would become their defining treasure. Young master. Yang Ling came over. From start to finish, she trusted him the most. That's why she felt fine after seeing Li Qiye despite the precarious circumstances. The sky falling down wouldn't matter as long as he was around. Marquis Yang also bowed deeply towards Li Qiye. Greetings, young master. Li Qiye nodded and accepted the gesture. The Marquis reflected on the events. He worried about his daughter being too close with Li Qiye previously because the guy provoked so many people, going as far as killing the successors of the big clans. That's why he wanted his daughter to keep a distance from Li Qiye. It seemed that he was worried for nothing. His daughter had a better intuition than him. The guy had the ancestral saber and could kill whoever he wanted. We're leaving. Li Qiye said, telling the father-daughter duo along with the survivor from Snow Shadow tribe. Yang Ling happily led the way. The survivor stared at Li Qiye for a bit before following along. Li Qiye never restricted her movement and action through seals. It wasn't difficult for her to run away right now. He had no intention of stopping her. This was her best chance to run after committing the heinous offense. She thought about it as well but ultimately decided on following him. Amitabha, we're going home too. The monk carried the statue, looking happy as if he was carrying his wife. The kick earlier from Li Qiye was warranted. This monk was truly vulgar and nauseating. However, the big shots didn't think so at all. If they had the same opportunity, they wouldn't let go of this supreme treasure either. "Monk, is your ward selling this treasure?" A few big shots immediately followed the monk. "Yes, master, how much are you listing it for?" Another said. Chapter 37-23. The result of the battle surprised everyone. However, this was still ongoing between the various factions. If anything, the scale intensified. Remember, the Li and Zhang had a firm grip on both branches in Vajra with numerous positions. The commander and chancellor's mistake resulted in losing everything. They immediately lost more than half of their influence. Furthermore, these newly available positions were highly coveted. Not only the officials in Vajra wanted to move up in ranks, but other powers in the Holy Ground joined the fun. Most didn't care for joining the court or the personal benefits. It was a matter of widening their reach, just like the Li and the Zhang. As long as Vajra was still in charge, they might earn more influence in the future at the Holy Ground. Numerous discussions arose as a result. The biggest question still centered around Li Chia, or more specifically, his background. Isn't he just a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains? Someone asked. This was widely known. No one doubted this despite the miracles that he pulled off later on. By this point, some skepticism surfaced. Yes, he really relied on this to survive. He picked fruits and vegetables too. Many saw it. One expert had a first-hand account. Many saw Li Chia's way of life back at the temple. He didn't have a prestigious background. Then why does he have the ancestral saber from Vajra? He's the messenger now. One big shot wondered. This was the main focus for numerous cultivators and ancestors. Maybe he obtained a fortune in the mountains? One youth had a rich imagination. He fell into a mysterious cave or cliff and found the resting place of a Vajra ancestor and got the saber there? Ridiculous, there's no such fortune. A senior slapped him in the back of the head and woke him up from his vivid imagination. The senior went on. Do you think Vajra dynasty will just let any guy who finds this saber from a random cave do whatever he wants in their territory? Even their king would obey this person? Vajra would cease to exist long ago in that case. Yes, the ancestral saber isn't an invincible weapon or anything. Another senior smilingly added, if it's a patrimony weapon, then one can use that to order a clan. After all, being recognized by such a weapon meant limitless potential. On the other hand, the ancestral saber from Vajra is only a symbol of authority. Finding the saber randomly doesn't give one the right to kill anyone in Vajra. Being bestowed this authority is what matters. Thus, the ancestral temple is what matters here. Maybe there's some truth to it. One expert pondered, Li Chia might actually be a woodchopper. It's just that a powerful ancestor from the temple found him and chose to give him the saber. That's one possibility, albeit extremely unlikely. An ancestor familiar with the temple shook his head. Why would they give it to an outsider? It's enough power to shake the foundation of Vajra. Others agreed with this ancestor. Even archaic Sun King feared the saber. Wantonly giving the saber to anyone was destructive to their dynasty. Don't forget, who's the one who gained the most from this? A clan high elder joined in. The big shots present were shaken because they all had the same answer, Vajra. The Li and Zhang lost 2 influential positions at the capital and tens of thousands of disciples. Most importantly, they lost their grasp on the civic and military branches as well. Maybe Li Chia has always been a member of Vajra, a secret genius groomed by the temple. This is all a plan to weaken the Li and Zhang? The previous ancestor boldly speculated. I think so too, that's why they gave the saber to him. Remember, the guardian is also trained by the temple, maybe he'll be the next guardian. Another agreed. The current guardian of Vajra was one of the 4 grandmasters. Nonetheless, his true identity remained a mystery. I thought the successor is clear already, Hu Ben. One guy brought this up. I heard this too before. Someone else said. Li Chia being a member of Vajra is plausible, but a genius secretly groomed by the temple? Does he resemble a genius in the slightest? The group exchanged glances. All their questions would be answered if Li Qia was trained by the temple. However, he was far from a genius since he was still in the Conqueror level. In fact, even if he was an enlightened being, he was still 10,000 miles away from being called a genius. All in all, everyone had different opinions of Li Qia, but there was one consensus, that he was a member of Vajra. Of course, Li Qia didn't pay attention to these rumors. After the group returned to the courtyard, Yang Ling and her father smartly left, leaving behind Li Qia and the Snow Shadow survivor. Yang Ling was very curious about Li Qia's risky choice to save her. Was it because they met once back at the restaurant? Nonetheless, she didn't dare to pray. The survivor felt the same way. No matter how she looked at it, there was no reason for the guy to save her. Chapter 37-24. Li Qia observed the female survivor, finding that she was indeed a great, exotic beauty, white hair, jade eyes, and perfect teeth. The girl did the same. The truth was that she found it astonishing that someone like him could dominate the two factions. He looked ordinary with shallow cultivation. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed the story. Alas, the reality was that he was definitely a brutal murderer, a stark contrast to his appearance. The truly pertinent question for her was his motive. Why did he risk offending the king to save a stranger? Perhaps lust? She didn't think this was very likely due to his attitude thus far. Moreover, as the saber messenger, Li Qia would have no lack of beauties in Vajra. In fact, he could pick and marry any princess in Vajra. She was nothing but a captured assassin compared to their noble selves. You have something to say? Li Qia could see what's on her mind and smiled. Why did you save me? She got straight to the point. Because you're a survivor of the pavilion. He answered. I see. She came up with numerous reasons in the past, but this answer wasn't at the top of the list. She hesitated for a while before inquiring, You have ties with the pavilion? She wasn't sure because the pavilion has been destroyed for a long time now. The lucky survivors were few and far in between. As far as she could tell, the remnant members had nothing to do with Li Qia. Not quite. He smiled. This confused her even more. If he had nothing to do with the pavilion and its survivors, then why? Was her background somehow special to him? Or, maybe he had ulterior motives. After all, they have reigned the Southern West King for millions of years and once had plenty of resources. You're thinking that I'm after your treasury or supreme merit laws. He laughed after seeing her barely discernible shudder. She became awkward, not knowing what to say after having her mind read. If your pavilion actually had treasuries left behind, it wouldn't have fallen to this level. He added. This was indeed the truth. She thought that if they had any ace cards left, they would have been able to survive. Before destruction was dished out by Vajra, the pavilion was already finished and reduced to a third-rate sect. There were no treasuries to speak of during that period. Plus, let's assume that there were still treasures left, they might not be able to get into my sight, not even the heavenly jade cicada. Li Qia said flatly. The survivor was both shocked and angry. First, he looked down on the pavilion's treasures, the comment was clearly offensive. On the other hand, he also revealed the peerless treasure of their founder, something their tribe considered invincible. Though she has never seen it, she heard plenty of legends regarding this treasure. The founder used it to sweep through 8 desolaces. It had a special significance in the tribe, so Li Qia's blatant contempt frustrated her. Don't be chafed, I am merely telling the truth. He said. She relaxed and thought about it. All of this no longer mattered. The pavilion and the treasure were mighty once, but this was all in the past. What is your name? He asked. She looked up and stared at him, hesitating. After a while, she still stated her name, Peng Shue. A descendant of the Peng and the 6 saints. He revealed, once again startling her. She had no idea how he knew so much about the pavilion. Outsiders only knew the bare surface of the pavilion since it had been destroyed. Even descendants like her knew very little about the past and their ancestors. Unfortunately, you did not learn your ancestors' abilities, only random assassination laws and crappy ones at that. He went on. How do you know all of this? She asked. They have never even talked before, yet he knew everything about her. Trivial matters like this cannot elude my gaze. Just one glance is enough. She didn't respond. Anyone else uttering the same word would have sounded boastful. Here, Li Qia's words were convincing to her. She spent her entire life training. Alas, these laws were indeed average, as he said. Nonetheless, she still focused on honing her assassination art in order to exact revenge one day. She certainly wanted to learn peerless merit laws or the long-forgotten arts of her sect. Rumor has it that these immortal techniques came from a forbidden burial ground back in the ancient age. It's a shame that these techniques have been lost long ago. If I had access to my pavilion's immortal arts, I wouldn't be standing here right now. She stared at him and said confidently. In her mind, the pavilion was still a holy and untouchable existence. Not necessarily. He shook his head. The journey towards the Tao relies on the person more than the technique. Given your current mentality or the mentality at the start, you still couldn't go far with those top merit laws, maybe only a bit stronger than now. You. Embarrassment turned into anger as she glared at him. She wasn't a supreme genius, but she was still confident in her talents. Moreover, she put in more effort and diligence than anyone else. She believed that with those merit laws, she would be on the same level as Golden Cicada Buddhist child or Phantom Saint child. Fate didn't let her have them, so she was limited to external assassination arts. After years of training, today was her attempt to assassinate the king. She was aware of the most likely outcome, her death. Chapter 37-25. Peng Yingxue naturally didn't appreciate Li Qia's low evaluation but still swallowed her words. Do you want to assassinate me too for revenge? He smiled and asked. She hasn't thought of this issue. She hoped to kill the king of Vajra one day since this dynasty destroyed her sect. However, Li Qia was a member of Vajra too. With that golden saber, he represented the will of Vajra ancestral temple. In fact, his status was actually greater than the king, so killing him would be better. She smiled wryly, having never thought of doing so. No, you saved me. She answered. That's why you're not a proper assassin despite wanting to be. A true assassin has a mission. What is yours? He asked. Kill Archaic Sun King to avenge the pavilion. She blurted. Is that your goal or your senior's goal? He smiled. Your seniors lost utterly to Vajra and ran away like dogs with their tails tucked between the legs. They knew that they have zero chance of doing anything to Vajra, so they decided to train you, hoping that you could assassinate the king and wash away the disgrace back then. She opened her mouth but couldn't come up with a response. She shouldered this heavy burden since youth. She was taught that the pavilion's outcome was due to the greedy dynasty, so vengeance must be carried out. Your goal is the result of useless and angry men. He went on, will Vajra fall after the death of one king? Such nonsense. How naive. Of course she knew this. Vajra could always have a second king. As long as its foundation was there, the king actually didn't matter. Nonetheless, assassinating Archaic Sun King has always been her goal. If killing Archaic Sun King is your goal for cultivation, then your life achievement will be limited. It doesn't matter which merit laws you had access to, that'll be your limit. A true assassin doesn't train for one particular target. They simply want to become the best assassin possible. As for you, you're only a pitiful girl wallowing in hatred, a tool used by your seniors to compensate for their uselessness and weak mentality. They trained you to show that they're still doing something about it. He stared at her and elaborated. Absolutely not. Her expression changed as she denied his sharp analysis. Then what is your reason for cultivation, do tell. He smiled. She stood there silent, unable to answer. She never asked herself this question before until now. The answer was to kill the king and avenge the pavilion. That's the only thing she could come up with. Her determination shook after being exposed by Wuxia. In reality, the pavilion was long gone before her birth. What she knew about it was strictly limited to what the seniors told her. Her education focused on that one goal, to win back some honor for the pavilion. There are no lack of stupid and useless people in this world. They're a true source of tragedy. He went on, if your seniors wanted to avenge the pavilion, they would be the ones taking action and fighting to the bitter end instead of relying on you. Why did the pavilion fall? This was precisely why. They were so useless and unable to do anything about its decline. Now, it's all up to some little juniors. Truly wretched and pathetic. His words pricked her heart and rendered her speechless. You're saying that our pavilion deserved to fall? She asked. That's just a simplistic way to look at it. The pavilion once reigned this region, so you tell me how many countries and clans it had destroyed? Do you think it's unfair that the pavilion went down? No, there's no true reason to feel indignation or grievance. It's just a matter of who is the victor and the loser. He smiled. She was taken aback at first, but then again, the pavilion certainly didn't use words to convince others to submit. Words alone wouldn't let them reign for millions of years. They must have destroyed countless powers. The same logic applied to its eventual downfall. So we shouldn't seek revenge? She asked. Be clear in this case. Do you want revenge or your seniors? If they want revenge, then let them do it themselves and take some responsibility for the pavilion's downfall. He answered, but if you yourself seek vengeance, how far do you think you'll be able to go on this path? I'm afraid your achievements will be mediocre. You will be nothing more than another pebble on the road. She started having doubts about her life goal after listening to him. She never thought about other matters outside of killing archaic Sun King. This was her sole reason for existence. This new source of doubts left her in confusion. What was the point of training so hard then? What else can I do? She regained her wits a while later and asked. You need to ask yourself what you desire. The path towards the Grand Tao is long. If vengeance is insufficient as the fuel, you need to keep going and find the true motivation and goal in your heart. He said. She couldn't come up with an answer due to her education. She was ready to throw away her life for this goal. Revenge is only the tip of the branch. Understanding yourself will let you go farther and stronger. Once you reach the peak and look down, the vengeance and feud between clans and countries, so meaningless. Just one wave of the hand can eradicate everything. The hatred in your heart right now is trivial and will be your downfall. Even if you can obtain this goal, what's next? Your body might be alive, but your Tao pursuit will be dead. Tao pursuit, she murmured. The seniors never told her any of this. Wuxia was right. If she somehow managed to reach the peak, destroying Vidra would only require one hand wave. At that point, this issue of revenge would feel so trivial. Chapter 37-26. Peng Yingxue didn't quite understand all of this just yet, but still looked forward to the future. At the apex, surrounded by winds and clouds, past grudges and resentments didn't matter at all. Perhaps her future self would find her current actions hilarious. I don't know what I should do, she said. Go where your heart wants to go. If the heart doesn't wish for it, then more effort will still only be a waste of time. He smiled. She began thinking about her true intentions and feelings, entering a trance. His words managed to pierce the inner depths of her heart and mind, the location of her desires and wishes. In the past, if someone were to ask for her reason to live and cultivate, she would have answered without any hesitation, killing the king of Vidra. Now, he had swept away the clouds and fogs blocking the path towards the Grand Tao, opening a new window for her life. She was lost in the darkness once and vengeance became her guiding lamp. This was due to education from the seniors during her impressionable years. Now, Li Qia's comment became as bright as an illuminating sun. The lamp looked insignificant in comparison. One grand Dao to another, she murmured, seemingly having figured out something. However, a thin veil still existed. Nonetheless, this feeling gave her hope and excitement for the future. In the past, her training was arduous and dry. The seniors kept on reiterating her mission. Now, she felt a yearning for the Grand Tao, wanting to reach it and feel its existence. This was completely different from her previous way. She wanted to train for herself now in order to open the door to a vast world. Not too stupid, there's still a chance for you. At the very least, you desire for the Grand Tao to be a part of your life. Li Qia smiled while looking at her expression. What should I do from now on? She regained her wits and asked, having never been taught to train for herself before. Start over. He nonchalantly said. You mean, breaking my foundation? She became startled. No cultivator truly wanted to do this, throwing away years of harsh training. The majority would never make this choice. Yes, but not an absolute requirement. To redo is to have a purer beginning with greater potential. It's fine to keep what you have, just improve the foundation by starting with a new mantra. He said. A new mantra. She softly said. Keep in mind that this process will be painful. The new mantra will gradually destroy the previous. This will take a long time. Each energy channeling is akin to being cut by numerous blades. Are you prepared? He elaborated. Destroy my old mantra. She thought about it for a bit before taking a deep breath and solemnly said, no matter what happens, I want to give it a shot. She didn't only want to grow stronger by trying this experiment. Her focus was to obtain the feeling of embracing the Grand Tao and understand its irresistible properties. This determination is enough. He smiled and said, I will give you a mantra then. With that, he raised his finger and a Tao law circled around it. Clank. The Tao law then entered her mind and ocean of consciousness. Boom. The law caused massive waves and took roots deeper in the ocean, seemingly wanting to penetrate her Tao foundation. The pain caused her to cry out in fear. She trembled and gritted her teeth in order to endure this agonizing test. She became drenched in sweat before eventually making it through. After the Tao law finished taking roots there, it began to grow like a new tree. Some fruits and flowers would come later. She felt unprecedented relaxation and happiness after the unbearable pain. The Grand Tao seemed to be harmonizing with her body. She finally came into contact with the Tao. The thank you. She bowed deeply towards Li Qia. She didn't thank him when he saved her from the king because she didn't know his motive. Now, this showing of gratitude came from the heart. He helped her grasp an entirely new feeling. He calmly accepted her grand gesture. What mantra is this? She asked, not knowing the name of the law embedded in her mind. Just this one law was immensely complicated. It seemed to contain a complete Grand Tao in there. I don't remember exactly, something like virtuous displacement art. He smiled and answered. Immortal virtuous displacement art. She shouted in astonishment. Oh, that's its full name? I see. He said. Is it real? She became emotional after his confirmation. This is our pavilion's lost technique, our ultimate merit law. Rumor has it that their founder, Jade Sky Lunar Fairy, also known as Empress Wanxian, obtained it from an ancient burial ground. With the help of an actual immortal, the Empress eventually learned this art. The 6 saints from their tribe later learned it as well. This art allowed them to contend against true immortal sect. In future generations, some descendants managed to learn it. Alas, their proficiency was far inferior. Later on, as the pavilion started to decline, no one else understood it. The merit law became lost with time. That's why she was so shocked and Li Qia supposedly gave it to her just now. Why do you have this? She stammered. He wasn't a member of their tribe. Even if he was, he wouldn't have access to this long-forgotten merit law. Chapter 37:27. I just happened to remember it after seeing you. Li Qie answered. What? Peng Yingshue's confusion grew. This answer didn't make any sense. Remembering this peerless merit law after seeing her? Were the words carved on her face? She knew that this was impossible. She wasn't a fairy or the son of the Grand Tao. Just looking at her wouldn't result in understanding a merit law. Of course, she didn't think Li Qie was duping her either despite the strange answer. There was no reason for him to do so. This made her question his identity. Why? She asked. The two of them had nothing to do with each other, yet he did so much for her. This was no ordinary merit law as well. Cultivators would commit mass murders just to obtain it. Furthermore, she was an enemy of Vidra while he was the saber messenger. She certainly didn't think it was due to her beauty and charm. She had nothing else worthwhile for him to scheme either. No reason, it's just fate, a connection with your pavilion. He smiled and added. She remained silent. Fate did seem to be the only answer for his actions thus far. Are you really a member of Vidra? This beckoned the next question. Vidra certainly had motivations for flattening the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander's faction. But as for saving an assassin? There was no justification. Moreover, he knew her background now and still taught her the merit law. Was he unaware of the phrase, nurturing a tiger invites calamity? Once she became strong enough in the future, she might choose to destroy Vidra. A saber messenger like him shouldn't want this outcome. I am me, not a member of Vidra or Buddha holy ground. He shook his head. This was inconceivable to her. The holder of the ancestral saber claimed that he wasn't a part of Vidra. Other members of this dynasty might consider him a traitor after hearing this. She didn't understand him at all. She knew that he was unfathomable. His cultivation meant nothing. I have shown you the path. He went on, how far you can go depends on your own training. Go rest now. She took a deep breath and bowed again. She wanted to leave but didn't know how to properly address him for the goodbye. Young master will do. He said. Young master, I will always remember your kindness. She bowed again and spoke with sincerity. He then told Yang Ling to prepare a room in the courtyard for Peng Yingxue to stay temporarily. Afterward, Marquis Yang finally greeted Li Qie in a formal fashion. This seemed like a currying favor attempt but not exactly. A marquis should indeed act respectfully towards the saber messenger of Vidra. Go rest too. Li Qie told them. The father and daughter knew that he had just been in a long fight and didn't dare to bother him. In the next several days, they didn't have a chance to speak with him either, completely preoccupied with the number of guests. If it wasn't for Li Qie's reclusive nature, their courtyard steps might have been crushed already. After all, Li Qie had a special status in Vidra. Some believed that he had the same level of authority as archaic Sun King. Thus, numerous officials wanted to see him and build some connections. Of course, they didn't dare to walk in without permission. They talked to Marquis Yang and Yang Ling first, wanting to be introduced for an audience with Li Qie. Yang Ling was known to be close with Li Qie, so through her, maybe they could be connected to his faction as well. This would result in a bright future at Vidra. Therefore, Yang Ling and her father were extremely busy. The Marquis didn't dare to offend the guests but also didn't want to bother Li Qie. This left him in a tough position. Nonetheless, one guest was able to see Li Qie, the Crown Prince of Vidra. Young master, may I ask when you're visiting the Imperial Palace? The prince greeted Li Qie first before getting to the point. The Crown Prince came on behalf of his father to invite Li Qie to the palace, the core of Buddha Emperor Division. He greatly benefited from recent events. His role as the Crown Prince solidified quite a bit. Crown Princes usually stayed at the capital, so he didn't have the same opportunity as the third prince. The latter was stronger on top of garnering military exploits in the border. The king had a high evaluation of his third son. Because of this, the third prince actually had more prestige than the crown prince. He had the support of numerous sections. This eventually led to the notion of replacing the current crown prince. This precarious circumstance changed with the downfall of the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor. The crown prince's largest threat has been eliminated by Li Qie. Moreover, he was able to talk to Li Qie as well. His status soared immensely as a result. The officials who didn't care for him previously quickly changed their tune. All of this culminated in his father trusting him enough to let him come and invite Li Qie to the palace. This made him awfully happy. He was also grateful to this saber messenger who came out of nowhere. He would have lost his position as the crown prince otherwise. Now, he saw hope for the future. Today is a fine day, let's go. Li Qie smiled and agreed. The crown prince didn't expect this at all. He thought that a reclusive person like Li Qie would show more resistance. Now, his mission given to him by his father was a success. Great, let's go then. I'll let the palace's master of ceremonies know to prepare a grand reception for you, young master. The prince couldn't wait. Chapter 37:28. Li Qie told the crown prince that a grand reception wasn't necessary. He told Yang Ling to stay behind and wanted to bring Peng Yingxue along. Well, the crown prince saw this and became startled. How could he bring an assassin to the main branch? His father, the royal clan, and other powers would have a negative impression of him. To do so in a direct manner was extremely improper. Is there a problem? Li Qie asked. Young master, it's not just a problem. The crown prince had a pained expression, nearly wanting to cry. This was a huge, huge problem. If anything were to happen, he might lose his successor status or even his head. Young master, I do have some estates in this area. I can let her pick one to stay at. The prince looked as if he was at a funeral. There was no way he could ever defend himself in a worst-case scenario. Everyone might think that he was the mastermind behind the attempted assassination. It'll be fine as long as I'm around. Li Qie said. Peng Yingxue stood quietly behind Li Qie, understanding the implication of her visit. Of course, she didn't think Li Qie had nefarious plans against her, so she followed his whim. Okay, very well. The dejected prince had no choice but to give up. What else could he do? Even his father, the ruler of the Holy Ground, acquiesced to Li Qie when he demanded the assassin. A crown prince like him was in no place to refuse Li Qie. It became abundantly clear that the authority of the ancestral saber was greater than his expectation. A while ago, he assumed that the popular phrase with the saber having authority to kill was just an exaggeration and that the saber was still beneath the king's dominion. This might not be the case. Let's go on our way. He summoned the courage to keep going, praying that nothing bad would happen. He hoped that Li Qie would be able to keep this assassin under control. Another attempt and he would definitely be the first suspect. There was no grand reception, but the crown prince still used a royal carriage to take Li Qie into the imperial palace of Vajra dynasty. This palace was located in the floating city above Metropolis. In reality, it belonged to the Holy Ground, not Vajra. This area was stately and could be seen from far away. The members of Vajra were living here right now but could be replaced in the future, whether it be by an order from Sacred Mountain or a loss of sovereignty through inability. Thus, this palace actually belonged to Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Vajra has been ruling for generations, so many forgot about this important information. Buddha Emperor Division consisted of this floating city, serving as a symbol of authority for Sacred Mountain. Its Dao lords used to live here. Later on, Sacred Mountain stopped actively controlling the Holy Ground and chose a representative instead. This meant that even the strongest power couldn't take over the Holy Ground without permission from Sacred Mountain. Even for Vajra, changing the king or the crown prince required approval from Sacred Mountain. Though the city was floating, it was as stable as a mountain. It emitted continuous Buddhist lights and the auras of Dao lords. These auras commanded respect and made everyone feel safe. Some believe that it might be the most fortified location in the southern West King, easy to defend and hard to siege. This statement was logical since it has been blessed by 4 Dao lords. They also stayed here and left behind their marks. Moreover, the sages of the holy ground added their power as well. All of this culminated in a mighty force within the city. Of course, others would bring up Sacred Mountain as another candidate. However, its location was transient. Few actually had enough information on it, so people only used their imagination. After entering the city, one would bask in its vastness and think that it was a continent. The imperial palace only took up a small portion of it. There were also the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. The other 4 divisions also had their own branch here. Their presence weakened Vidra's authority, at least to a certain extent. Tyranny wasn't possible. The area taking up the most land here was actually Miner's Sacred Mountain. It was visible regardless of one's location in the city. I was the source of the Buddhist light and Tao Lord auras. One couldn't help wanting to bow after seeing it. This place was considered one of the sacred grounds in this region. Sacred Mountain never stopped moving, so people had a hard time seeing it, let alone climbing up. Fortunately, Miner's Sacred Mountain was here, allowing people to at least get a glimpse. The kings of whatever dynasty was in charge would come here for a coronation ceremony. This legitimized their status. Most believe that Miner's Sacred Mountain was built as a copy of the real thing by the progenitor himself. The other 3 Dao lords have also stayed here for a period. The remnant auras of these Dao lords made it impossible for people to climb up. They could only stand at the base to show their respect. Nonetheless, plenty of people still came to do so for millions of years. This capital was quite lively. Strangely enough, despite having numerous pivotal locations, people only needed to pay the entry fee to get in. Chapter 37-29. The Crown Prince guided Li Qia to the imperial palace with Pang Yinxue as well. The guards were justifiably frightened to see her, immediately readying their weapon. They would have attacked if it wasn't for the Crown Prince and Li Qia being present. The Crown Prince prayed the entire time, hoping for the best or it would be all over. Though Li Qia refused a grand ceremony, the dynasty still treated him with the highest level standard, one equal to the king. A high palace solely meant for ancestors from the temple was used for his arrival today. Of course, Li Qia only smiled the entire time. The Crown Prince personally prepared everything, prompting Li Qia to nod his head approvingly. The prince was afraid that Li Qia wouldn't be used to living in the palace, so he took Li Qia around for a tour, fully describing each location. He spoke earnestly, throwing away the pride usually seen in a crown prince. The imperial palace was quite large, only small when compared to the massive Miner's Sacred Mountain towering on the horizon. It consisted of expensive materials, but there were aging signs. It has been around for millions of years as housing for numerous dynasties. During the tour, the 2 met many members of the royal family along with court officials. These groups wanted to win Li Qia's favor, but it wasn't the right time since the Crown Prince was around. They chose to greet the 2 from a distance instead. The Crown Prince knew that all eyes were on them and that his status had soared due to his involvement with Li Qia. Nonetheless, he still chose to act with caution since many still wanted to take him down. Li Qia had no interest in this power struggle and just focused on the stroll instead. Strangely enough, Archaic's Sun King was nowhere to be found, as if he didn't wish to greet Li Qia. Father is busy with pill refinement, it's hard for anyone to see him. The Crown Prince said so that Li Qia wouldn't be offended. Pill refinement? Li Qia chuckled. Father enjoys learning longevity art and has deep attainments on longevity pills. He spends more of his time doing alchemy. The prince smiled. He didn't dare to use the word obsession to describe his father. Cultivators, especially the top experts, had a desire for everlasting life. This was the same for top alchemists. They wanted to create a pill capable of this. After all, one main goal of cultivation was immortality. This wasn't the case here for the king. He was completely obsessed with this task and took it to the next level. He would do anything to live longer while ignoring everything else, including his duties as a king. That's why most viewed him as an incapable and foolish king. This led to the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander possessing an unreasonable amount of power. If it wasn't for Vidra's resources and foundation, a king like him would have ended the dynasty's reign over the holy ground. I see, longevity pills. Li Qiye smiled and didn't say anything else. The Crown Prince didn't wish to dwell on this topic. He certainly had grievances over the king being derelict of his duty, only attending several court meetings each year. It just wasn't his place to say anything. They eventually made it to the imperial garden and saw an ancient tree with coiling roots. It resembled a horned dragon, brimming with spirit and quite interesting to behold. Beneath the tree was a man lying in a long chair, looking to be very comfortable. He resembled a 50-year-old mortal. The hair on the sides was slightly gray. He didn't have any wrinkles, his eyes were as bright as the stars. He wore an embroidered robe, looking quite scholarly. However, he had an innate aura that instilled pressure, clearly a man of high status. The man immediately sat up after seeing Li Qiye and got out of his chair. He cupped his fist and greeted, "You must be young noble Li." This was the imperial garden. Most would think that he was the king of Vidra given the circumstances. Plus, his aura and bearing resembled that of a king. He is the national teacher. The Crown Prince introduced. The teacher of the state didn't put up an act. He lowered his head and said, "My name is Yi Mingshi. Your fame precedes you, young noble." He was a famous existence, widely believed to be on the same level as the 4 grandmasters. He originated from Fallen Leaf School, not Vidra dynasty. This sect could only be described as above average, incomparable to behemoths such as Heavenly Dragon Temple or Myriad Blood sect. It didn't have a powerful progenitor or anything special until Yi Mingshi. He was one of the top geniuses in his generation and joined Duality Academy. He was in the same class as 5-colored Sacred Sovereign, both were top students. One of their friends became renowned as well, the current king of Vidra. Rumor has it that Yi Mingshi and Archaic Sun King were friends. That's why Yi Mingshi eventually joined the court of Vidra. However, Archaic Sun King wasn't exceptional like the other two. He preferred alchemy instead before being obsessed with longevity arts. Though Yi Mingshi wasn't classified as a grandmaster, the other grandmasters all thought highly of his power and cultivation level. Some believed that he had fought evenly with the grandmasters before. Due to his impressive abilities, one theory ran rampant in the dynasty, that his secret identity was the Guardian of Vidra, a member of the 4 grandmasters. People knew nothing of this Guardian, only that the Guardian was a grandmaster and a member of Vidra. This made it quite strange. Why was this unknown character listed as a grandmaster? Some said that it was because this Guardian fought evenly with the other members. Another stated that the Guardian had challenged Buddha Supreme before and lost. Buddha Supreme approved of the Guardian's power, hence the eventual classification. In terms of power, status, and timeline, Yi Mingshi seemed to be the Guardian. He had neither refuted nor confirmed this rumor. This made people even more skeptical. Chapter 3730, Yi Mingshi had the trust of Archaic Sun King. This in combination with his power earned him a pivotal role in the entire holy ground. His polite showing towards Li Qiye was more than enough decorum. Keep in mind that even the late Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor wouldn't dare to act haughty in front of him. No need for courtesy. Li Qiye waved his hand and asked. In this split second, the teacher saw the bronze ring and became startled, his mouth opened wide. Nonetheless, he was experienced enough to regain his wits with haste. Your Highness, please leave for a moment. Yi Mingshi cupped his fist towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince didn't know why, but he was sensible enough to listen. He bowed to the two before speaking. Take your time, young master and teacher. I'll take the miss along with me. Peng Yingxue didn't need Li Qiye to tell her and quietly left. Li Qiye and Yi Mingshi became the only two left in the garden. Yi Mingshi got on his knees and said, "Please forgive my lack of reception. As I've said, no need for courtesy." Li Qie shook his head and sat down on the long chair. Yi Mingshi got up and stood next to Li Qie, stealing another glance at the ring. "How should I address you?" He was aware of the ring's significance but didn't know how Li Qie got it. "Call me young master so that I won't be accused of false advertisement." Li Qie naturally noticed and chuckled. "Of course not." Yi Mingshi smiled wryly, hesitating to ask about the ring. In theory, whenever the ring changed master, it should be a big deal with a grand ceremony. However, no one heard a thing about it. This seemed to be unprecedented due to the important nature of the ring. "Looks like you've seen this ring before." Li Qie smiled. Very few had this privilege, only the strongest members of the holy ground. They needed to be at a certain level before being exposed to it. Others would only think of it as an ordinary bronze ring, nothing more. As for the former crowd, they would be able to recognize it right away. There was no chance of faking it either. "I was lucky enough to meet the paragon in the past and greatly benefited from some pointers," Yi Mingshi said with sincerity and respect. "Talking about that fake monk? Or the fake Taoist?" Li Qie smiled. Yi Mingshi couldn't respond because he considered that man to be a teacher. Now, he found it puzzling that Li Qie would speak of the man in this manner. The passing of the ring meant that Li Qie should have a teacher-disciple or a senior-junior relationship with him. This certainly didn't seem to be the case. Yi Mingshi knew that picking the next candidate for the ring was of utmost importance. There must be a reason why Li Qie was chosen. "The paragon is a straightforward and unrestrained man," Yi Mingshi eventually said. "That's one way to put it, I suppose. Better than calling him a fake monk or fake Taoist, but in my opinion, being a butcher is more suitable for him." Li Qie chuckled. Yi Mingshi coughed awkwardly, becoming more and more confused. A junior definitely wouldn't talk about his senior in this manner. "You're thinking that I snatched this ring?" Li Qie knew exactly what the guy was thinking. "I do not dare. I'm sure there's a reason why you have it, young master." Yi Mingshi denied. "There's no reason." Li Qie shook his head. "If I wanted it badly enough to rob the monk, he would have given it to me with both hands. But, this broken ring is worthless and isn't worth my effort. I just spent a few coins for it, that's all." Yi Mingshi became frozen. This ring could drive the entire world crazy from wanting to be the next owner. Li Qie's expression looked serious enough. He really didn't give a damn about the ring. Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qie was aware of the ring's significance and value. This made the statement strike harder. But most importantly, he claimed that he could have taken the ring effortlessly. This should be impossible. The previous master, or the so-called fake monk by Li Qie, was a frightening being with immense power. Only one other person in all of the Southern West King was qualified to be his opponent. Yi Mingshi was fortunate enough to be taught by him, albeit briefly. That's why Yi Mingshi knew of his power and had nothing but respect for him. "You're joking, young master." Yi Mingshi regained his wits and doubted the claim. "I'm not." Li Qie smiled. Numerous thoughts coursed inside Yi Mingshi's head. He didn't know how to respond. At this point, it seemed that Li Qie really bought the ring for only a few coins. How could this be? The priceless ring represented unlimited authority. Nonetheless, Yi Mingshi could tell that Li Qie wasn't lying. It was difficult for him to believe even though the facts were laid out in front of him. "I can't possibly fathom the paragon and your intent, young master," he eventually concluded with a forced smile. He stopped thinking about this matter. First, the paragon didn't follow the mold. This seemed to be the case for Li Qie as well, hence their strange conduct. No point in trying to understand them without being at the same level and having the same knowledge. Ultimately, the ring was still the ring regardless of how Li Qie obtained it. As for Li Qie, he knew what the monk was up to. He chose to play along because it was convenient while being devoid of karmic ties and consequences. "Young master," since you're at the capital, is there anything I can do for you? Yi Mingshi asked. He speculated the reasons for Li Qia's visit to the imperial city. The masters of the ring usually had a special mission. 1. I don't really get this line in this context, so I translated it as it is. The idiom here is, hang a sheep's head while selling dog meat, or false advertisement. Chapter 37-31, just here for fun, don't worry about it. Li Qia chuckled. I see, Yi Mingshi forced a smile. He thought that there was no way a ring bearer would be so willy-nilly. There must be a goal. But in the case of Li Qia telling the truth, someone of his power and authority right now would still cause quite a storm wherever he went. Do you want to go to Minor Sacred Mountain? Yi Mingshi asked again. Climb up there? Li Qia looked over at the mountain in the distance. The kings in each generation go up there to offer their respect to heaven and earth. You naturally don't need to do this, young master, but the ring requires an additional seal before reaching its true potential. Yi Mingshi glanced at the ring that was more than just a status symbol. It had unbelievable power, a reason why it was able to pass down for millions of years. That doesn't matter, this cheap ring is fine the way it is right now. Li Qia nonchalantly said. Others would think that Li Qia was crazy for his assessment of the ring. On the other hand, Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qia had a full understanding of the ring. That made it even more terrifying. He thought that Li Qia was quite frightening and decisive. You're unfathomable, young master. Mingshi hesitated before speaking, but, young master, if you want to pass it down, it'll still need the seal to exert its true power. Not everyone can be as carefree as you. Yi Mingshi shouldn't be the one to say this, but he chose to do it due to his connection with the paragon. Pass it down? Li Qia rubbed his chin and smirked. It can be a raffle, whoever wins gets the ring. Or, I can just throw it on the street. How's that for picking a successor? Absolutely not. Yi Mingshi started sweating and waved his hands. Young master, you mustn't. The ring pertains to the prosperity of the land and its people. Just one mistake and wails of lament will come. Please reconsider. It's fine, even if I throw it away, the fake monk will come and pick it up. Li Qia shrugged. Yi Mingshi took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This guy seemed like he would actually do something like this on a whim. Young master, you're a virtuous person. Yi Mingshi said, I'm sure you'll pick another person who's just as virtuous as you for the sake of the land. Stop, don't flatter me, I don't care about Buddha holy ground survival and it wouldn't be my turn anyway. Li Qia interrupted him. Yi Mingshi remained silent. The entire thing was just too ridiculous to him. You appear to care about the holy ground a lot. Li Qia smiled. Yes, young master, a toppled nest can't have whole eggs. If the holy ground goes down, so will fallen leaf and vajra. Then what do you think about becoming the successor? Li Qia's smile grew wider. No, I can't, I am weak and can't shoulder the responsibility. You're joking, young master. Yi Mingshi panicked and refused. You haven't thought about this at all? Li Qia stared at him. Yi Mingshi realized that Li Qia was being serious. He solemnly responded, Young master, I won't lie to you. Everyone desires an item with so much power, but I can't take it. It'll bring a personal calamity on top of chaos across the holy ground. I'll become a sinner then. This response came from the heart. He didn't come up with excuses. To others, he was certainly powerful and on the same level as the 4 grandmasters. He himself knew that he was far from sufficient. His cultivation path stopped here. If he were to have the ring, it would end with his death and the holy ground's destruction. Your mindset is rare. Li Qia nodded, so many others want the ring. Yi Mingshi didn't say anything. His position at Vajra made it a sensitive topic. Since he had more information at his disposal, he knew better than to comment carelessly. What happens when the ring has a new successor? Li Qia asked. Not you, young master. Yi Mingshi knew that this was an unnecessary question, but he asked anyway. Right, but I can pick the next successor, right? Li Qie chuckled. Yes. Yi Mingshi nodded. That makes the sealing process essential because just the ring alone isn't enough to deter others. Its empowered form will make things smoother. That depends on who has the ring. For me, empowered or otherwise, doesn't matter at all. Li Qie answered. I don't quite understand. Yi Mingshi said. It's nothing, a few people are courting death, so I'll do them a favor. Li Qie's eyes brimmed with amusement. Yi Mingshi shuddered after hearing this, already imagining the potential carnage and massacre. Li Qie was saying that even without the empowerment, the next successor would still have no problem. The reason was simple, Li Qie would massacre whoever tried to stop them. Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qie would be able to keep his words regardless of the powerful foes. This would definitely change the holy ground. Blood would flow like rivers. The stench of blood would be unbearable. Young master, you don't have to do this. The sealing process isn't a bad choice. Yi Mingshi smiled wryly. He didn't wish for brutality to overwhelm the holy ground. The loss would be immense. How many people do you think will accept in a peaceful manner? Li Qie replied. Yi Mingshi thought that supreme authority was too tempting. No person or sect would be able to resist. It was only a matter of who would start first. What about you? Li Qie interrupted the silence. I am a disciple of Buddha holy ground and will listen and obey without any ulterior motive. Mingshi prostrated without any hesitation. He was smart enough to understand Li Qie's implication. Rise, I was just asking. Li Qie smiled. I will do my very best. Mingshi respectfully expressed his allegiance. Li Qie might not need his help, but he could be very useful during the next successor appointment. Smart people like you are rare nowadays. Those who know propriety and their place are even rarer. Li Qie said. Yi Mingshi stood with a respectful pose and didn't respond. Fine, I'll take a look when there's time. Li Qie eventually concluded. This is a blessing for the citizens, thank you for your mercy, young master. Yi Mingshi heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 37-32, Li Qie wanted to leave after the conversation, but another visitor came along. Young master, this is my third brother. The crown prince standing nearby introduced. The third prince looked grander compared to the crown prince, wearing a tight noble robe. He had sharp features with bright eyes. There existed an air of nobility and ferocity from the battlefield around him. This imposing aura was understandable. He spent years fighting by the border and led his legions to numerous victories. On the other hand, the crown prince resembled a weak scholar, possessing elegance instead of fierceness. This meant that his aura was inferior compared to his younger brother. Moreover, the third prince's cultivation was stronger due to his superior talents. He garnered more resources as a result. Some even said that archaic Sun King favored him more than his older brother. This culminated in the crown prince being at a disadvantage. It made sense how many civic and military officials chose to support the third prince. He was objectively outstanding on top of being an accomplished leader. He might be able to lead Vajra towards further greatness. Greetings, Saber Messenger. Please excuse my lack of reception since I didn't know of your arrival. The third prince bowed his head. He immediately came after hearing about Li Qie's presence. The guy simply played a pivotal role right now. Moreover, they had an antagonistic relationship. First, Li Qie was too close to the crown prince, but most importantly, he wiped out two factions and killed the second princess. Remember, the Li and the Zhang were firmly on the third prince's side. Due to their support, the prince was able to win more support from the nobles at Metropolis. This established a good foundation for his future. Unfortunately, both clans were in decline after the death of their leaders. This, in turn, dealt a great blow to the third prince. Furthermore, as the Saber Messenger, Wuxia had a fortified status in Vajra. Now, since he seemed close to the crown prince, many in the court believed that he should be supporting the crown prince. This caused the neutral nobles to begin picking the crown prince instead. A sudden shift occurred between the two candidates. The third prince felt an incoming crisis as a result. Thus, he immediately came to see Wuxia and acted in a deliberate manner in order to show his goodwill. Prior to this, he wanted to be in charge of Wuxia's reception. Unfortunately, this responsibility was given to the crown prince instead by the prince. The crown prince naturally knew the third prince's intent but couldn't stop him. No need for formality. Wuxia glanced at him and nodded. Messenger, I have prepared a feast in order to rid you of traveling fatigue, the third prince enthusiastically said. The crown prince smiled wryly, but there was nothing he could do. It was up to Wuxia. No need. Wuxia interrupted the third prince. The latter didn't give up and insisted, I'm sure you're not used to the imperial palace yet. If you don't mind, I appreciate your goodwill, but it's best for you to fulfill your duties as a prince. Wuxia waved his hand. The third prince was intelligent enough to understand Wuxia right away. This wasn't the answer he wanted. Wuxia ignored him and left, leaving behind the prince whose expression kept on changing. The crown prince, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief and followed Wuxia. Yi Mingshi saw this and shook his head. He laid down on his chair and closed his eyes. The third prince's expression became ugly. He took a deep breath and left as well. Wuxia couldn't be clearer, for him to stay as a prince and stop thinking about the throne. Not long ago, he wouldn't care about this nameless junior. Alas, the guy was the saber messenger of Vajra now. Alas, he didn't heed Wuxia's warning. How could he be willing to stay as a prince? He didn't allow an inferior man to take his throne. He came in order to make peace with Wuxia and thought that he acted as humbly as can be. Unfortunately, Wuxia didn't give him any face. This was blatant contempt, a man of his status couldn't accept it. After he left the garden and once no one was around, a strategist whispered, Your Highness, looks like this saber messenger has made up his mind about helping the crown prince. Wuxia's nonchalant attitude could only be construed as such, a clear bias for the crown prince. The third prince snorted, still vexed at how his enthusiasm and sincerity were met with disdain. He used his warm face to warm someone's cold buttocks and wasn't appreciated. This is an unfavorable development. The strategist continued, the saber messenger represents the temple and the will of the ancestors. I believe His Majesty will keep his original decision. Rumor has it that Archaic's Sun King has long been wanting to replace the successor. He didn't send the order because he didn't wish to break the tradition. The king's attitude was a source of motivation for the third prince. He thought that he had a chance of seizing the throne. Now, this saber messenger might be swaying the king and stopping him from doing so. Ancestral temple isn't the only thing that matters. The prince scowled, don't forget about war camp and martial hall. In Vajra, outside of the king, these three branches had great influence over the direction of the dynasty. Thus, if the third prince wanted the crown, he needed the branch's support. What is your plan, Your Highness? The strategist asked. Accelerate. The prince said seriously, is Brother Hu Ben back? I want to see him in person. A successful coronation in Vajra required the approval of the three branches. Next came the approval from the 5 divisions, or at least a clear majority. Finally, this candidate would be announced to Sacred Mountain for the final say. Normally, this last step was only a formality since Sacred Mountain virtually always approved. Sacred Mountain didn't care for mundane matters. It would only interfere if Vajra were to lose its grasp over the holy ground. A mistake by the king or Vajra could also be another catalyst. Chapter 37-33. The third prince stared solemnly deeper into the palace. For him, the arrow had been drawn and couldn't be stopped. Your Highness, what about the temple? The strategist was slightly worried. Sure, Ancestral Temple, Martial Hall, and War Camp were the three pillars of Vajra. They had been holding Vajra together for generations. However, in terms of the succession process, Ancestral Temple still had the biggest influence. Martial Hall focused on training talents in order to produce experts for Vajra. The majority of nobles and royal guards came from this institution. They were loyal on top of being mighty. As for War Camp, it was the strongest legion of Vajra, absolutely crucial in dealing with foreign enemies and defending the land. Nonetheless, these two lacked the same weight compared to Ancestral Temple when it came to the direction of Vajra. This was especially true for the successor decision. Without the temple's approval, having the support of both War Camp and Martial Hall was still not enough. After all, the ancestors in the temple were the true fighting force of Vajra. That's why the strategist remained worried for the third prince. Li Chia had the saber, so to a certain extent, he represented the temple. The third prince was excellent, but he lacked one thing: seniority. His older brother had a stronger claim to the throne according to the rules of Vajra. This could only be overturned by the temple. Even the king himself lacked this authority. Prior to this, the third prince's advantages were clear due to his meritorious achievements. He had the support of court officials and nobles. Many sects in Divine Ghost Division were on his side. On the other hand, the crown prince seemed ordinary in comparison. Others remained neutral about him. That's why many thought that the possibility of him being replaced by the third prince was immensely high. It's just that the recent developments caused by Li Chia changed everything. The neutral parties began joining the crown prince's faction due to Li Chia. We'll see who'll be the victor in the end. The third prince narrowed his eyes and uttered coldly, "Just wait, it won't be long now." He had no way out the moment he embarked on the competition for the throne. The winner takes all, either becoming the king or losing his head. After all, everyone knew about his ambition. Even if he wanted to give up, his followers might not necessarily agree. Plus, his life wouldn't be easy after the crown prince officially became king due to suspicions. That's why this could only end with either his or the crown prince's death. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" The strategist remained puzzled. Li Chia is nothing more than a saber messenger. The prince scowled. He can't represent the entire temple. Say, we have some support from an ancestor, it renders him meaningless. Which ancestor? The strategist became lively again. You'll find out soon enough that Li Chia won't be able to act haughty for long. He's nothing without the saber. The crown prince's eyes became murderous. In the history of Vajra, as geniuses grew older and stronger, they would have an opportunity to enter Ancestral Temple. It seemed that the prince had obtained some help from there. "I'm at ease now after hearing this, Your Highness. We'll be victorious for sure," the strategist said. The third prince had everything, just missing the easterly wind. The throne would be his with the help of Ancestral Temple. We'll have an answer soon. The prince planned to kill Li Chia first. The guy was a threat in all circumstances. It was better to be sure. "Yes, everyone will be waiting for your order." The strategist felt assured. The prince must have heard something from an ancestor in the temple. The appearance of the saber messenger changed the political landscape and the undercurrents in Vajra. Even the calm borders had activities. Recently, Vajra didn't worry about the borders. Only minor skirmishes happened at best. Today, on the side of righteous sect, a massive image of divine beasts illuminated the region. It encroached on Vajra's territory. What's going on? Many became startled. It's righteous. Everyone took a deep breath. The image continued spreading with no end in sight. Are they mobilizing? Others became afraid. Righteous and Vajra were the two strongest powers in the southern West King. They had control over 2/3 of the available land. Righteous was formed later but rose just as quickly. It had 3 Dao lords and actually surpassed Vajra in certain generations. A mountain can't have 2 tigers. Thus, the two sides have been fighting. Minor skirmishes never stopped. However, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme fought side by side once. This brought peace to the land for a period of time. Now, this visual phenomenon seemed like a blatant provocation. Boom! The image became larger and larger, nearly covering all of Buddha holy ground. Is war coming? The court of Vajra became increasingly nervous. Impossible. One time-worn big shot said, after the two supremes fought black tides together, we're pretty much an alliance now. It can't be a declaration of war. Finally, the image turned into a massive shadow and spoke, I shall journey eastward to climb Miner's sacred mountain. Do not disappoint me, geniuses of the holy ground. The voice was domineering and confident. It felt as if a young tyrant was standing among the clouds, looking down on the holy ground and its geniuses. The members of the holy ground became emotional. It wasn't a declaration of war, just a direct challenge from one person. 1. Battle of Chibi, Zhuge Liang and his wind ceremony. Chapter 37-34. This challenge came unexpectedly. The geniuses from the various powers in Vajra had no idea. In previous years, due to the two supremes working together, the relationship between Vajra and Righteous was closer than ever before. Now, they weren't as close, but peace was still present. Minor skirmishes only happened between the smaller sects and countries by the border. It had no effect on the grand scheme of things. This provocative challenge wasn't a declaration of war. Nonetheless, it could sour the relationship between the two. Who is it? How dare they look down on us? Someone said with indignation. It's Righteous Scion. Another took a deep breath after hearing the prideful voice. Those who heard this name were startled, whether it be the top geniuses or the powerful cultivators, the young and old alike. He wants to challenge our holy ground? The angry geniuses started contemplating. This title was dreadful and intimidating in the south. In fact, even those from Wild East 8 kingdoms have heard of him. He was a direct disciple of Righteous Supreme. Rumor has it that he had fought against 3,000 geniuses or so without losing a single match. He became the undisputed genius in his region. This wasn't even the most shocking thing. Later on, he defeated the sect master of Righteous as well. This made him renowned across 8 decilaces. Most believed that he was absolutely the number one among the young generation of the Southern West King. His power made his peers lower their head. The older generation who fought him had nothing but praises, even the ancestors. Some went as far as stating that he would definitely become the 4th Tao Lord of Righteous. All of this culminated in an oppressive atmosphere for the young members of the holy ground. Even the most talented and prideful ones kept their mouths shut. Their confidence wavered at the thought of facing him. Who knows if anyone in the holy ground could actually best him right now? It's unfair. One young genius said, his master is a supreme. We don't have any. Logically, Righteous Scion's opponent should be Buddha Supreme's disciple. The problem was no one has heard of Buddha Supreme having a disciple. Thus, the responsibility fell on everyone in the holy ground. What's unfair about it? He's challenging our entire holy ground. If not one genius dares to answer the challenge, Righteous sect will seize all the limelight. One older expert shook his head. The young geniuses became frustrated after hearing this. The Scion boldly challenged all of them. If not one could contend, the holy ground's reputation would be thrown away. In the historical struggle between the holy ground and Righteous, the former usually had the upper hand. This generation might be different if the holy ground lacked a comparable talent. Who will fight him? The young and old started looking around for a candidate that could hoist the holy ground's banner. The 4 geniuses. Everyone immediately thought of this group. Vajra's Huben, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Phantom Sacred Child, and Dugalan of Duality Academy. These were the strongest geniuses of the holy ground. They had the highest chance of competing against Righteous Scion. Can they do it? Some still felt hesitation about their ability. This wasn't a slight towards their abilities. However, everyone still thought that they were missing a certain something compared to the scion. I think there's a chance if they fight together, an old cultivator said with uncertainty. Will they actually team up? The group thought that this was unlikely. Top geniuses were prideful and arrogant due to their innate gifts. It's time for them to shoulder some responsibilities. A senior thought that this was a good opportunity for the four to train. One ancestor nodded in agreement, true. If any of them could stop righteous Scion, that person might inherit the legacy of the holy ground later on. The crowd became startled. Since Buddha Supreme still didn't have a disciple, most believed that he was still looking for a suitable candidate. This could be a great opportunity for the young generation. A commendable display against the Scion might result in becoming the disciple of Buddha Supreme. In a slightly worse scenario, they would still be able to join Sacred Mountain and have a bright future. Who among the four will grasp this chance? Everyone in the holy ground started talking about this topic. The four geniuses haven't truly fought each other. No one knew their power ranking. It should be Hu Ben. Someone living in Metropolis and working in the court hoped that Hu Ben would be able to overcome this crisis. After all, Hu Ben represented Vajra, the current leader of the holy ground. Vajra was under the most pressure to deal with this matter. In terms of military strategy and battle, I'm sure there's no problem listing Hu Ben as number one. This might not be the case in a duel. A different ancestor disagreed. What about Golden Cicada Buddhist child? Someone else said, he's the youngest but should have the most talent and Buddhist affinity. Maybe he'll be able to make the most out of the Buddhamization scripture. I do agree. Others nodded in agreement. Buddhamization versus evil devourer, how interesting. One ancestor said. Dhyana Dao, Lord of the Holy Ground, obtained Buddhamization from the four supreme truths, allowing one to become a Buddha. He had incredible accomplishments on this path. Coincidentally enough, righteous Tao Lord possessed another supreme scripture of the same source, Evil Devourer. It had a total of 7 chapters. Buddhamization and Evil Devourer have been competing for millions of years through geniuses learning the respective art. Currently, righteous Scion was studying Evil Devourer. If Golden Cicada Buddhist child could use Buddhamization, he would have a chance. Has he learned it? This became the next question. I believe so. Being from Golden Dragon Temple is as good a background as one can hope for. He has all the privileges in this regard. Many others had this assumption. Chapter 37-35. Debates and discussions sprung up in all of the holy ground. Who would be able to stop righteous Scion? The answer focused on the 4 great geniuses. However, people had different opinions regarding these 4s. Some said that Hu Ben should be able to do it, others thought more highly of the other 3. The strongest has to be the first sister of duality, De Gulan. One cultivator stated. This won some support, especially from the students of duality. They thought that their senior sister would be able to handle righteous Scion. Another was brought up by someone, gentlemen, don't forget that outside of the 4 geniuses, we have a miracle creator. Who? A crowd member couldn't come up with anyone on the same level as the 4 geniuses. The so-called son of miracles, Li Chia. He's also called fierce by people. The first speaker elaborated. Another shook his head and disagreed, that's a high evaluation of him. He shouldn't be compared to the 4 great geniuses, let alone righteous Scion. Did you forget that Li Chia destroyed 2 mansions a few days ago? Li Chia's supporter went on, who can match this battle record? Certainly not the 4 geniuses. The crowd exchanged glances. Sure, Li Chia did really trample 2 factions by himself. Let's not forget about his numerous miracles before that. Maybe another one will happen and he'll defeat the Scion. The guy had absolute trust in Li Chia. No way. The majority didn't feel the same way. It was the armor from Wish Ward that did the job, not his personal power. Right, Li Chia is only a conqueror or at best, an enlightened being. That's trivial, the Scion can kill him with 1 finger. prejudice remained due to Li Qia's cultivation. This was a case of generational nobles looking down on the nouveau riche. They thought that Li Qia only relied on external help. I heard Wish Ward wants to sell this armor, he's nothing without it. Any student from Duality can defeat him. One young expert gloated. We shouldn't place our hope on something so intangible and uncertain. To challenge a supreme genius like the Scion required the same level of talent. One ancestor also disagreed. This battle pertained to the Holy Ground's reputation and prestige. A weak cultivator like Li Qia couldn't shoulder this responsibility. During the debates, another news came from the border: the official written challenge has arrived. The challenge letter is here now. This stirred the members of the Holy Ground since it made the challenge official. Who will accept the letter? Someone thought about this issue. Various powers remained silent, the same with the top geniuses. Everyone knew that only defeat would come from this. Their strongest geniuses weren't confident against the Scion. They would be intimidated before the start of the battle. It's at Buddha Emperor Plateau now. The letter traveled across the Holy Ground, uncontested. The challenge letter has arrived at Minor Sacred Mountain under the command of the Great Scion. Do the heroes of the Holy Ground wish to accept? The messenger carrying the letter loudly announced. It's at Minor Sacred Mountain now. The situation was heating up. Some people started becoming restless. The holiest location was naturally Sacred Mountain. Unfortunately, no one had a clue where it was, so it was impossible to send the letter there. Most chose to go to Minor Sacred Mountain instead for various purposes. This imitation location was only second to the real thing. It had plenty of prestige since all 4 Dao lords had stayed there and used it as their base. Important ceremonies from Vidra were carried out there as well, including the coronation. All in all, Minor Sacred Mountain had a special and sacred status in everyone's mind. Thus, this letter being there was a blatant provocation to all the geniuses in the Holy Ground. We have to fight. We can't sit idly by and watch this transpire. One genius declared despite knowing the inevitable defeat. How dare he look down on Buddha Holy Ground? Let's spill our blood instead of being turtles hiding in the shell. Another stepped up. Right, we might lose individually, but another 100, no, another 1,000 can come. He challenged 3,000 geniuses back at Righteous, right? Then let's gather 30,000 geniuses to fight him. The more sticks, the stronger the flame. I'm sure we'll be able to stop him. Some started planning. The young ones expressed their indignation. However, no one has accepted the letter just yet. Doing so meant carrying a serious responsibility. Losing meant throwing away the face of the Holy Ground and becoming a sinner recorded in history. The current Holy Ground still lacks a leader that can handle this level of responsibility. A few ancestors could see their hesitation. Of course, it was hard to blame them given the stake. Excuse us for the lack of reception even though you have traveled so far to get here. An answer finally came from Duality Academy. The speaker had a pleasant yet sharp voice. If you wish for a spar, De Galan will entertain you. I accept the challenge letter. The voice was unflustered and majestic like the flow of the ocean. The listeners felt their heart boiling. First sister. The students of Duality roared. First sister is finally out of her isolated training. Another said. She'll be able to proudly raise the banner of our academy. Some were nearly moved to tears. The same emotion could be found across the Holy Ground. It was truly frustrating and humiliating for its members that no one dared to accept the challenge. Now, De Galan stepped up and accepted the responsibility, successfully winning the heart of the people. 1. The author used the character for fierce here. I'm of 2 minds regarding using it again. When the word was first used a very long time ago, I don't know if you guys still remember the long footnote regarding it. There's no good equivalence in English with all the nuances while being one word. I settled for fierce. Monster was another good choice, 70% of the intended meaning while being a tad too negative, but it would have been bad once the number 1 adjective got added. number one monster sounds terrible compared to fiercest. No English speakers would call people fierce out of nowhere, while this word is commonly used in Chinese. But as I've thought about it more during the day, since readers are already familiar with this usage, using fierce again is accurate, so I've chosen to use it again. I'm sure some readers will be wondering why the same title is being used in two different places, too much of a coincidence. Just know that this isn't an issue in the Chinese version. Chapter 37-36, De Gulan stepped up during the crisis and accepted the challenge letter, earning the mass support in the process. She alone shouldered the great responsibility, a testament to her decisiveness. She's as brave as any man. No, even braver. One big shot said emotionally, Duality Academy lives up to its fame. It's tough for any peer to compare to her. One ancestor gave her a thumbs up. Solidarity during the rain and winds. She spoke to the rest of the world, the battle draws near, heroes of the holy ground. It's time for us to face it together. Her clarion call resonated with many geniuses. Fairy Dugu, we will do our best to follow your command. A genius said. We will stand with you shoulder to shoulder, until our last drop of blood. Another declared. That's right, we will never falter. We need to let righteous know that Buddha holy ground isn't one to be trifled with. We are ready to die for this cause. Most felt their blood boiling and uttered heroic words. I will be there at Minor Sacred Mountain to aid you, Fairy Dugu. Violet energy billowed from Divine Ghost Division as a calm voice answered the call. Many recognized the voice. One said, that's Phantom Sacred Child, he's joining this fight too. The fairy will be a tiger with wings after he joins. Others became excited. After Phantom's Sacred Child revealed his intent, golden light pulsed from Martial Hall of Vajra Dynasty. It seemed as if a golden avatar was flying up in the air to reign over the 9 firmaments. Vajra Dynasty will not stand idly by before this impending crisis. A fierce voice sounded, Hu Ben hopes to inspire the troops by being the vanguard of Fairy Dugu. I will not allow righteous sect to look down on us. Our holy ground is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, victory is ours. This person spoke with confidence, each word was as sharp as a blade. People couldn't help believing him. Hu Ben is joining too, we have a chance. Many knew the speaker right away. 3 of the 4 great geniuses have expressed their stance, fully invigorating the young generation. They saw hope now in beating the Scion and wanted to be a part of history. Righteous Scion was simply the top dog at this moment and humiliated the holy ground, suffocating other geniuses. De Gulan and the other 2 gave them a fighting chance. Their morale ignited once more. To Minor Sacred Mountain. We need to help Fairy Dugu. Never relent. One genius traveled towards the mountain and said. Yes, we'll fight to the bloody end no matter how strong he is, the reputation of the holy ground is on the line. Another added. The older generation couldn't take part in this generation. Nonetheless, many ancestors traveled to the mountain in order to watch the fight. In reality, some ancestors wanted to benefit from watching. Despite their position and age, not that many in the holy ground could actually defeat the Scion. There was no way they would miss it. Minor Sacred Mountain occupied a large area in the floating capital despite having the character, minor, in its name. It was majestic with steep precipices and green forests. Lakes could be seen everywhere along with gurgling noises. Graceful stone steps paved the way to the pinnacle. On top was a throne hall reaching the clouds. While standing at the base, one could feel an immense pressure hitting them right in the face, nearly suffocating them. This was expected because 4 Dao lords used to stay here. The particular hall contained their supreme intents and marks. Few could handle this pressure long enough to make it to the top. The 4 sides of the hall had one statue each depicting the Dao lords. They faced the world and were ready to give commands. This incredible location was the reason why many made a pilgrimage. The steps looked like a dragon laying on the mountain. Some have counted the steps before, a total of 999 divided into 3 sections. Empty space occupied the 3 dividers. As one climbed higher, the pressure would intensify. There was no skipping. Numerous geniuses were present and stared at the stone steps leading to the throne hall. The verdant hills and rivers also attracted their attention. They suddenly felt the urge to kneel and offer their respect. The pressure is unreal, can we get up there? A genius wondered. Getting up to the virtue rank is amazing enough, getting to saint rank is impossible. His friend shook his head. The 3 sections had 333 steps each. They were named from bottom to top: Conqueror rank, Virtue rank, and Saint rank. A Conqueror should be able to handle the first section. Virtue rank had a stricter requirement along with a ceremonial altar. The leader of the holy ground would have their ceremonies here. For example, archaic Sun King's coronation took place at this altar. As for Saint rank, only a few managed to get there, the 4 Tao lords along with some selected heavenly sovereigns. Because of this, the gate to the hall has remained shut for a long time now. Where will the letter be handed off at? Virtue rank? Someone became curious. That gotta be it, right at the altar of authority. That should be the battlefield. An ancestor nodded. Everyone understood the implication. A fight at the altar meant that the scion was challenging the holy ground's authority and dominion. A loss would be far more disgraceful. That's another reason why no one wanted to accept the challenge. Losing would mean going down in infamy. We absolutely cannot lose. Someone clenched his fists. Another ancestor smiled wryly. Those who have seen righteous Scion before knew just how strong he was. What's in the hall? Others were curious about the building. His friends looked up at the pinnacle and wondered. Chapter 37:37. The hall's gate was shut tight, defended by 4 statues. It felt as if the Tao lords were there in person to protect both the hall and the holy ground. The spectators felt this aura and found themselves to be at peace. There was nothing to worry about as long as the statues and hall were present. Thus, during stressful days, some would look up towards the horizon to see the hall. This allowed unrest to be replaced with serenity. The mysterious nature of the hall also made everyone curious. It has been closed for numerous eras. What's actually inside? One spectator asked a question with no answer. Even the older cultivators who have read plenty of historical texts couldn't answer this question. Who knows? Could be powerful weapons from the 4 Tao lords or their manuals. Some also disagreed with this and believed that there was a massive secret hidden inside. One old expert said. A secret? What do you mean? The crowd became puzzled. I don't know, rumor has it that it should pertain to the origin of our holy ground. The expert answered. What? Buddha Tao Lord started the holy ground, everyone knows this. He was taught by a supreme Vajra during his youth and learned top Buddhist laws. A youth fascinated with learning said. It could be secrets regarding the Vajra, or maybe the Vajra passed away in there. Another said. No, the Supreme Vajra should have eternal life. There's no way one would die in there. Most became skeptical. Eternal life doesn't exist. One knowledgeable soul added, if it does, they would be called an immortal, not Vajra. Everything is possible. The expert earlier smiled mysteriously. Our imagination can be limited. These conversations increased everyone's curiosity. Unfortunately, reaching saint rank was hard enough, let alone opening the hall. Did anyone else make it up there beside the 4 Tao lords? One youth asked. Of course, they're all famous characters in 8 Desolaces. The most recent one is our Supreme. A senior answered. Buddha Supreme. The crowd put on a solemn expression after hearing this title. Buddha Supreme was the highest existence in the holy ground, akin to a god respected by all. He fought against the black tides at the border, something the future generations would always keep in mind. No one was surprised to hear this answer since he was one of the top 2 candidates. The other would be Righteous Supreme. However, Righteous Supreme was old and rarely showed up nowadays. In this world, the 2 Supremes are the only ones who can make it up there. A young man said with pride. Don't be a frog under the well. His ancestor disagreed, not to mention 8 Desolaces. There are more capable of doing so in our region. Who? A person close by immediately asked. I know there are 2 more right now in the south. The ancestor stared towards the east and said. Which 2? More and more became curious. The ancient empress of Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The ancestor slowly answered. This title was unfamiliar to most. However, those who have heard of it before became shaken. What about the other? A young cultivator asked since he had no idea about this empress and simply didn't care. The other is worldly immortal from the ancient kingdom of immortals. The ancestor said with reverence. The crowd became stirred. This being seemed more famous than the empress. Worldly immortal showed up 3 times, shocking all of 8 Desolaces each time. 3 Tao Lords lost to the immortal. This is a peerless existence. Virtually everyone found this being marvelous. This being was also from Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The kingdom of immortals was mysterious and shrouded in fog. In the past, outsiders knew very little about the 8 kingdoms, especially this one. However, when worldly immortal showed up for the first time, 8 Desolaces trembled as a result. That era belonged to true immortal sect, dubbed by future generations as the era of the blessed. True immortal had 3 Tao Lords at this point, the third being all things Tao Lord, Li Daoer. This was an unprecedented golden age for them. The Tao Lord had 3,000 disciples on top of being the strongest. No other sect could be compared to true immortal at this point. Li Daoer continued to spread his teachings and beliefs across West King, wanting to subjugate it. The sects in this region had no chance of resisting him and became vassals. Worldly immortal didn't accept this degeneration and descended from above, wearing an immortal robe. The immortal absorbed the 5 elements and spewed true mantras. All things Tao Lord knew well enough to retreat. From that point on, the Tao Lord never visited the southern West King again. Members of True Immortal also stayed away from Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The world realized that the region was under the protection of Worldly Immortal and shouldn't be provoked. The second appearance was against Righteous Tao Lord and his evil devourer scripture. The Tao Lord launched a campaign against the East, wanting to unify West King. Many ancestors from the East lost to him. It wouldn't be long before the fall of the 8 Kingdoms. Worldly Immortal appeared again with one strike crossing the sky, reaching the Tao Lord back in his kingdom. The Tao Lord acquiesced and recalled his armies afterward, putting an end to the invasion. This time, Worldly Immortal didn't even show up. Just one technique alone bested Righteous Tao Lord. As for the last appearance, it happened during the era of Diana Tao Lord. His Buddhism had reached the apex. Some believe that he has surpassed Buddha Tao Lord in this regard. He then decided to spread Buddhism to the east as well. Buddhism was immensely popular during this point and surpassed other cultivation doctrines. Worldly Immortal showed up and challenged Diana Tao Lord to a Tao discussion on top of a mountain. Outsiders didn't know the outcome of this discussion, only that henceforth, Diana Tao Lord left the East and stopped trying to spread Buddhism there. Thus, Worldly Immortal never lost against any Tao Lord. The title echoed across all of 8 Desolaces. Everyone felt nothing but respect and uttering this title. Worldly Immortal and Ancient Empress, are they still around? One listener said softly. Right, Ancient Empress last appeared during the foundation of duality. She came to listen to Duality Master's speech. I don't think anyone saw her again. A historian said. True, they might have passed away. An expert said. Drop this foolish notion. Beings of their level can't be speculated by regular people like us. The ancestor who spoke earlier disagreed. The skeptical members of the audience stopped talking. These two beings were on the same level as Dao Lords. They weren't qualified to make comments on this topic. We need to get going, I'm sure the letter will reach this place soon. Someone looked up and began climbing. Chapter 37-38. Climbing up Miner's Sacred Mountain was no easy task due to the innate pressure found here. The lowest step still required the Conqueror level. Many began the ascent. The moment their feet made contact with the step, they felt the pressure pressing down on their shoulders, akin to carrying 10 mountains. The higher they went, the heavier the force, causing their bones to creak. Nonetheless, they tried their very best. This served as a pilgrimage to pay their respect for the Dao Lords and sages. Furthermore, one would be hard-pressed to find a better spot for training. 333 steps, normally, were nothing for cultivators. This wasn't the case here. Each step was akin to walking barefoot across 1,000 miles within a desert. For some, they would find it impossible to go further. The steps served as an uncrossable wall. For example, starting at virtuous rank, the pressure more than doubled. The Conqueror level cultivators had no choice but to stop. Conqueror and virtuous rank also served as a measurement of sorts. The youths capable of reaching the latter were definitely geniuses. The successful ones had a joyous and prideful expression after reaching virtuous rank. After all, this was their time to show the world what they were capable of. They looked back and saw many peers unable to move upward, unlike them. This was an achievement equal to De Galan, Phantom's sacred child, and Hu Ben. Rumble. The world suddenly quaked, the loud explosions startled the ascenders. After listening closely, the noises sounded like a cavalry galloping across a paved street, loud enough to hurt the eardrums. They looked over and saw billowing dust. Indeed, it was a cavalry rushing forward like a tsunami. The shine of their golden armor was blinding. The members looked mighty and sharp like thrusting spears. Boom! They stopped at the base of Miner's Sacred Mountain. Just a second ago, the troops were moving at full force, yet they stopped at the same time. These riders seemed to be one entity, capable of moving freely as a whole. The spectators couldn't help becoming impressed. War Camp of Vajra. The banners made the background of these troops obvious. This was Vajra's largest and strongest legion, one of their pillars. This particular group is Hu Ben's. Someone noticed the markings on the auxiliary banner. He's finally here. Another expert noticed him leading the group. The leader wore golden armor and had an impressive stature, looking extremely gallant. His helm had a special symbol, looking like a thunderbolt descending from above. Despite his young age, he had plenty of accolades on the battlefield. Many fell victims to his blade. Vajra dynasty took his development and training quite seriously due to his talents. He spent his youth training in Martial Hall. After sufficient mastery, he entered war camp and became the youngest general there in no time at all, on top of having the most potential. His focus was on maintaining peace at the border, defeating enemies time and time again. Eventually, Archaic's Sun King bestowed him with an official title, Peacekeeper Grand Commander. Next to him was the third prince of Vajra. This wasn't surprising at all because when the third prince was at the border, he received a lot of help from Hu Ben. Hu Ben was clearly supporting the third prince. This played a large part in war camp's support for him. Hu Ben jumped off his horse and looked around. As a battle-hardened general, he always had a fierce and murderous air around him, a stark contrast to his age yet felt perfect on him. The members of the Holy Ground have the responsibility to uphold its prestige even if it means death. Hu Ben's eyes flashed with lightning. Worthy of being one of the four geniuses. One youth was moved. Not just that, he's the disciple of a grandmaster. A cultivator from Vajra quietly said. Hu Ben was considered the best genius in Vajra. Rumor has it that he was the guardian's disciple. This remained unconfirmed by the court. Hu Ben made it past Conqueror to virtuous rank in no time at all without stopping once, impressing the crowd in the process. I'll wait here for the letter. He then sat down on the step and said. Those nearby didn't dare to disturb him and only nodded their head to greet him. 3 of the 4 geniuses are here today, one spectator said. With the exception of Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, the rest expressed their view and would certainly come here. Phantom's Sacred Child arrived a bit later. His arrival was far more low-key since he came alone, only accompanied by a purple fog. No one saw how he got there, it was as if he emerged from the fog. Phantom's Sacred Child is here now, numerous shouted after seeing his figure. The lack of fanfare didn't stop the crowd from noticing him. He had the most potential among his tribe on top of being a direct disciple of a grandmaster. Any of this was enough to make him stand out among his peers. Phantom Sky Step. Someone from the previous generation had to praise. What an amazing movement technique, few can keep up with it. The Sacred Child was famous for his agility thanks to this technique. Many ancestors stronger than him still couldn't catch him. His figure shook once and he made it to virtuous rank right away, not far from the altar. The 3rd prince immediately greeted him along with the other geniuses. He was far more amiable compared to Hu Ben. A moment later, a clear voice sounded, "I apologize for making everyone wait." The crowd became excited after hearing this voice. Chapter 37-39. Everyone knew who it was right away after hearing the voice. A figure flashed into existence at the base of the mountain. Eyes turned bright due to her presence, especially the young male cultivators. They couldn't avert their gaze. A dragon seemed to be visiting this region. Immortal light scattered and commanded attention. This gorgeous woman obtained the spotlight just by merely existing. She wore a white dress and had her hair rolled up in a top knot, looking like she had just come out of a painting. The way she held her sword made her look heroic. Her eyes stirred the spectators, rendering them unable to be arrogant. Instead of a feminine air due to her beauty, she exuded the temperament of a solitary Tao seeker. The duality of her appearance and aura charmed the men. De Gulan, even the older cultivators were in awe. Her beauty matches her name, so gorgeous. One youth became enamored. "First sister!" The students from Duality shouted. De Gulan, one of the 4 geniuses of the Holy Ground and 5-colored Sacred Sovereign's disciple. The reason for her fame was more so her power rather than her beauty. There was a reason why she was the first sister of Duality. It had nothing to do with seniority and age. There were obviously older students than De Gulan. Nonetheless, they still had to call her first sister. There were always unconvinced geniuses and students who came to challenge her position. Thus, battles were relatively common even though she never actively sought them. The result was always the same, ending in her victory. Nonetheless, she kept a low profile and didn't shine like Phantom's Sacred Child in his tribe. The latter also had to fight repeatedly in order to maintain his position as the successor of the Divine Ghost tribe. Being the disciple of a Tribulation Blood King didn't deter others enough from challenging him. This allowed him to train and polish himself through actual battles. This was the same for Hu Ben. Martial Hall was a place where the strong ruled and the weak were eliminated. Hu Ben had to defeat his peers in order to be at the top. The only idol one among the 4 geniuses was Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. Of course, this didn't mean that his cultivation was lacking. Due to his love for traveling and eating, he visited many temples and proved his Buddhist attainment there. The young generation had no chance of out-debating him. As for the older generation, perhaps only his master, Wisdom's Sacred Monk, could best him. Ultimately, De Gulan fought in public the least compared to the other geniuses. This still didn't deter her position. Most considered her the strongest out of the 4. There were rumors of Golden Cicada and Phantom coming to Duality for a spar. The outcome remained unknown to outsiders. Her lack of battle records didn't diminish her status. The other 3 geniuses respected her enough to never dispute the rumors. Her arrival caused quite a stir. Many cupped their fist to greet her since she was the first to answer, saving the Holy Ground's face. Just imagine, if no one had dared to do so, the Holy Ground's reputation would be in shambles. Its young generation would have no prestige left to speak of. Most importantly, she was actually qualified to accept the challenge from the scion due to her power. It only took the blink of an eye for her to effortlessly appear on the steps of virtuous rank. Fairy Dugu. Both the arrogant Hu Ben and the prideful phantom sacred child came to greet her. She sat down beneath a tree in the meditative pose with her sword resting on her knees. She looked at the crowd and said, "No need for me to say how strong righteous Scion is. I alone am not his opponent." The crowd felt as if she had just poured cold water on them with her words. This killed their enthusiasm. "But, the holy ground must fight," she added. "We are on the same boat now and I need your assistance. There are plenty of talented cultivators in our land, let's try our best." She spoke in a matter-of-fact tone instead of some persuasive rhetoric. Hearts became heavy afterward. Nonetheless, she knew how strong the scion was. Making a bold statement to increase confidence wouldn't be effective. The only way they could win was through actual power. Having said that, she glanced over at a creek nearby for some reason. She looked back at the crowd after seeing a lack of response. "We have your back, Fairy Dugu," Phantom said. "If one-on-one doesn't work, we'll all go together." Righteous Scion didn't ask for a one-on-one duel. "Yes. I have 1,000,000 men ready to start a grand formation. It'll be enough to delay him at the border to buy time for everyone," Hu Ben added. "It's a good idea," Phantom replied. "If we just let him come straight to Minor Sacred Mountain without any resistance, it would be too shameful. Some have to at least slow him down. Just give us the command, Fairy." Other geniuses nearby expressed their stance. The older experts shook their head. Numbers didn't actually matter against someone like Righteous Scion. The truly effective fighting force was still the four. Maybe if they fought together, they would have a chance to win. "Let's invite a Dao Lord weapon. It'll give us a better chance to win," one genius said. Most thought that this wouldn't be too effective since the scion would surely have one too. "Let's prepare to the fullest extent. We must do our best," Dugulan said. She knew that relying on a weapon wasn't enough to make up for the gap. It had to be an insane ace card. "Is there really no hope?" Another felt her pessimism and quietly asked. "No, I'm sure there are hidden masters at the holy ground capable of stopping him," she calmly said, not offended in the slightest. Chapter 3740, Dugulan's words made the crowd ponder. If she had only said it once, it could be coming from humility. Alas, it seemed that she was merely telling the truth. "No one else is stronger than your group right now, Fairy Dugu," one genius said. The four great geniuses stood at the top in the holy ground. The internal ranking of these four remained unknown. "I do not dare to accept this praise. There are higher peaks in the holy ground that just aren't known." Dugulan shook her head. "Really?" The genius and his friends were perplexed. "I think that's impossible. Only the other three geniuses might be a match for her in the holy ground." A fan of Dugulan didn't believe it. "Yes, Fairy Dugu, your group working together will definitely stop Righteous Scion," the other chimed in. "Well, I'll be the first to admire someone who can push Righteous Scion back. I wish to broaden my horizon and see such an expert." Hu Ben laughed. He wasn't being sarcastic since very few in the young generation in the holy ground were stronger than him. He didn't care for the rest and also doubted Dugulan's comment. It would be the holy ground's blessing to have someone like that around. Phantom Sacred Child nodded, feeling skeptical as well. After all, he had fought most of the famous geniuses in the holy ground or at least knew about them. With the exception of Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, no one else was on the same level as the three present. Moreover, all the top geniuses in the holy ground have virtually gathered here. None fitted her description. "There's always a miracle creator," Dugulan calmly said and glanced at the creek nearby again. "If we can't stop the scion, I hope someone else will do so." Fairy, no need to boost the enemy's morale. Hu Ben smiled and said, we won't know the true victor until the very end. Our holy ground's talents can't be inferior to righteous sect. Hu Ben rarely lost during his debut. Due to his experience in battles, he was confident in fighting against righteous Scion. He was certainly aware of his foe's ability and reputation. Nonetheless, this was limited to righteous sect. The guy could be strong just like the legends, but he still wanted to give it a shot. We should be the ones creating a miracle instead of waiting for someone else. Phantom said, being relatively confident. Miracle, huh? This word immediately made people think of the same person. Yes, that guy might actually be able to defeat that monster. One youth murmured. No one can do it outside of Fairy Duga's group, don't be ridiculous. The fans of the four immediately refuted this belief. Who are you talking about? A young cultivator asked. Li Chia, the guy dubbed as the Son of Miracles. He has done some ridiculous things so far. The youth answered. He trampled the 2 mansions at the capital, right? Some nearby said. That's him. The youth said. In reality, the crowd's impression of Li Chia wasn't that positive. They had nothing against Li Chia but simply thought that he lacked a certain something compared to Duga Lan's group. These 4 came from prestigious clans and had brilliant talents. Moreover, they trained hard in order to earn their current prestige. On the other hand, Li Chia was only a woodchopper who somehow became the saber messenger of Vajra. Maybe he was an enlightened being now, but this was far from enough. This cultivation level was only decent at best and had nothing to do with the word genius. Plus, it seemed that most of his feats were done with external help. This Li Chia is devilish indeed, maybe he can be of use against righteous Scion. An older expert became interested in this development. Should we invite him to the coalition? I think it will heavily increase our chances. One youth suggested. I haven't seen him recently though. He might not be interested at all, or he would be here right now. Someone else who has been staying at the capital said. Not interested? More like he's afraid, or he would be here if he is as magical as you all claim. Isn't defeating the Scion a great opportunity for him to be famous? Another who disliked Li Chia snorted. That makes sense. A few nearby nodded. Our foe is truly strong. We should still try and invite any ally that we can. The opposition suggested. If young Master Li is willing to assist the holy ground, nothing can be better. De Galan smiled. I want to see this Li Chia without that invincible armor. We'll see if he's really magical. Hu Ben laughed, clearly revealing his disdain. His animosity towards Li Chia was understandable. He supported the 3rd prince while Li Chia killed several allies of his. There was no way he would like Li Chia. We should welcome this young noble into our alliance. It's just that the fight will be very dangerous, he needs to think about it. Phantom said. His attitude was better than Hu Ben's, but there was still a veiled contempt towards Li Chia. There's no way this Li guy stands a chance. The majority agreed with the 2 geniuses. Li Chia has numerous ace cards up his sleeve, don't forget this. The other side thought that everything came easy to Li Chia for some inexplicable reason. Don't forget that Righteous Scion has even more ace cards as the successor of Righteous. He has Dao Lord weapons capable of destroying everything. Another snorted. No, I have no doubt that Li Chia would be able to repel Righteous Scion. De Galan expressed her stance and silenced the crowd. They didn't dare to argue against her. Alright, let's invite Li Chia. Time to see his divinity. Hu Ben said. It's not a bad idea. Phantom agreed. Some members of the audience thought that these 2 might be using this battle to kill Li Chia with a borrowed knife. The letter is at Buddha Emperor City now. A message interrupted the conversation. Chapter 3741. The news of the letter startled everyone. It's here. The experts on Miner's Sacred Mountain became nervous, especially the younger ones. The provocation from the scion infuriated them. Alas, there was a touch of helplessness because he was just too powerful. Few could actually fight him directly and make him pay for his contemptuous attitude. All eyes were on the base of the mountain now. They saw 3 people slowly appearing in their vision, 2 men and 1 woman from righteous sect. They had a calm expression despite going up against the mass. Though peace existed between the 2 powers, being under so much scrutiny would warrant some anxiety. This wasn't the case for the letter-bearers. They seemed to be strolling, completely undeterred by the gazes. The mark of righteous on their uniform looked particularly conspicuous and provocative due to the circumstances. The woman stood in the center, seemingly in charge. She wasn't older than de Galan. In terms of appearance, she was pretty with an oval face. Her eyes were bright like the stars with unique lights hidden within. She wore a faint blue dress without any jewelry and ornaments. It looked like a regular outfit, yet upon closer inspection, it was perfectly fitted. She was pretty, not in an astonishing manner. Her beauty resembled a pristine piece of jade, exquisite without being carved. Her eyebrows were unique, emerald and pointing slightly upward. She had a faint smile, looking rather amicable. Of course, there was a disparity between her and de Galan. The latter was gorgeous, enough to sway the soul at first glance. To her left was a saber wielder. He had a large stature, half flesh and half stone. It gave off a fortified and powerful presence. Despite having a bulky frame made of stone, he didn't look heavy and sluggish at all. His steps were as light and free as the clouds. To the right was a tall and slender man with a white complexion. He seemed quiet and graceful like a weak scholar. One gale could probably send him flying. His weapon of choice was a whip coiled around his arm, looking nimble like a spirit serpent. 2 from the 5 prodigies of geniuses. No one recognized the woman in the center. However, most knew the 2 men. Due to the relationship between righteous and Buddha, cultivators would normally travel back and forth. Thus, the members of the Holy Ground were familiar with the top talents in righteous. Thunderblade Xiao Fengyun and Cloudwhip Lu Huaisher. Some could be considered acquaintances with them. It just wasn't the right time for a greeting. This only shows how strong the scion is, having these 5 prodigies as the vanguard. One spectator commented. Similar to the Holy Ground, Righteous also had numerous sects and countries within its territories. The 5 great prodigies were the top talents from there. Who is that girl? This became the next question. She should have a unique status in order to have these 2 as her escorts. However, no one recognized her, not even those who have stayed at Righteous for a long time. I don't know, maybe a disciple of an elder from Righteous sect. Someone speculated. The actual Righteous sect was similar to Sacred Mountain. The members of the latter rarely showed up. If a disciple from an elder there were to walk around the Holy Ground, they would be treated with the utmost respect. The crowd applied this same logic to the woman. To be the letter messenger from the scion was indicative of her high status. I am Su Tsueme of Righteous sect. She stopped before the steps and smilingly cupped her fist. Our sect scion will be coming to the Holy Ground to challenge its heroes. The challenge letter is here today. Please excuse the lack of etiquette and decorum. The crowd was certainly annoyed or infuriated at the scion's disdainful challenge. However, this girl was polite, so they couldn't vent their anger or it would reflect badly on the Holy Ground. After all, she came alone without an army all the way to Minor Sacred Mountain. Treating her improperly would show a lack of elegance and grace. Thus, they remained silent. Moreover, accepting this letter meant bearing the brunt of the responsibility by actually fighting the scion. They needed to have enough power to do so lest they want to embarrass themselves. They turned towards de Galan. Even Phantom and Hu Ben did so. The scion is gifted and ambitious. De Galan answered, Our Holy Ground is not belligerent. This doesn't mean we're afraid of fighting. If he wishes to see our techniques, then we will show him what we can do. On On behalf of the members of Buddha Holy Ground, accept this challenge. Dugulan spoke calmly without any hostility. Her response was thoughtful, earning her the praise of the crowd. They then waited for Su Tsueme to hand the challenge letter over. In order to get there, she must make it through Conqueror and Virtuous rank. This shouldn't be a problem for Thunderblade and Cloud Whip. What about this girl? Your reputation precedes you, Fairy Dugu. Su Tsueme smiled and walked up the steps with the two men behind her. She had no problem reaching Virtuous rank before curious gazes. Chapter 37-42. People stared intensely at Su Tsueme as she walked up the steps. It was time for Dugulan to accept the challenge letter, a truly pivotal moment for the Holy Ground. Tsueme made it up to Dugulan's level and scanned the area. She glanced at Dugulan first before being surprised after looking at a creek nearby. She composed herself and started walking in that direction to everyone's astonishment. She was supposed to hand over the letter. Even her two escorts didn't know what was going on. What's happening? The crowd followed her movement. What about the challenge letter? One genius blurted out. Dugulan was right there already. Some became angry right away. Is she trying to insult Fairy Dugu on purpose? She's purposely insulting the entire Holy Ground. It won't go as she plans. Another furiously said. Their annoyance was warranted. Thousands of geniuses were here to wait for the challenge letter. This was giving Righteous Sect plenty of face. On the other hand, Su Tsueme suddenly ignored Dugulan and walked somewhere else. This could only be construed as deliberate disrespect. If Righteous Scion was the one doing this, they wouldn't dare to say anything. The problem was, this Su Tsueme looked to be a regular disciple from Righteous Sect. How dare she put on such a show? The calmest person present was Dugulan. As the main character, she should be the most offended one after being ignored. However, this seemed to be within her expectations. Minor Sacred Mountain had rivers coursing around it. From a distance, the rivers looked like coiling dragons. Not far from Virtuous Altar was a creek surrounded by trees, looking quite peaceful. Tsueme came to a twisting section of the creek to see a man fishing there. He wore a hemp robe and a veiled hat large enough to shield from the sun. This naturally hid his face as well. He hasn't moved in a while, seemingly asleep. No one paid attention to him a while back. Su Tsueme, a member of Righteous Sect, greets you, sir. She bowed deeply towards the fisherman. The spectators became astonished. Why did the courier focus on this fisherman instead of her duty? Who is that? They were perplexed. Looks a bit familiar. One expert said. The fisherman seemed to be asleep and ignored the girl. I apologize for bothering you, sir. Tsueme's head lowered even more, as subservient as can be. The fisherman finally looked up and lazily said, You're forgiven. It's Li Chia. After he raised his head, people finally saw who he was. It turned out that Li Chia had been here a long time before Dugulan and the rest. What is he doing here? The crowd found this surprising since he had disappeared after destroying the two mansions. Does Li Chia know her? This perplexed them all. It is an honor to see you, sir. I have heard of your exploits before, Tsueme continued. As the saying goes, nobody will find fault with extra courtesy. Li Chia smiled and said, Call me young master. Righteous Sect has waves of geniuses, glory will come soon with one like this. The members of the Holy Ground were dissatisfied with this remark. Li Chia praised their opponents in public. This wasn't good for morale, certainly not appropriate during the sensitive circumstances. He thinks too highly of himself. One prodigy scowled. Is he forgetting that he's part of the Holy Ground? Another from Vidra coldly uttered. You're too kind, young master. Buddha Holy Ground has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, it'll be just as resplendent. Tsueme hurriedly responded. A true dragon cannot hide forever. Li Chia replied, Unfortunately, the the majority consists of fools. This casual insinuation was as clear as can be. The crowd started glaring at Li Qie. In this key moment, they all focused on how to deal with righteous sect. Li Qie was breaking the solidarity despite being a member of the Holy Ground. What are you trying to say? One youth shouted at Li Qie only to be ignored. Think about your background first before you speak, you're from the Holy Ground too. Another added. Is he conspiring with the enemy? Banish him in that case. One guy talked among his group. That's letting him off easy. If he's an actual traitor, off with his head as a warning. A peer had murderous flashes in his eyes. Shut your mouth. An older senior immediately scolded. The young ones were impetuous with their words. Li Qie could say whatever he wanted since he was the saber messenger. Offending Li Qie meant offending Vajra. Given Li Qie's brutal personality, he might actually mobilize Vajra and start a war over petty quarrels. I am occupied with business and will come back later, young master. Suimei bowed again. Go. Li Qie waved his hand and went back to focus on fishing. Not helping us is one thing, but he's actually lowering morale and degrading the Holy Ground's reputation. One spectator said with disdain. A number of geniuses were annoyed with Li Qie. One of them said, how is he going to help with his meager skills? I don't think he has the courage, that's why he's flattering righteous sect. Li Qie's comment has truly offended the majority of the crowd. Even Phantom and Hu Ben didn't take it in stride. Of course, they were smart enough to keep their mouths shut. As for De Galan sitting beneath a tree, she didn't say anything either, as if she had expected this. Chapter 3743. I have heard of you long ago, Fairy Dugu. You do live up to your reputation. Su Tsueme went back, then cupped her fist and told De Galan. You're too kind, Miss Su. De Galan replied, my knowledge regarding righteous sect is limited. I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with you. Righteous has plenty of talents and disciples, I am only an ordinary disciple. It's understandable. Tsueme smiled back. Tsueme remained calm despite facing thousands of top talents from the Holy Ground, including a genius like De Galan. Her courage and composure were admirable. No wonder why she was chosen as the courier. On the other hand, I've heard of a few rumors about righteous scion. De Galan seemed amused while looking at Tsueme. Is that so? I'm sure there are plenty of rumors since the tallest tree has to block the strong winds. There has been no lack of positive and negative comments. Right. De Galan nodded, trusting the nonsensical rumors will drag us down to their level, only adding unnecessary problems. I'm glad we agree. It's a shame that we couldn't have met sooner, it is my pleasure. Tsueme said. The pleasure's mine. De Galan smiled. The crowd listened attentively. These two seemed to be enjoying their conversation, virtually lacking any hostility. One would mistake them for two friends or admirers of each other. It wouldn't be surprising if this led to friendship, at least according to the current mood. Fairy Dugu is special. A listener said, still elegant and friendly while facing this challenge. How many can do it like her? No one has mistreated or disrespected Su Tsueme so far. Nonetheless, due to the nature of the challenge, they still had some prejudice or distaste towards her. On the other hand, De Galan didn't express any of this. That's why we call her fairy, flawless and freed from mortal imperfection. One admirer couldn't help praising. I am here to give you the letter in the scion's stead. Tsueme held a box with rays emanating from it. People became serious right away and watched with bated breath. This was definitely a big event for both the Holy Ground and Righteous. The scion isn't aiming at you specifically, he wishes to test himself against all the heroes in the Holy Ground. Tsueme said. I understand. De Galan nodded, we shall accept his challenge and face him when he comes. Tsueme finally opened the box. A letter slowly floated upward and pulsed radiantly just like a supreme treasure. The material was obviously precious. From this, one could see that despite his arrogant tone, the scion didn't actually look down on the holy ground. The effort spent on this letter alone was indicative of how much he cared. The crowd started thinking as the letter was floating towards Dugulan. If it wasn't for her, who here would dare to accept it? The one to do so would have to fight no matter what for the sake of their reputation. Dugulan raised her hand, caught the letter, then opened it. The light became as bright as a rising sun. Boom! A power exploded and spread across the region. The waves were unbearable for some cultivators. Many were caught off guard and got sent flying, unable to withstand the tsunami currents. They had to spin repeatedly in the air in order to regain stability. Some smashed onto the ground or got blown off the mountain. Chaos and disorder took over right away. A haughty figure emerged in the light. Though it was faint, just one hand wave could suffocate others or render it impossible to stand straight. As I head eastward, I hope that the path won't be empty. Who in the holy ground will be able to stop me? The figure spoke sonorously. Just one brief sentence struck the crowd hard. Some couldn't handle the words echoing in their ears and succumbed to the overbearing pressure. The figure then disappeared. The letter turned into golden particles that scatter away. The scion's words infuriated some of the young geniuses here. It felt as if he was looking down on the geniuses from the holy ground, already assuming superiority. They regained their wits and stared at Dugulan. She remained cool and told Sueme, "Miss, please tell the scion that I'll be waiting to fight him right here. It is expected for Fairy Dugu to guard Miner's sacred mountain." Sueme smiled. "I hope that others will fight him along the way or it'll be a boring journey. You surely can't be the only combatant in the massive holy ground." The listeners found this frustrating. Sueme made it sound that only Dugulan was worth the scion's time. Some were young and easily offended. One genius stepped up and said, "Righteous scion's strength is unquestionable, but the holy ground has plenty of talents. If he dares to come, we'll show him what we can do." Earlier, the two escorts behind Sueme have remained silent. Thunderblade smiled and responded, "You sound quite confident." The members in Righteous adored the scion. Thunderblade was no exception. "He'll find out once he's here." Another genius from the holy ground added. The young talents from both sides were arrogant and prideful. They certainly didn't like each other. "Well, I don't see it. I hope that there won't be too many turtles hiding in their shell on that day." Thunderblade smirked. "Watch your words." A genius barked back. Chapter 3744. Thunderblade Xiao Fengyun's retort offended all the cultivators from the holy ground. Nonetheless, the unpleasant content carried a hint of truth and struck where it hurts. The members of the holy ground did show hesitation when dealing with the scion until Dugulan stepped up. The holy ground would have been humiliated if it wasn't for her. Others would have mocked it for years. My words are nothing but the truth. If you think otherwise, come forward. Xiao Fengyun said. Fengyun, enough. Su Tsueme smiled and shook her head to stop the provocation. Got it. Fengyun slightly bowed but still smiled at the experts in front of him, clearly taunting them. His smile could only be construed as disdain and contempt. Righteous sect is strong, but so is our holy ground. Hu Ben uttered coldly, though the scion isn't here, if other members of Righteous wish to test us, we're more than ready. Why not? Fengyun said, if you all want to, we're ready as well. He took one step forward while holding his saber, looking relaxed despite facing thousands of people. The holy ground must do something to answer this provocation. Let's see the great arts of Righteous sect. Hu Ben stepped forward, looking fierce. Hu Ben, teach him a lesson. One prodigy loudly supported. A spar is fine. Tsueme didn't stop them this time. What do you think, Fairy? Hu Ben stared at Dugulan. She was in charge of the competition, so they were ready to listen to her. Our opponent is Righteous Scion. Dugu had a calm yet focused expression as she answered, "We need to do everything we can then." "I understand." Hu Ben pondered for a second before nodding. The true combatants against the Scion were their group. This final battle was extremely important. They needed more information on the Scion's true power and resources while hiding their own. Dugu Lan wanted the top geniuses to avoid minor skirmishes. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. The problem was, very few in the Holy Ground could actually force the Scion to use his real abilities. Outside of the 4 geniuses, the Scion probably didn't need more than half a move to defeat his foe. Since their Holy Ground had this idea, righteous sect probably thought the same way. Thunderblade might be using this opportunity to gather information on the top geniuses of the Holy Ground. "It would be unwise to fight you right now, Daoist Xiao. Seems like a battle between us won't happen." Hu Ben paused for a bit then added, "But there are other geniuses here who might be interested." "What?" He spared just like that? One youth didn't grasp the finer details. In his opinion, Hu Ben was dodging a direct confrontation at the expense of the Holy Ground's reputation. "It's just a strategy." A smarter youth responded, "The 4 of them need to think about the Scion and conserve strength, hiding their real abilities." The others immediately understood why Hu Ben backed off and stopped blaming him. Understandable. Xiao Fengyun didn't mock Hu Ben for doing so. He turned towards the crowd and said, "Excuse me for overestimating myself, but I wish to spar against any willing challenger. The ones present must accept the fight against Thunderblade." The previous hesitation with the Scion was shameful enough. This would be utterly unacceptable. "Should I go?" A junior sought counsel from his senior. "What is his cultivation realm?" Another quietly analyzed Xiao Fengfun. "Myriad forms sanctity, unclear whether it is the intermediate or grand level." Dugu Lan revealed. "Fairy Dugu, your vision is impressive." Xiao Fengyun wasn't startled after the revelation of his cultivation. Grand level myriad form sanctity." The geniuses who wanted to fight earlier hesitated. There were powerful ones present, young lords of sects and saint childs. Some of them were at the myriad form realm, albeit only at the intermediate level. Facing one level higher meant uncertainties. Be mindful of our Thunderblade saber when fighting him. It's a good weapon made from the bones of an auspicious lighting beast. Su Tsueme smiled and warned the other geniuses. Unfortunately, her goodwill was taken as naivety or foolishness. That saber is powerful indeed, but Daoist Zhao's bloodline is more dangerous. Dugu Lan concluded after taking a closer look. The crowd pondered while staring at the hybrid body. His actual bloodline remained unknown. "You already know the ins and outs before seeing me in battle. It seems like you can kill me in one move." Fengyun smiled wryly. "No, that's unlikely." Dugu Lan shook her head. Fengyun was certainly impressive as one of the 5 prodigies in Righteous. Even if he was weaker than the 4 great geniuses in Buddha Holy Ground, he was still among the top. The members of the Holy Ground exchanged glances. None had absolute confidence in beating him. Normally, losing wasn't a big deal. After all cultivators must lose eventually. However, this was a competition between Righteous and Buddha, a historical event. To lose now would brand them as a loser forever. It was better to be passive in this case. Chapter 3745. The atmosphere felt awkward and oppressive for the Holy Ground's members. It would be too embarrassing if no one accepted the challenge. Dugu Lan, Hu Ben, and Phantom couldn't fight since they needed to focus on their real opponent. "Allow me to see your techniques, Brother Xiao." One person finally stepped forward. He wasn't as tall as Xiao Fengyun but still looked quite tough and brimming with power, seemingly capable of moving anything in front of him. "It's Lin Hao." Others recognized the youth. "One of the 5 heroes from Duality Academy, maybe there's a chance of victory." Some became excited. "There are only 3 heroes now." Another quietly said. The crowd then remembered that Li Xiangxuan and Zhang Yunji have been killed by Li Qie. Maybe other students will take their spots. One student said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't need to do it themselves. Plus, Lin Hao was strong enough to put up a good fight. Senior brother Lin, you got this. The students from Duality started cheering. Lin Hao's bravery earned points for the academy since everyone else hesitated. I have heard of you before, brother Lin. Xiao Fengyun said, your furious axe is a top technique in the holy ground. It is an honor. It's just an exaggeration, I am nothing compared to the real heroes in this world. Lin Hao shook his head. In recent days, he became more introverted and humble, fully focusing on cultivation. You're too humble. You are rumored to be a master at the Furious Flame Law, it will be a fortune to see it. Xiao Fengyun said. People were surprised to see Fengyun knowing so much about Lin Hao. Looks like Righteous did their homework, clearly researching the top talents in our holy ground. One youth said softly. Obviously, they had to prepare before challenging us. Another said while being glad that he didn't step up. Xiao Fengyun already knew Lin Hao's techniques and abilities, maybe other arts as well. It's just an earth-level law with limited power. I hope I won't make a fool out of myself. Lin Hao said. Lin Hao certainly had the worst background out of the 5 heroes. He came from nothing instead of his peers who were usually from the nobility. Li Xiangxuan and the others already had access to top merit laws or ancestral arts even before joining Duality. This wasn't the case for Lin Hao. He started as an ordinary student in Duality and learned elementary merit laws at the start. An earth-level law was impressive for regular cultivators. However, it wasn't much for the influential nobles and geniuses. This was his biggest disadvantage. Senior brother Lin still has an inborn fate palace. One Duality student said. His fate palace allowed him to excel against the odds. Nonetheless, his starting point was still lower than others. A senior once told me that merit laws decide an individual's starting point, but as for their height? It's up to them. Fengyun said. I do agree with that. Seems like even if I were to lose, it won't be a vexing defeat. Lin Hao laughed. Let's get started then. Fengyun walked forward while holding his saber. I hope I'll be able to see the famous evil devourer art of Righteous. Lin Hao walked forward as well. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed because I'm too slow to learn this supreme art. I'm not qualified either. Fengyun smiled wryly, my art is from my clan, Thunder Saber art. It might not be enough to enter your sight. Fengyun deliberately revealed his best merit law. The Shao is one of the top 5 clans in Righteous. De Gulan interjected, Thunder Saber art is certainly a top-tier technique. According to the rumors, Righteous Dao Lord received points from the seniors of the Shao clan and learned this art. He stopped using it after becoming a Dao Lord, but later on, he helped modify this art. She wasn't trying to boast her knowledge, only to remind Lin Hao. A saber technique fixed by a Dao Lord. Others became startled and thought that they were lucky to hold back. Fairy, it seems like you know everything, maybe more about our clan than some of our own members. Fengyun praised her. It's no big deal, I had a trip abroad at Righteous during my youth. De Gulan said. Others haven't heard of her experience before in Righteous. Brother Lin, the truth is I am indeed at the grand level. Please be careful now. Fengyun took a deep breath and told Lin Hao. This was rather unexpected. Fengyun's goal was to test the geniuses in the holy ground. But now, he revealed his merit laws and cultivation realm before the start of the fight. Victory or defeat actually didn't matter here, only information gathering. What was the point in fighting then? Incredible. And Brother Xiao, I've only recently reached the grand level as well. Lin Hao also stated his cultivation realm. Senior Brother Lin is at the grand level now? Some Duality students couldn't believe it. So the rumors are true. He just didn't admit it before. Another student said. Duality Academy is incredible, even someone who has no background to speak of can reach this realm. One older expert became emotional. People of talent appreciate one another. An expert commented. Xiao Fengyun and Lin Hao have never met before, but they seem to be appreciating each other and could have been friends under different circumstances. Brother Xiao, make your move. Lin Hao took out 2 axes that were hanging on his waist. Chapter 37-46. Lin Hao and Xiao Fengyun stood face to face while everyone else watched with bated breath. Both were at the grand level of the myriad form realm. This was nothing short of impressive at their age. They might not be the best of the best, but were still geniuses among geniuses. They certainly had a bright future given their current cultivation and had no problem becoming heavenly sovereigns. In fact, they would be at the top level of that realm, becoming the strongest ancestors of a sect. Thus, this fight was worth a watch even for the top ancestors. The two took the fight seriously, not daring to be careless. Who'll win? Some youths lost their patience during this standoff. For them, the fight was more than just Lin Hao's personal score. The Holy Ground's prestige was on the line as well. Senior brother Lin, obviously, his inborn fate palace gives him a powerful life fire. Xiao Fengyun can't stop it. One spectator said. I hope so. Another student replied. This would be a boost to the Academy's image. A more insightful genius disagreed. Lin Hao's chances are low, to say the least. They're both in the same realm, but in terms of mastery, Lin Hao is far shallower. As Fairy Dugu said, Xiao Fengyun is from a famous clan in Righteous. He has access to resources that Lin Hao isn't privy to. An expert agreed. A few powerful geniuses from the Holy Ground thought about fighting Xiao Fengyun before Lin Hao. They hesitated because of Fengyun's clan. This deterred their confidence. Thus, the hopeful members of the crowd became quiet. The logic was sound. Lin Hao's background was his biggest weakness. Therefore, his available merit laws and weapons couldn't compare to Xiao Fengyun. I'm starting now. Fengyun unsheathed his saber. Clank. Crackles detonated unceasingly as lightning waves engulfed the blade. He seemed to be holding a bundle of lightning bolts instead of an actual saber. Overwhelming blast. He roared and pushed his saber forward with lightning speed. The actual blade couldn't be seen anymore, only lightning bolts twisting together. The currents flowed swiftly like a torrential river, looking like a spear piercing through space. It felt as if a dam had fallen and the ferocious lightning bolts instantly rushed out to hunt Lin Hao. It consisted of speed, power, and sharpness, crushing space in the process while aiming for Lin Hao's throat. This move was ferocious and potentially fatal while being extremely hard to defend. Activate. Lin Hao was ready. He roared and released his fate palace. Life fire was released with a similar intensity. This flame had an all-destroying destructive capability, able to burn through everything in its path. Boom! The lightning river and the fire wave made contact, resulting in a terrible shockwave of fire and lightning twisted together. Loud crackles and blinding lights materialized, akin to the eruption of a volcano infused with lightning. The flames seemed to have the upper hand and started drowning out the lightning. The flow suddenly reversed towards Xiao Fengyun like an unstoppable army. This is possible. One youth became slack-jawed. His cauldron of life is special, no one among the young generation can have a stronger fire. A big shot praised Lin Hao after seeing this. The life fire seemed rather unstoppable, ready to burn the opponent to a crisp. Lightning bird. Xiao Fengyun showed no sign of fear as he performed his next technique. The saber immediately released more lightning. Screech. As he swung his blade, a lightning bird flew out. The image of an auspicious divine beast. Even the older experts became startled. The saber was made from the Tao bone of this auspicious beast. Rumble. The bird soared upward and released more lightning bolts. It looked like the ruler of this affinity. Its claws could tear out the fabrics of space to open a portal to a lightning world. It didn't take long before an ocean of lightning accumulated to meet the incoming life fire. Boom! This influx of power seemingly overwhelmed the torrent of fire. Lin Hao saw this and finally used one axe for a vertical slash. Its speed was unreasonable. The afterimage in the air appeared a long time after the actual movement. The monstrous slash seemed capable of splitting the world into two halves. Furious slash. His roar echoed in everyone's mind. Boom! Fengyun retaliated perfectly by parrying the axe with his saber, preventing his head from being split open. The crowd felt pain in their ears from the loud explosion. Fiery sparks splattered from the impact point while Fengyun was pushed a dozen steps backward. Yeah! Brother Lin. The duality students applauded since Lin Hao had the upper hand. The slash earlier made them feel amazing. They had been holding back anger and indignation for a while now. Lin Hao's reputation is well deserved. Another genius had to admit that Lin Hao was worthy of his fame. He might not be the strongest among the 5 heroes but definitely in the top 3. He would be one level higher if he came from a big clan. One ancestor sentimentally said. Among the 5, he certainly worked the hardest, so his cultivation was solid. The rare members of the crowd who came from humble backgrounds took pride in this. After all, he represented their dream. Chapter 37-47. The first swing forced Xiao Fengyun back and pleased the crowd. Lin Hao rode the momentum in a spurt of energy, not allowing Fengyun to breathe or regain stability. Earth rend. He swung his second axe and released a massive fiery meteor with a long trail towards Fengyun. The flames burned the air, creating blurriness and a melting phenomenon. Crack. The ground cracked enough, though the axe was still in the upper trajectory. Lava oozed out from the cracks and actually lunged towards Fengyun. The second swing was more dominating than the first and harder to stop. So strong. One spectator blurted out while his knees buckled in fear. The geniuses in the same realm became emotional. They admitted that Lin Hao was quite strong despite lacking resources and top merit laws. Fengyun retaliated by pinning his saber into the ground. Buzz. Lightning bolts coursed underground. In the next second, a diagram with lines made of lightning appeared on the ground like a peerless totem. Lightning pillars. Fengyun roared and thick lightning bolts came out of the ground, mighty enough to shoulder the sky. They created a net-like barrier to stop all offenses. Boom! Lin Hao's axe struck the barrier. Rumble. The power of the hatchet was devastating, seemingly wanting to destroy the capital. Alas, it wasn't enough to split the lightning barrier, only forcing some cracks on the surface. Fengyun took this opportunity to retaliate. The next saber swing lacked the same fanfare as before. This slash was virtually imperceptible. Once people noticed it, it would have been too late since the blade would be inches away from the neck. Abyss Lightning, this was a killing move from his clan's Thunder Saber art. This one was different from the rest, looking weak due to its subdued nature, yet was extremely fatal. Many opponents died to this particular move instead of the flashy ones. Most young spectators didn't see the move clearly. They only felt a cold breeze by their neck as if something was on the verge of piercing through. Watch it, your neck. The stronger geniuses shouted to warn Lin Hao. Of course, it was way too late once the words came out. The tip of the saber was already there. These geniuses could already imagine the fatal result. Clank. More sparks slashed outward. Lin Hao managed to stop it with his third axe that came out of nowhere. His speed wasn't inferior to Fengyun in the slightest. That was close. People heaved a sigh of relief. Their back was drenched with cold sweat by now. Triple Furious Axe. They finally understood his title after seeing this. Normally, people only saw the 2 axes hanging by his waist, not the third one. Those who didn't know him well would only think that he was a dual wielder. Where did the third one come from? One cultivator regained his wits and wondered. Xiao Fengyun wasn't puzzled by this and activated more lightning bolts. Watch it! The spectators shouted. Lin Hao didn't need them to warn him. He knew that this wasn't looking good because Fengyun's body was covered in lightning bolts right now. He had no choice but to switch to defense. Ravage the 9 firmaments. Fengyun roared and the lightning bolts soared straight towards Lin Hao. Boom! 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 In the next split second, the bolts struck Lin Hao and exploded. Lin Hao's reaction was impeccable as he pulled back his axe to defend himself. Alas, it wasn't enough to block all the lightning bolts. He was sent flying through the air and vomited blood. His armor also broke down from the explosions. Bam! He smashed into the ground, looking disorderly. The atmosphere became frozen while the members of the holy ground couldn't keep their mouths shut. Lin Hao had the upper hand just a moment ago, but everything changed so quickly. A while later, Lin Hao got up, looking bloodied from top to bottom. Senior brother Lin, are you okay? One student came over, wanting to help him. Lin Hao gently rejected the guy and stood straight on his own. I've lost. He smiled wryly without looking dejected or angry. It's too early for that, you can still fight. Xiao Fengyun shook his head. The wounds weren't serious enough to negatively affect Lin Hao. He could keep on fighting if he wanted to. A loss is a loss, no need to prolong it. I can still fight, but the gap is clear. I'll only be inviting further humiliation. I am weaker and wholeheartedly accept defeat. Lin Hao said, not too bothered by the loss. This battle pertained to the holy ground's reputation. Some wouldn't take losing as lightly as him right now. That's why the others didn't want to take this risk. On the other hand, Lin Hao seemed rather accepting of the whole thing. This strong mentality impressed the crowd. I like your style, brother Lin. It's an honor to fight you. Fengyun cupped his fist. You're too kind. The Zhao's saber art was amazing. Lin Hao reflected. This gentlemanly display was enviable. The result didn't matter as much as the experience. Sometimes, an enemy can be cuter than a friend. One person said softly. Brother Lin, you've done well in representing the holy ground. It's a great contribution. De Galan spoke. I'm sorry. Lin Hao smiled bitterly and finally accepted the help from his peers to leave the scene. Silence took over. His loss, regardless of its elegant nature, was still a blow to the holy ground. 1. This used to be Sanban, now changing to triple with this context. Chapter 37-48. The geniuses of the holy ground had nothing to say. They didn't mock or criticize Lin Hao for losing. In reality, they probably wouldn't have fared better. Lin Hao was absolutely strong, perhaps only weaker than De Galan's group. A few others could be stronger than him, but certainly not by much. After seeing Xiao Fengyun in action, they realized that defeating him cleanly would have been virtually impossible. Not losing in a disastrous manner would have been a good outcome. Prior to this, some prideful geniuses were infuriated with Xiao Fengyun's attitude. However, it was tough to act out given the guy's displayed power. Xiao Fengyun could definitely be listed among the top geniuses of the holy ground. This was a terrible start for the holy ground, losing the first round. Anxiety and nervousness surfaced in the young genius's mind. No need to worry, this is just the nature of fighting and cultivation. De Galan consoled. Unfortunately, the atmosphere didn't get any better. The young ones still wore a heavy heart. How about a spar with me now, fellow Taoists from Buddha Holy Ground? Cloud Whip Lu Huaisher stepped forward. This was expected because his side had the morale advantage. The Holy Ground would have done the same. But since Lin Hao had lost, who would want to fight Lu Huaisher now? Lu Huaishe and Xiao Fengyun were part of the 5 prodigies. This meant that he was likely just as strong. Huaishe stood facing the members of the Holy Ground with an indifferent expression, looking like a bamboo tree. The Holy Ground's members exchanged glances, feeling the same hesitation as before. The stake was even higher now. Losing a second time would be more serious than the first. The pressure was palpable for any potential challenger. I cannot see through your background, fellow Taoist Lu. Nonetheless, your power is worthy of admiration. De Gulan gazed at him and concluded. Her assessment startled the crowd. Could it be that Lu Huaishe was even stronger than his friend? She said it in order to warn the geniuses here. You're too kind, Fairy Dugu. My defeat is certain if you join the fray. Lu Huaishe cupped his fist with a serious expression. Your vision just keeps on impressing. His power is indeed mighty, definitely the first or second in our group. Xiao Fengyun laughed. Xiao Fengyun currently served as a standard for fighting capabilities. It seemed that only the 4 geniuses of the Holy Ground could defeat him. Now, he admitted that Lu Huaishe was actually stronger than him. Can it be, he's in the Grand Tao's sacred physique realm? One listener murmured. Grand Tao realm, the top geniuses present couldn't help shuddering. Given the guy's age, it meant that he was a dragon among men, a genius among geniuses. Should be peak myriad form if not already sacred physique. One older expert said. The members of the Holy Ground found the situation deteriorating. It became harder to breathe for them. Those on the verge of coming out prior changed their mind. If Lu Huaishe was only as strong as Xiao Fengyun, some still had a chance of putting up a great fight or winning. Now, the gap between the two seemed considerable. This shattered their confidence. I can handle a grand-level myriad form cultivator. A formidable genius said, but the sacred physique realm? No way. Everyone knew when within one realm, one could rely on peerless merit laws or treasures to make up the cultivation gap. However, when it was an entire realm, this was the difference between heaven and earth. Righteous sect is using their ace cards for this. One genius said. Their 4 geniuses needed to take action now. Are you an actual disciple from Righteous sect? Phantom stared at him and asked. I've only become one recently after falling into the good graces of the seniors. I do not dare to represent Righteous sect due to my lack of abilities. Lu Huaishe answered. A direct disciple of Righteous, the geniuses from the Holy Ground became shaken after hearing the confirmation. Righteous sect was similar to Buddha Holy Ground in that it governed numerous vassals and tributaries. Normally, everyone could claim to be a disciple of Righteous. This was the case for the members of Buddha as well. However, under official events or serious occasions, this no longer applied. Phantom was asking whether the guy was from the actual sect. For example, Thunderblade was from a great clan under Righteous banner. Being in Righteous meant being a part of this sect and learning its merit laws. The equivalent for the Holy Ground would be joining Sacred Mountain and learning there. An actual disciple and a mere member of Righteous were 2 completely different things. Do we have anyone from Sacred Mountain here? This beckoned the question. No one could answer. Sacred Mountain actually had many disciples due to its long history. However, these disciples rarely came out. The revelation destroyed the hope of the geniuses present. They had no choice but to stare at De Gulan, Phantom, and Hu Ben. Does anyone wish to fight? Lu Huaishe repeated with a cold expression. The members of the Holy Ground took it as a provocation. Hu Ben and Phantom exchanged glances. If others didn't want to fight, they must do something. Chapter 3749, Hesitancy and doubt permeated the side of the Holy Ground. Losing to Lu Huaishe would be a great blow to the cause. The members of the Holy Ground wouldn't be able to keep their head high when facing someone from Righteous after losing. Thus, they placed their hope on De Gulan, Phantom, and Hu Ben. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time for them to fight according to the plan. They needed to focus on the Scion since they were the ace cards of the Holy Ground, the only geniuses that could actually keep up. Thus, the later their involvement, the better. This made it harder for Righteous to understand their actual abilities. Unfortunately, no other members present had absolute confidence in beating Lu Huaisher. Anyone at all? Lu Huaisher asked again. The common words were viewed as another insult by the other side. They were frustrated but couldn't do anything. I'll overestimate myself and fight you, fellow Daoist. A pleasant voice answered. A woman stepped out, wearing a simple yet meticulously crafted dress. She wasn't as beautiful as de Gulan but still had a special aura that made her unique and elegant. One would never get bored of staring at her. Senior Sister Xiaoya. She's stepping up. A student from Duality shouted. Another of the 5 heroes from Duality. Others recognized her. Those from various powers became dejected because so far, both combatants were from Duality Academy. The Academy is showing why it is number 1 during this time of crisis. One big shot sighed and said. The youths here had to admit that the students from Duality had more courage. First, it was de Gulan. Now, both Lin Hao and Qi Xiaoya also stepped up. Vajra didn't take charge nor did the mighty divine ghost tribe. Duality Academy was at the forefront when everyone else faltered. This was rather commendable. Can Qi Xiaoya win? Lin Hao lost to Fengyun. The crowd remained pessimistic. Lin Hao and Qi Xiaoya should be evenly matched. The problem was, Huaisher was far stronger than Fengyun. I think Hu Ben should be the one to fight. A genius commented. They knew that to obtain a win here, it had to be either Hu Ben or Phantom's Sacred Child. The Holy Ground couldn't afford to lose 2 times in a row. Their vast land couldn't muster someone to beat the geniuses from Righteous. That would be disgraceful. We'll see, Sister Xiaoya is from a great clan. She should have plenty of resources. One Duality student said. Most students showed her full support due to her bold choice. From what I know, the Qi isn't a part of Buddha Holy Ground. Lu Huaisher's eyes narrowed. Right. Xiaoya nodded and gracefully responded, the Qi isn't a part of the Holy Ground but I am a student of Duality. I'm sure you won't mind my getting involved. It's fine. Su Tsueme smiled and said, Duality is a pillar of the Holy Ground. You can certainly fight. Please give me pointers, Miss Xiaoya. Lu Huaisher took a deep breath and solemnly said. Same to you, fellow Daoist. Xiaoya didn't underestimate her opponent. Buzz. With that said, she activated her vitality and auspicious energy billowed, fully enveloping her. Her vitality was pure and regal, adding to her already immaculate temperament. She resembled the daughter of a supreme king, commanding respect and reverence. A member of the pure blood tribe. An older expert became emotional, the royal family of the blood tribe, so prestigious back then. No, that's not all. An ancestor from this race took a careful look and noticed a faint lunar glow on her forehead. A half-moon seemingly peeled from her forehead. She held it with both hands, looking like a supreme treasure or weapon. The lunar glow combined with her pure vitality. She looked transcending and magnificent as a result. Half-moon, the ancestor concluded, 2 great bloodlines, so pure too. Eyes were wide open. The members of the blood tribe were extremely excited. Both Half-Moon and Pure Blood were royal clans of their race. Though they have declined and weakened, they were still quite famous. She could be considered a jewel of their race due to her pure bloodlines. The old blood experts saw her boundless potential. Excuse me now. Qi Xiaoya uttered before activating the half-moon. It became blindingly resplendent. Clank. The light then condensed into a single slash soaring straight at Lu Huaisher before the crowd could react. It cut through space and left behind an afterimage. Spatial lines could be seen from the breaking process to the astonishment of the spectators. The lunar slash seemed unstoppable. Even the toughest material would feel like tofu before its sharpness. Good move. Lu Huaishe shouted and instantly used the whip that had been coiling around his arm. Rah! As he swung forward, a dragon roar could be heard. The whip turned into a dragon with black scales. Its claws were just as sharp as the lunar slash and tore space apart. Boom! The two moves collided, causing the region to quake violently. Chapter 3750, Boom. The shockwaves made it difficult for others to stand firmly. Lu Huaishe's attack frightened the majority of the mass, clearly showing them that he was stronger than Xiao Fengyan. The force of the dragon-like whip caused Qi Xiaoye to tremble once. Damn! A genius gasped, feeling his palms drenched with cold sweat. Some thought that they have made the right choice but not accepting the challenge. Otherwise, they would have looked like clowns after losing in one move. Shit, the students from Duality worried the most while clenching their fists. She seemed to be at a disadvantage after the first exchange. His power is indeed above Xiao Fengyan. One older expert became startled. If he can reach the sacred realm, he'll be eligible to become a sect master in just a few years afterward. Die! Lu Huaishe roared and leaped upward. Boom! The Fate Palaces emerged and released majestic grand Dao power and true chaos energy. The whip in his hand coiled and the sky turned dark. A true dragon with black scales emerged and blotted out the area. Its draconic energy rampaged like a tsunami. Others became frightened and lost their composure. Loud blasts came next and the draconic energy gathered, turning into an ocean drowning everyone. The overbearing draconic aura was suffocating. People's knees buckled uncontrollably. 8 celestial dragons. Lu Huaishe waved his hand and affected the spatiotemporal fabrics. As the whip came down, 8 dragons manifested into reality. They roared and started descending downward, ready to unleash an apocalypse. Their shape and form varied. One was of the fire affinity, another was shrouded in a golden radiance, another was cold enough to seal the world in a layer of ice, one more was surrounded by darkness. The fiery dragon's claws melted the ground, the golden one tore space apart, the ice one began sealing the sky. Each unleashed their destructive potential, seemingly wanting to destroy Minor's sacred mountain. Not to mention the young geniuses, even the older experts were startled by this attack. It displayed all of Lu Huaishe's strength and proved the previous speculation of him being stronger than Xiao Fengyan. Qi Xiaoye gathered her strength into the half-moon. Her pure vitality erupted like an endless torrent. The frightening vitality and lunar light instantly fused. The half-moon transformed into an arc before becoming a massive ball of light, serving as an unbreakable defense. At the same time, it also emitted waves of energy for retaliation. Boom! Lu Huaishe froze for a moment. The 8 descending dragons also slowed down. However, this didn't last long before the 8 dragons regained momentum and resumed their attack. They slammed onto the light ball. The golden dragon used its claws like divine swords, the fire dragon incinerated the outer layer, the black dragon used its dark affinity for a consuming attempt. This combined power of the dragons seemed unstoppable. The half-moon in Qi Xiaoye's hands flickered and dimmed down. She trembled continuously, seemingly unable to stop the attack. Break! Lu Huaishe didn't let up and added more power to the 8 dragons. Rumble! His empowerment allowed the dragons to launch a relentless onslaught. Eventually, cracks could be heard and seen on the circular barrier. Not good. One spectator blurted out. It seemed that Qi Xiaoye wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Losing was only a matter of time. She's not a match, another genius said. Senior Xiaoye, you can do it, one student shouted in support. Yes, you can do it. Keep holding on. Other students cheered for her. Crack. 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 Unfortunately, more and more cracks appeared. The barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After several more attacks from the 8 dragons, the barrier finally crumbled and Xiaoye was blown flying. Lu Huaishe decisively gave chase with his whip. The thing pursued her like an evil dragon, wanting to claw open her chest to get to her heart. This move showed no mercy. The spectators became startled by this development. Losing was one thing, but she might actually die from this. It's over, a few turned away to not see a gruesome death. The whip was just ferocious and unstoppable. However, a terrible power erupted and blasted everything in the near radius. It was as if a Dao Lord was here in person. Even the whip was sent back. Lu Huaishe staggered backward from the backlash. The perplexed crowd saw Qi Xiaoye standing up straight and holding a treasure seal with both hands. It was as red as blood and painted the sky in the same hue. Nothing in the world could match its weight. If it were to fall, it could destroy heaven and earth. It exuded a terrible Dao Lord aura, capable of sweeping through all evils. Unfortunately, the seal was missing one corner. This seemed to be due to incompleteness, not that it was damaged later on. The creator of this seal simply didn't finish the refinement process. People couldn't believe it. They thought that she would die to the whip, but she turned the tides back during the very last moment. A Dao Lord weapon. An ancestor recognized the seal right away. Well, this was rather obvious for anyone due to its rampant aura. Chapter 3751, Wow, a Dao Lord weapon. Others shuddered and some even felt the urge to prostrate while staring at the seal. Even Hu Ben and Phantom's sacred child stared carefully at this artifact. How many can just take out a Dao Lord weapon like her? An expert murmured. Senior sister Xiaoye actually has a Dao Lord weapon. One student from Duality couldn't believe it. The crowd simply didn't expect her coffer to be so deep. That's a descendant of a Dao Lord for you. Some students took a deep breath. Someone close to her said, I've heard rumors that she's from an ancient clan with a Dao Lord. Seems like it's true. She has to be the strongest out of the 5 heroes. An older student commented. Qi Xiaoye has always kept a low profile and rarely fought anyone. In terms of authority and fame, she was far inferior compared to Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji. In fact, even Lin Hao was more popular. In reality, she always kept a distance from most events and matters. That's why even her stepping up today came as a surprise. Because of this, most didn't remember her. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan were too bright in comparison. It seemed that they should have been paying more attention to her because she actually had the most resources out of the 5 heroes. The other 2 certainly had a prestigious background. However, they definitely didn't have a Dao Lord weapon on them. Duality Academy has some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The experts here had this thought. Hu Ben and Phantom, who were far more famous, might not have a weapon of this level either, unlike Qi Xiaoye. Only De Galan had a calm expression as if this was expected. Scarlet Moon Seal from Scarlet Moon Dao Lord. Lu Huaishe recognized the weapon. It's only an incomplete treasure, not comparable to a real one. Xiaoye wasn't complacent. Is that the genius Dao Lord whose fate is unknown? One ancestor talked among his peers. This Dao Lord had limited influence since he disappeared right after becoming one. He didn't leave behind legendary tales and contributions. During his youth, some actually considered him as the #1 genius in 8 Desolaces. His fate was truly tragic and people forgot about him. He died too early and didn't finish refining this seal. It couldn't be considered a complete Dao Lord weapon. Nonetheless, Lu Huaishe still had a serious expression. Looks like there's hope. Excitement returned to the students of Duality. She'll definitely be able to pull out a win now with that thing. Another student said. There was no doubt that her chance of victory was far higher now. So that's why she accepted the challenge. She came prepared. One genius who was worried at the start concluded. Let's get started again. 8 celestial dragons. Huaishe roared and swung the whip. Boom! 16 dragons came down from above, swinging their claws at Qi Xiaoya. Break. She was undeterred by this special move and leaped into the sky with her seal in front. The power of the seal contained the might of a Tao Lord. Even the strongest beings would be reduced to ashes. This was naturally the case for the dragons. Lu Huaishe groaned from the impact and was blown away, his whip disintegrated. Yes. The spectators from the holy ground applauded. Well done. Another shouted excitedly, looking joyous. You're the light of our academy. One student loudly shouted. It became a tie now so everyone could breathe easily. The atmosphere prior was just too much to take. At least it looked like an even fight between Buddha and Righteous now. So strong, Lu Huaishe had blood streaming out of his mouth as he said. Brother Lu, you haven't gone all out yet. It's time now. Xiaoya calmly said without a hint of arrogance after the successful blow. I have to if I want to leave alive. Lu Huaishe smiled wryly. The crowd couldn't believe it. Huaishe's power earlier was enough to deter all the geniuses here. He was still holding back. Anxiety returned to the geniuses after hearing this. Don't worry, senior sister Xiaoya has a Tao Lord weapon. One student said. Who knows if it was to cheer for Xiaoya or just to convince himself about the chances. Clank. 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 Huaishe's hand started shaking before another whip appeared. This whip was different from the one prior. It looked like a thick chain consisting of golden links. Gale started blowing away the clouds above after he held it. It emitted the power of a supreme. He seemed rather unstoppable after summoning this weapon. 1. The pronoun is he, but it could still be a she. Chapter 3752, Lu Huaishe gave off an unstoppable aura. Just one hand wave could cut down 8 desolaces. The whip, in particular, could beat the immortals above and the devils below. The members of Buddha Holy Ground took a deep breath while looking at the whip. They could easily sense its might. In fact, it was most likely on the same level as Qi Xiaoya's Scarlet Moon Seal. Righteous sect is no slouch when it comes to resources. One commenter said. Lu Huaishe's personal abilities were impressive enough. Now, he became a tiger with wings, virtually unmatched in this place. He was a real disciple from Righteous sect. Of course, he wasn't comparable to someone like Righteous Scion but still far above Thunderblade Xiao Fengyun. The Xiao was a powerful clan but still far inferior compared to the actual Righteous sect. It's fortunate that senior sister Xiaoya has a Tao Lord weapon. One student said after seeing the powerful whip, becoming very worried. Nonetheless, there was still a chance for Xiaoya. This is your real weapon. Xiaoya stared at the whip and said. This is given to me by a senior in the sect, a legacy from a wise sage. I can't exert it to its fullest potential and will only besmirch its reputation. Lu Huaishe didn't reveal the whip's name, but it certainly had an illustrious origin. It belonged to Soaring Crane Heavenly Sovereign, the Master of Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Its name is Divine Gold Whip. Dugulan sitting under the tree revealed the name of the weapon. From Soaring Crane Heavenly Sovereign? The crowd became startled, even those from the previous generation. Heaven Devourer Tao Lord was none other than the man who revitalized Righteous sect. Under his leadership, the sect became mighty again, enough to push back the formidable Buddha Holy Ground. His master wasn't as famous as him. Nonetheless, he was still a top heavenly sovereign. His whip allowed him to be uncontested as the sect master of Righteous. The whip was definitely not weaker than Xiaoya's Scarlet Moon Seal. This shows that Lu Huaishe is an important disciple there, they're focusing on grooming him. Others were shaken after realizing this. I have nothing but the utmost admiration for your knowledge, Fairy Dugu. Lu Huaishe didn't try to hide at all while cupping his fist towards Dugulan. Be careful now. Qi Xiaoya showed no sign of hesitation after the revelation. She immediately attacked with her seal after one warning. It swept forward like a majestic mountain and crushed everything in its path. Rumble. Time and space shattered. The seal appeared in front of Lu Huaisher's chest before others could blink once. Crack. Crack. The area in front of his chest shattered as well even before the seal made contact. Good move. Lu Huaisher laughed and flicked his wrist. A series of whipping noises could be heard and the whip coiled into a great wall to stop the incoming seal. Boom. The resulting blast was deafening. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. Both combatants staggered 3 steps backward after the exchange. Seems even. Others noticed after the direct confrontation. The whip is really strong. One commenter spoke on the whip. Remember, the seal was a Dao Lord weapon yet the whip was competitive. Of course, this was partly due to the seal being incomplete. Activate. Lu Huaisher shouted, not daring to underestimate Qi Xiaoye. He knew that if he didn't go all out, defeat would be inevitable. He released all of his vitality. 11 palaces appeared and lined up, turning the vitality into a vast ocean of blood. The true fate protected by the palaces looked like a deity with an oppressive aura. Grand Dao's sacred physique. One spectator shouted. Lu Huaisher finally showed his real cultivation realm by revealing the palaces. Impressive. Xiaoye praised but didn't relent. Activate. Her auspicious energy and vitality soared to the sky like a reverse waterfall. Numerous geniuses nearby were blown flying by the shockwaves. Her vitality was dense and pure, seemingly endless. Just this alone was startling. However, she also had 11 palaces in her blood ocean. 11 palaces. The crowd became astounded. At first, even the students from duality couldn't believe it. Some rubbed their eyes and recounted again. Sure enough, 11 palaces. This meant that she was in the sacred physique realm. As one of the 5 heroes, the majority was in the myriad form realm. Lin Hao himself was considered strong at the grand level of this realm. That's why everyone thought that she would be in this realm as well. After all, she wasn't as famous as the others. Right now, her true cultivation realm caught everyone by surprise. I think senior sister Xiaoye is number 1 among the 5. One student said, realizing that Xiaoye has been hiding her true abilities. I have nothing to be proud about when there are so many hidden experts at the academy. Lin Hao became sentimental. Someone far stronger than him kept a low profile all this time. There was no need for him to be prideful. The academy is mighty indeed. Lu Huaisher was moved as well. You're no regular disciple from Righteous either. Xiaoye returned the compliment. It seemed obvious by this point that Lu Huaisher was an elite even in that sect. It's my lucky day to be able to see a Dao Lord's art. Lu Huaisher raised his whip, ready to fight again. I can't wait to see the secrets of Righteous as well. Qi Xiaoye said seriously. The Qi had a Dao Lord before but Righteous sect had a far deeper history. She had no advantage to speak of in this fight. Chapter 3753, 11 Palaces against 11 Palaces, Scarlet Moon Seal vs Divine Gold Whip. The crowd watched with bated breath. Both sides were evenly matched, whether it be their cultivation or weapon. Who will win? The duality students became anxious. Those who were cheering for Qi Xiaoye earlier stopped. It was impossible to tell the victor right now. It's not quite Righteous versus Buddha, nonetheless, still an amazing spectacle. One big shot found this fight interesting enough. At this point, both the young and old, even the ancestors, wanted to watch this high-level fight. Miss Xiaoye, after you. Lu Huaisher cupped his fist and let Xiaoye start first. His attitude made her worry inside. The danger was certainly there but she had no choice but to fight. I won't be reserved then. Xiaoye answered. Her 11 palaces issued loud explosions. The true fate became resplendent. Numerous Tao laws began to descend like heavenly waterfalls, seemingly covering the entire region. Her pure vitality churned and rotated at an increasing pace while issuing detonations. The ocean of blood gradually turned into an all-devouring maelstrom. Once the process finished, the spectators couldn't look straight at the maelstrom any longer. They became dizzy and lost their balance, feeling awfully nauseous. "I'm gonna puke if it keeps spinning." A few young ones couldn't handle the rotational impact. Though the maelstrom wasn't sucking anything in, it was affecting the orders of heaven and earth. This changed everyone's worldly perceptions as well, being affected by the continuous rotation. By this point, some dropped to the ground, others finally vomited. This move affected everyone and robbed them of being able to fight back. They would have stood zero chance against her. "Go!" The seal in her hand activated and released a bloody beam. It looked like a spear piercing through the sky. The next moment was a bright explosion blinding the crowd. Boom! A bloody moon floated up from her ocean of vitality. This was another form of the seal. The moon dragged up the bloody maelstrom and caused untold destruction to the spatial fabrics. Both the moon and the maelstrom crushed everything along the way, whether it be spatial temporal affinities or Tao powers. No technique or force could stop this move. Blood Moon Ascension, a supreme technique of Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. One ancestor was horrified. Others who haven't heard of this technique before became emotional. This title was apartment. Can Lu Huaisher stop this? Many started at Huaisher, wondering what technique he would use. Senior Sister Xiaoye got this. The younger members of the audience found hope for her victory. Lu Huaisher made his move as the moon and maelstrom were crushing down on him. His whip moved like a dragon towards the incoming attack. Strangely enough, the whip didn't carry the same fanfare as Xiaoye's technique. It looked inferior in both momentum and power, so the crowd became surprised. They thought that it was impossible for him to stop Xiaoye's technique. This wasn't the case. Bam! After the whip hit the moon, both the moon and the maelstrom were greatly affected. Their power and momentum fully stagnated. This was akin to a fire inside a cauldron being temporarily pushed back by a pot of cold water. People couldn't believe how effective the whip was. Just a while ago, Blood Moon Ascension displayed such a wondrous and domineering visual phenomenon. On the other hand, the motion of the whip looked feeble in comparison. Nonetheless, it still stopped Xiaoye's move. What's going on? The youths had no idea why. Why is this happening? They found this extremely bizarre. De Gulan's eyes flashed brightly before speaking, Evil Devourer 7 chapters. These words stirred the listeners right away. Evil Devourer of the Supreme Four Truths. An ancestor became frightened after knowing the origin of this move. Righteous Tao Lord found the Evil Devourer section of the Fourth Truths during his youth. After finishing his Tao, he wrote 7 chapters and passed them down to his disciples. Supreme Four Truths is a legendary heavenly scripture, others have no chance of seeing, let alone cultivating it. De Gulan went on. You think too highly of me, fairy. Lu Huaisher shook his head. It's embarrassing to say this, but I lack the talent to learn it. I barely know the basics of one chapter. Yes, Force Devourer chapter. De Gulan nodded. This is far beyond the basics. You have reached grand completion already. I'm not even close compared to the Scion. Lu Huaisher said. The crowd couldn't believe it. De Gulan said that he was at grand completion, yet he claimed to be surpassed by the Scion. Just how far did the Scion get with this chapter? A heavenly scripture, others became afraid. No one doubted the power of Evil Devourer 7 chapters because their holy ground had one too. Buddha Tao Lord also found one part of the Supreme Four Truths, Buddhamization. Chapter 3754, Force Devourer Art was a part of the 7 chapters, one of the best merit laws in Righteous Sect. Just like its name, it could absorb all offenses regardless of their power. This was the reason why Lu Huaishe was able to stop Qi Xiaoya's blood moon ascension with a casual lash. Go! Qi Xiaoya didn't give up and released more vitality. A resplendent tsunami emerged with loud fanfare. The blood moon emerged again, still pushing down with an unstoppable momentum along with the maelstrom. The power of this move was definitely awe-inspiring. The Tao Lord aura accompanied was oppressive. People couldn't help shivering with fear. Lu Huaishe remained calm and performed another lash, issuing metallic clanks. The whip still traveled like a soaring dragon to hit the floating moon. Boom! The power of the moon immediately extinguished, akin to fire met with an overwhelming amount of water again. After another failed attempt, Qi Xiaoya trembled once and instantly retreated to keep a safe distance. The crowd took a deep breath. Qi Xiaoya's move was immensely powerful, no one could refute this. However, the whip still effortlessly stopped it. It's inscrutable. One ancestor concluded. Force Devourer can absorb anything. The only way is for the attack to be overwhelming, otherwise, Qi Xiaoya's attacks are nothing but delicacies. An aged high elder added. Force Devourer was the most effective when used against someone at a similar power level. If the difference was too great, it would no longer work. For example, the current Lu Huaishe wouldn't be able to absorb an attack from an actual Tao Lord or peak Heavenly Sovereign. Even if he were to master the art, it still wouldn't make up for the difference. The issue here was that the two were evenly matched. Thus, Qi Xiaoya's techniques were rendered ineffective. What can she do in this situation? A spectator wondered. She had her hands tied at the moment, having no better plan against Force Devourer. This was her first time facing the 7 chapters from Righteous. There was no previous referencing point. Of course, in reality, having references and experiences simply didn't work. She just needed to use overwhelming force. Skills and techniques didn't matter here. Is there a way to defeat these 7 chapters? One youth asked. Is there a way to defeat World Crossing? An ancestor answered rhetorically. The youth had nothing to say. World Crossing was Diana Tao Lord's technique originating from Buddhamization. World Crossing and Evil Devourer's 7 chapters were both merit laws at a similar level. In history, no one has been able to stop World Crossing. One could be stronger and shoulder it, but to fully nullify it? Impossible. Therefore, if solving World Crossing was impossible, the same would apply to Evil Devourer 7 chapters. The 7 chapters are worthy of being from a heavenly scripture, it's truly unique. Qi Xiaoya has to admit. This is all I have managed to learn. The Scion's attainment is far greater. Lu Huaishe humbly said. How many chapters have you learned? De Galan suddenly spoke. Ears seemingly became longer as everyone stared at Lu Huaishe. Just 1 chapter, Force Devourer, was enough for him to stop Qi Xiaoya. What about Righteous Scion then? Lu Huaishe opened his mouth, ready to speak. People became excited right away. However, he smiled and shook his head. Fairy, my cultivation is too shallow to see through him, I'm afraid. He naturally knew that De Galan wanted to pry more information out of him. People became disappointed but understood his hesitation due to the contest. If he had learned 1 chapter, then the Scion most likely knew 2 or 3. Fairy, I can tell you that the Scion has learned at least 4 out of the 7. Su Tsueme, who has been standing to the side, suddenly interjected. The listeners trembled after hearing this. Lu Huaishe with only 1 chapter seemed strong enough. Even Tao Lord merit laws were ineffective. What would 4 chapters be capable of? Hu Ben and Phantom became serious. They were confident prior, but after seeing Force Devourer, their mentality slightly wavered. De Galan was undeterred. She smiled and said, 4? Perhaps the Scion has learned all 7. That's one possibility. Tsueme didn't deny, you're quite knowledgeable. No, it's just that if the Scion wishes to become a Tao Lord, it's essential that he knows all 7. That might be the first goal for any disciple from righteous and a qualification to prove their Tao. De Gulan responded. Truly logical, impressive. Su Tsueme slightly nodded while pondering. The conversation between these two shocked the crowd. Just 4 chapters were dreadful already, but the entire thing? The Scion would be unstoppable, right? One youth said. He's already unstoppable last year, he swept through all of righteous. An expert who has been to righteous before said. He wanted to add something else but decided to keep it to himself. He would have said, the Scion would sweep through all of the holy ground as well. However, since so many members of the holy ground were present, that comment would be too offensive. So there's no hope. The youth quietly said. The Scion was obviously far stronger than Lu Huaisher. His attainment in the 7 chapters was at another level. Who would be able to stop him then? Some stared at De Gulan only to find that she was still calm. No emotion could be read. Miss Xiaoya, do we still continue? Lu Huaisher asked. He had no intention of taking this to the bitter end. The fight seemed decided already. Accepting defeat might be the better choice. Nonetheless, just thinking about it was tough for the crowd. This would be the Holy Ground's second loss already. 1. Crossing here means delivering, like ferrying or killing or converting. It depends on the context too. It is still unclear whether heavenly scripture is in its own class as the previous ones or if heavenly is just used as an adjective. Chapter 37:55. The young ones from the holy ground felt suffocated as if an invisible hand was grabbing their throat. Qi Xiaoye's defeat would be another heavy blow to the academy. They stared at her, aware that the reputation and dignity of the holy ground relied on her. The 7 chapters are indeed special. I'm afraid I don't have a solution. Qi Xiaoye took a deep breath and said solemnly. The audience felt their hearts sinking downward. Is she going to accept defeat? They would never be able to stare a member of righteous sect in the eyes afterward. It's not your fault, Miss Xiaoya. Lu Huaisher nodded. For millions of years now, no one has been able to solve these 7 chapters. It is understandable, though Lu Huaisher's tone was polite and he didn't try to mock the holy ground, the other side still found it unbearable. It's not difficult to solve it, just an incomplete chapter of a heavenly scripture, there's no deep profundity to speak of. A leisure voice suddenly interrupted him. The casual and indifferent tone froze everyone. Evil Devourer's 7 chapters were derived by a Tao Lord from the 4 supreme truths. The speaker's assessment made it sound inadequate. Who is so bold to say this? Many felt this way. No one has been successful in solving the 7 chapters. Only the top geniuses and masters in history bothered to attempt. The wise sages have all failed, yet this person viewed the topic with such frivolity. They followed the voice and noticed that it was none other than Li Chia who was fishing by the creek. His head was still lowered and hidden by the hat. If he wasn't the speaker, people would have thought that he was sleeping. They forgot about him since he didn't utter a single word from start to finish. Now, his arrogance got everyone's attention. It's Li Chia. Those who have witnessed him in action before thought that they have grown used to his style. Alas, this time still surprised them. De Gulan and the others stared at him. Qi Xiaoya, in particular, became excited. Can he actually break the 7 chapters? A believer of his still remained skeptical due to the historical precedents. The greatest geniuses have failed. How could a junior like Li Chia do so? Hey, it's possible. Li Chia even understood sword point from Sword Emperor? No one has done so in history, right? A student from Duality said. But you're forgetting that sword point is just a casual move left behind by Sword Emperor. The 7 chapters are from a heavenly scripture. After its derivation from righteous Tao Lord, it should be far stronger and more profound than sword point. Understanding sword point doesn't mean that he can break the 7 chapters. The difficulty must be several hundred times greater. A doubter stated. Yes, easier said than done. Discussions with conflicting viewpoints sprung up everywhere. Young Masterly, you believe you can break our 7 chapters? Lu Huaishi's eyes were heated as he stared at Li Qie. It's just an incomplete chapter, there's no difficulty to speak of. Li Qie didn't move at all while responding. Young Masterly, though I will be overestimating myself, I am eager to try after listening to you. May we spare? Lu Huaishi said. I don't need to do it myself over one minor art. Li Qie casually responded. Lu Huaishi and everyone else became speechless. The 7 chapters were just a minor art? Even invincible Dao lords wouldn't dare to make this claim. Li Qie's arrogance couldn't be described with words. This isn't a joke, mind your words. Hu Ben glared at him. The other spectators thought that Li Qie was exaggerating as well. This matter pertains to the reputation of our holy ground. It's more crucial than anything else. If he can't back up his claim, righteous sect will mock us for 1,000,000 years. One youth murmured. Please watch your words in order to not besmirch the holy ground's reputation. The evil devourer's 7 chapters aren't that easy to defeat. Another easily stimulated genius told Li Qie. Right, now's not the time to be flippant and careless. Another chimed in. If you can't back up your words, you'll become a sinner of the holy ground for harming its reputation. One expert snorted. In fact, many had faith in Li Qie. It's just that his comment was too extreme and left no room for failure. This exacerbated the severity of the situation. He would lose both his and the holy ground's reputation. Li Qie turned a deaf ear to the criticism and continued fishing. You're displaying absolute confidence, young Master Li. Lu Huaishi took a deep breath, doing a great job at maintaining civility. The 7 chapters were the ultimate arts of righteous. Many people took pride in being able to learn it. Lu Huaishi's Force Devourer was his best merit law and a reason for pride. Others would be livid after hearing Li Qie disparaging their prized art. Nonetheless, he stayed calm and didn't think that Li Qie would actually be able to do so. If you don't personally do it, how will you break our arts? He elaborated. Though he was an enemy, the members of the Holy Ground nodded in agreement. Yes, claiming to be able to break it without doing it himself? That's a little absurd. One genius said. It's beyond the point of taking back now. How humiliating will it be for the Holy Ground if he can't do it? Another scowled. 1. If Li Qie says this, then it's most likely an official heavenly scripture and new ones do exist. Chapter 3756, Young Master, since you're interested in this matter, we can't wait to see. Su Tsueme seemed invested and smiled. Young Master, how will you break Force Devourer? De Galan asked. She wasn't skeptical of Li Qie's claim but merely curious. So far, she herself couldn't come up with a solution. She was considerably stronger than Lu Huaishi and could defeat him. However, to use a merit law or the mysteries of the Tao to defeat Force Devourer? She didn't have anything, at least for now. That's why she wanted to see Li Qie's method. Perhaps this would be extremely helpful before the fight with Righteous Scion since he learned the same thing. Xiao Ye can do it. Li Qie said without opening his eyes. Xiao Ye immediately understood and became spirited again. She cupped her first and said, I'm awaiting your guidance, young master. She then turned towards Lu Huaishi and said, Brother Lu, let us continue to decide the victor. Why not? I also wish to see. Lu Huaishi narrowed his eyes. He thought that if she acted as Li Qie's proxy, there was only a 20% chance of success at best. In fact, he had sparred with disciples from Righteous Sect previously. Even Righteous Scion, who was adept at the 7 chapters, couldn't come up with a solution. The Supreme Four Truths were immensely profound. They could only cultivate it, seeing the flaws and openings was impossible. An outsider such as Li Qie most likely has never seen the chapters before, let alone learning them. This might be his first time seeing Force Devourer, How could Lu Huaishe take his assertion seriously? Clank. The golden whip in his hand vibrated and issued a noisy aura, looking like a golden dragon. Let us get started. Lu Huaishe told Qi Xiaoya. He was quite curious to see what magical method could break his force devourer. Everyone else had a serious expression at this point, meticulously observing the development. Qi Xiaoya stared at Li Qiye since she was relying on him completely. No need to make such a big deal when it's just child's play, put everything away. Li Qiye opened his eyes and ordered. What? Some thought that they had misheard him. Is he serious? That's basically conceding. One youth said. If Miss Xiaoya were to put her weapon away, she'll be completely defenseless and unable to resist. A genius added. They saw the power of the Scarlet Moon seal earlier along with the Blood Moon Ascension. They felt that these things kept her competitive. Otherwise, she would have lost long ago. Thus, not using these things was akin to surrendering. Not using the Tao Lord Merit Law and weapon? Experts from the last generation were puzzled. Remember, Lu Huaishe had a top-level weapon as well. Is this a joke? Is she going to fight barehanded? Another questioned Li Qiye. Hu Ben and Phantom's expression soured due to the lack of logic. Is this the right move? She could at least defend with the Tao Lord weapon. Phantom said. Lu Huaishe's force devourer was devilish indeed. However, even if Qi Xiaoya couldn't break his defense, she could still guarantee her own safety. What Li Qiye told her to do was akin to suiciding. No one believed that her body could handle the attacks from the whip. Don't play with someone's life. Hu Ben shouted, this is not a game. Just one mistake and Miss Xiaoya might die. The reputation of the holy ground will go down the drain as well. That's right, we have to take this seriously. Others agreed with this and nodded. Miss Xiaoya, do not listen to him. An older student from Duality said, your life's on the line with just one wrong move, please exercise prudence. This Li guy, he's actually toying with someone's life. The young ones criticized Li Qiye's ridiculous choice. Of course, Li Qiye didn't bat an eye despite the rampant criticism. Contrary to the mass, Qi Xiaoya actually recalled her seal and Blood Moon Ascension without any hesitation. She then stopped channeling her vitality and chaos true energy. This shocked everyone, Lu Huaishe included. Is this safe? An ancestor wondered. Going defenseless against that golden whip was too much. Not to mention Qi Xiaoya, the ancestors here wouldn't want to fight Lu Huaishe barehanded. Are you sure, Miss Xiaoya? Lu Huaishe himself became worried. Though she was a capable cultivator, he thought that she had zero chance under these circumstances. Only death awaited. Thank you, brother, this should be fine. She calmly answered, having full confidence in Li Qiye's guidance unlike the others. She virtually put her life in his hand. Just one mistake and it would end with her death. Everyone became nervous after seeing this. Some students almost wanted to turn away, their heart hanging on a thread. The atmosphere became awfully tense. Sit down, seal your 6 senses and the Grand Tao. Li Qiye casually said. What? Everyone's mouth became agape. Is he crazy? One person shouted. Chapter 3757, Sealing the 6 Senses and the Grand Tao meant becoming a cripple with tied hands and legs. Against someone as powerful as Lu Huaishe, other geniuses would use their strongest defense and weapon. That's the only way to survive the whip. Now, Li Qiye told Qi Xiaoya to abandon everything including her awareness and her Tao. This was nothing short of wanting to watch her die. She wouldn't be able to stop one attack. Just one gentle lash would finish the task. The spectators nearly exploded and launched a verbal onslaught. Senior Sister Xiaoya, don't listen to him, it'll be the end of you. One student bellowed. Are you sure he's trying to defeat Lu Huaishe and not kill Miss Xiaoya? One genius said. He's a traitor by trying to do this. We can't let him get away with it. One more furiously shouted. From their perspective, they could only see Wuxia trying to kill her by giving her a ridiculous order. Nonetheless, she still followed his guidance, fully sealing her senses and grand Tao. This showed how much confidence she had in him. She was completely defenseless at this point with openings everywhere. Any regular cultivator might be able to kill her now. How risky, one spectator was shocked. No one would let someone else take control of their life, especially not in this ridiculous manner. Lu Huaishe stared in astonishment as well. His opponent was helpless without a weapon. Just one lash would instantly take her down. He became surprised at her trust in Wuxia. He would absolutely never do something like this. Are you ready, Miss Xiaoya? We can start once you are. He didn't immediately attack. It wasn't his style to attack a defenseless combatant, let alone doing it in a sneaky manner. Yes. Xiaoya calmly said. This made him hesitate even more. She looked completely confident and unafraid of his attack. Did Wuxia really have something up his sleeve? Huaishe became cautious and began ordering his whip to inch closer to her, testing the water. She still didn't move at all, as if she didn't sense the incoming whip. People started sweating for her as the whip drew closer. Is this a thing? One spectator said as the whip looked like a spirit snake trying to scout the situation and ready to deliver the fatal bite. The fight hasn't started, but anxiety still overwhelmed the spectators. It looked like a match between a venomous serpent and a helpless rabbit. Excuse me then. Lu Huaishe didn't get anything from the scout, so he decided to make his move. In his mind, her Dao Lord weapon and merit law weren't enough to stop his force devourer. There was no way she could do anything now. Clank. The whip changed its movement and resembled a true dragon, lashing through the air to hit Xiaoya. He activated Force Devourer also. This turned the dragon-like whip into another legendary creature capable of absorbing all offenses. Even the slightest use of force would still be absorbed. Xiaoya still remained unmoving as the whip came down. Shit! One spectator turned pale. Sister, from above. A duality student screamed. The members of the Holy Ground thought that she was finished. It's all Wuxia's fault. Another turned their anger towards Wuxia. He needs to pay for this. Others chimed in. In this crucial moment, Wuxia's voice seemingly echoed in her mind, Dao with the heart, hand with the law. Others wouldn't be able to grasp this in a split second. However, Xiaoya was different under her sealed state. Her mind was utterly empty, so it became clear to her, even the movement of the whip and the changes of Force Devourer. The imperceptible mistakes and flaws prior could finally be spotted. She finally made her move, gently closing her palm with the same force as one would when tying their hair. This action had no offensive or murderous intent. Nonetheless, it contained a profundity not privy to the spectators. The next thing that happened was a loud bang, and Lu Huaishe was blown away by his own whip. It nearly struck his head. He suffered a backlash from his own Force Devourer. It didn't stop Xiaoya's retaliation, but rather, it devoured his own merit law. Nonetheless, he reacted fast enough to prevent his head from being split open by the whip. Chapter 3758. Eyes were wide open watching Lu Huaishe get blown away. The crowd couldn't believe their own eyes. Earlier, Xiaoya used a Dao Lord weapon and merit law yet couldn't do anything to Force Devourer. Now, despite being sealed and weaponless while sitting in the meditative pose, Xiaoya managed to repel Lu Huaishe by just closing her palm. No one would have believed this illogical development without seeing it in person. Lu Huaishe himself found this astonishing despite personally experiencing it. There was no explanation for how she did it. What the hell is going on? A spectator regained his wits and murmured. What kind of top technique is this? So bizarre. One older expert added. All eyes were on Wuxia because it was apparent that his guidance made the reversal possible. However, Li Qie was still holding on to his fishing rod and had his eyes closed. Didn't I tell you? Li Qie can make the impossible possible, that's just who he is. Someone who trusted Li Qie prior laughed. Those who mocked Li Qie or thought that he was being too arrogant felt their cheeks becoming hot as if he had just slapped them. Some ancestors had an awkward expression, they also thought that he wouldn't be able to break Force Devourer. The effortless manner of how he did it naturally shocked everyone. What technique was that? Another ancestor wondered, not seeing the profundity of Qi Xiaoye's slight hand movement. How was that enough to stop Force Devourer? Which sect is it from? Lu Huaishe asked while staring at Li Qie. Alas, Li Qie didn't say anything. Qi Xiaoye had no idea either, but she didn't ask. How interesting, it must have something to do with the secrets of Duality Academy. Su Tsueme clapped and smiled. The crowd became startled. Members of the Holy Ground had no idea. How did someone from Righteous see the clues? Some turned towards de Galan. She might be the most knowledgeable of the Academy's techniques out of anyone here. We have a merit law like that? The students started talking among themselves. The student body was diverse, originating from all over the world. They also cultivated different merit laws. Alas, none could pinpoint this to any technique from there. It can be classified as being from our academy. De Galan pondered for a bit before replying, but no student has been fortunate enough to learn or understand it recently. The listeners exchanged glances right away. The students, in particular, became emotional. If this was indeed a merit law from Duality Academy, how did an outsider like Li Qie understand it, unlike the rest? Very well, let me witness it again. Lu Huaishe didn't give up and walked towards Qi Xiaoye. He circled slowly around her instead of attacking right away, wanting to see some clues or potentially fatal openings. The confusing part was that due to the way she was sitting, she was wide open. Any move would be fatal in this scenario. This made it difficult for him. If an expert had one or two, then those would definitely be mistakes. In this case, they weren't actually openings. He didn't know how to start attacking her at all. Meanwhile, the spectators watched with bated breath, wanting to see Qi Xiaoye's next move. The ancestors were immensely involved with observing her method of breaking Force Devourer. Learning this would mean a lifetime of benefits. Just think about it, being able to solve a chapter from Evil Devourer was extraordinary. Clank. After a full circle, Lu Huaishe still didn't know whether to start. Nonetheless, he still decided to release golden laws from his whip. However, the laws were aimed at her surroundings instead, completely trapping her inside. Not even water could get through. Now. Lu Huaishe lashed and the whip instantly appeared above Qi Xiaoye's head. It lingered above and became resplendent. The Dao laws around her also started resonating with the whip. As the light became brighter, a formation eventually appeared on the ground beneath her, the same with the whip above. It was apparent that Lu Huaishe wanted to trap her in this formation. What is she waiting for? The spectators became nervous for her. Clank. Both the formations exuded golden rays that envelope her. Lu Huaishe also activated Force Devourer. Time and space began to twist along with Qi Xiaoye's body. It's getting too dangerous, she needs to do something. One spectator said. If this continued, she would break down to pieces. Some shifted their gaze towards Li Qie again only to find the guy not doing anything. Please do something. A student from Duality was scared out of his mind. Unfortunately, Xiaoye had no reaction despite the twisting of her body. Die. Lu Huaishe finally made his move. The golden rays then turned into thousands of swords, ready to pierce through. She was being affected by Force Devourer and shouldn't be able to resist. Chapter 3759. The golden swords lacerated the spatial fabrics, on the verge of taking Qi Xiaoye down next. The spectators gasped, some covered their mouth while others turned away, unable to bear seeing her being turned to a bloody mist. In this split second, Li Qie finally spoke again. Release the Dao, 6 sense break. Qi Xiaoya's grand Dao suddenly activated along with her 6 senses. They instantly buried Lu Huaishi's attack with the might of a primordial beast. Boom! She waved both hands and the formations crumbled. The incoming swords headed for Lu Huaishi instead. He shouted from horror and pulled back the whip for defense. Despite being as fast as lightning, it wasn't enough to stop the backlash. Boom! He got pushed out of the mountain and free fall until eventually smashing the base, resulting in a huge pit. Dust scattered everywhere. Mouths were open wide enough to fit a goose egg at this point. Lu Huaishi was the first one to attack, yet he still lost the exchange. People had a hard time calming down. Once they realized the situation, they became increasingly frightened. When Qi Xiaoya attacked earlier, numerous ancestors were watching. They still didn't notice anything special and had no idea how she defeated Force Devourer. Is Li Qie still human? One ancestor glanced at Li Qie. Of course he is, just know that he's the son of miracles too. A teacher from Duality smiled wryly. This title has been increasingly popular. Those who witnessed him doing so multiple times were at a loss for words. He really figured out how to break Force Devourer? That's so heaven-defying. Has it ever been done before? One big shot asked. Break, I'm not sure, but it's definitely effective. Another expert became excited. The youths from the Holy Ground celebrated. It seemed that the mysterious Li Qie has decided to join their cause. Bam! Lu Huaishi got out of the pit, covered in dirt and wounds. Qi Xiaoya didn't want to take his life earlier, but the injuries were still relatively serious. I accept my defeat. Lu Huaishi climbed up the steps and cupped his fist towards Qi Xiaoya. No, I took advantage of the situation, it's an honorless victory. She returned the respectful gesture. The end of this battle was great news for the members of the Holy Ground. We finally won one. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was nerve-wracking for many since Qi Xiaoya was absolutely an underdog. A second loss seemed inevitable until Li Qie joined. Just a few sentences from him turned the tides to everyone's astonishment. Lu Huaishi then cupped his fist towards Li Qie but was ignored. He then moved back and stood next to Su Tsueme. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Qi Xiaoya walked over to the creek and bowed her head. Li Qie didn't answer her either, still focusing on fishing. A while back, most would have thought that he was being too arrogant and putting up an act. Now, no one saw through him and kept quiet instead. Despite a lack of response, Qi Xiaoya still bowed one more time before leaving. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my mission is complete. The Scion will come to spar against the heroes of the Holy Ground. We can't wait to see your great techniques. Su Tsueme smiled and told the crowd. The geniuses that were rejoicing earlier felt the pressure again. She woke them up from their celebration. Qi Xiaoya's victory was only a minor one. Righteous Scion was still coming. The next battle was the true test between their Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. But who could actually take him on? Su Tsueme then cupped her fist and left with Cloud Whip and Thunderblade. Silence took over the area. Take your leave, everyone. De Gulan said, Righteous Scion won't make it here instantly. If anyone wishes to challenge him along the way, go for it. But don't force yourself. No one responded due to their pessimistic mood. They all saw how powerful Thunderblade and Cloud Whip were. Righteous Scion was definitely stronger. No one dared to challenge him. This meant that he would be able to walk straight to Minor Sacred Mountain, something truly shameful for the Holy Ground. Though the humiliation was unbearable, there was nothing they could do. They understood that fighting him would be great information gathering for De Gulan. The problem was, who would dare to step up? I shall return to Divine Ghost to ask for a weapon. Phantom Sacred Child told De Gulan, then left. His solemn expression told everyone that this would at least be a Dao Lord level weapon. It certainly made the crowd feel better. I'll talk to the elders in the court, we'll do everything to help you, fairy. Hu Ben cupped his fist and hastily left as well. Their hasty departure was due to the pressure stemming from Thunderblade and especially Cloud Whip. Just one chapter from Evil Devourer was dreadful enough. The Scion knew at least 4 chapters. Thus, the two needed to prepare more than ever before. One genius started leaving after another. Some truly wanted to help De Gulan, but they lacked the abilities. They would have had a hard time dealing with Cloud Whip. Therefore, they might not be able to last 2 or 3 moves against the Scion. Listen, let Li Chia participate in the last battle, this might be enough. A few geniuses had this idea as they were leaving. The cultivation gap is too great. One peer disagreed. Right, but he's Li Chia. Senior sister Xiaoya won by following his order. A student added. Chapter 3760. It didn't take long before only De Gulan was left on Miner's Sacred Mountain. She came over to the creek and bowed deeply towards Li Chia. This disciple from Duality Academy greets you, young master. What is it? Li Chia slowly opened his eyes to look at her and nodded. He went back to focusing on fishing as if nothing was more interesting to him. He only gave a top beauty like her a single glance. She became quite curious, was he really just fishing? She stopped thinking about it and got to the point. I believe I might not be the Scion's match. Li Chia shook his head, absolutely. Your defeat is certain. De Gulan wasn't offended by this statement. Anyone else would have been a bit peeved because it was too early to say. This was definitely an insult towards her ability. She bowed again and asked, that's why I'm seeking your guidance, young master. She spoke with sincerity and humility. These traits always earned some points, not to mention that she was beautiful and talented. I have nothing to teach. Li Chia smiled, your comprehension of the Grand Tao is exceptional among your age group. You already know what to do. I saw that young master could break Force Devourer. I'm sure that you can. She paused for a bit before adding. Yes, I can break Righteous Sect 7 chapters. Li Chia chuckled. Others might be surprised, but this was within her expectation. The 7 chapters were profound and wide-ranging. Just solving one was amazing, let alone all 7. Do you think you can win even if I teach you this method? Li Chia asked. She took her time before answering. I haven't fought him so I can't say, I will just try my best. Good mindset. Li Chia smiled, the truth is that victory isn't certain even in that case. I'm sure young master has a way to defeat him. De Gulan said softly. Li Chia didn't answer right away. He stared at his fishing pole for a bit before replying, yes, there are millions of methods to defeat him. I can pick any random one. His nonchalant comment would incite skepticism. Who was Righteous Scion? The current number 1 genius in the Southern West King. His Grand Tao was at a peerless level. It's to be expected. If you join the fray, you'll shock all of 8 Desolaces. She responded. Okay, don't flatter me now. Li Chia interrupted her with a hand wave. He then asked, do you want to win or something else? She met his gaze straight on and answered, for me, nothing is better than actually winning, but losing is understandable as well. My cultivation is inferior and there's a large gap in our actual battle prowess. It's not shameful to lose to a better combatant. She paused for a bit before moving on. The only problem is that I'll be letting down my sect and the holy ground. Of course, the holy ground has been standing strong for eras. This defeat doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's more of a personal shortcoming, that I am not excellent enough to do everything perfectly. She had a natural expression as she admitted this. Well said, well said. Li Chia laughed and approved of her. She smiled gorgeously in response. Young master, will you join? She asked afterward. Did you say that the holy ground will be just fine after this defeat? It still has all of its foundations and plenty of hidden experts. This contest is trivial and doesn't affect me in the slightest. Li Qie said. Yes, but given your status, you can represent the holy ground. You're its, De Gulan couldn't help but say. You're mistaken, I don't represent the holy ground nor Vajra. It's all a misconception, I only represent myself and have no other identity. Li Qie waved his hand. Nothing he had said surprised her until now. She stared at him with uncertainty. Young master, what do you mean? Li Qie stared implicatively at her and said, don't count on me for this battle, I'm not interested at all. You will bear the banner for this tough competition between the holy ground and righteous. Young master, I suddenly feel an overwhelming weight on my shoulders. It's suffocating. She took a deep breath and smiled wryly. Isn't that a good thing? It's time for you to rise up and reach the next height. Li Qie said. But shouldering the reputation of the holy ground is such a serious responsibility. She responded. The heaven tests the capable, that's all. Li Qie flatly responded. Will you come to watch the battle? She stopped convincing him to help. Don't worry, I'll come to show my support if I'm not occupied with important business. Li Qie paused for a moment before answering. She felt better even though he didn't promise anything. Just his presence would take the weight off her shoulders. With that, Li Qie closed his eyes again, seemingly falling asleep. She stopped bothering him and stared at the fishing rod. After a while, nothing was happening, no fish was biting at all. Some time passed and he stared at her, shaking his head. Holding the rod doesn't mean that one is fishing. She didn't expect him to speak to her again but agreed with the logic. He then began to pull back the string. Who knows how long it was, but this took forever and the hook was still nowhere to be found. The problem was, once it left the water, she noticed that it wasn't a fishhook at the end of the string. Chapter 3761. A bronze ring was attached to the string instead of a hook. It seemed strangely moist and shiny, as if it had drunk enough water from the creek. It obviously couldn't drink or absorb water, it merely gave off that strange impression. After being filled, the ring seemingly came back to life as if it was sentient, ready to turn into a creature, such as a true dragon, and soar among the clouds. De Gulan became startled. She never saw this ring before but had heard of her master talking about it. She couldn't believe that he was using it as fish bait. His intent remained unknown. Initially, she assumed that it would be something strange like a hook without bait or having a strange shape. This didn't seem to be the case at all. His goal was something else entirely. Young master, what? She didn't know what to say, her eyes darting back and forth between Li Qie and the ring. Just fishing since I have nothing else to do. Li Qie chuckled. She naturally didn't buy it. The ring was peerless and had paramount significance in the holy ground. No one else would be as careless as him with it. Sigh, this crappy place is annoying me now, so troublesome. Should I just burn it to a crisp? Li Qie seemed unhappy about something. He then casually tossed the ring down the creek. Splash! The ring floated away with the string still connected. The latter seemed to be quite long. She was still afraid despite knowing that he wasn't going to throw it away like this. Her next focus became his intent. Was there something special about this creek? She took a look at the water but didn't find anything peculiar. Nonetheless, he must have a reason for his action. Curious? Li Qie smiled at her. I just don't get it. She stopped looking at the water and answered while touching her hair. Have you been to Sacred Mountain? Li Qie suddenly asked. Sacred Mountain? She shook her head. No, few are qualified to get there, only the top characters of the holy ground. I heard that the 4 grandmasters have done so to meet the Supreme. Sacred Mountain was the ultimate symbol of authority at the holy ground, its true ruler. It remained elusive throughout history but still maintained a firm grasp. It was impossible to visit without an invitation. Those lucky enough to be eligible were amazing existences. That's why you don't understand. Of course, you might not even after going up there. Li Qia smilingly nodded. She pondered in silence. It was too hard to understand someone like Li Qia. Take a look at the land. Say, what if one day, all of it will be in your grasp? What do you think about that? Li Qia casually asked. In my grasp? She was slightly jolted before regaining her composure, being smart enough to understand what he meant. She had impressive mental fortitude, but it still took her a while to regain her wits. She took a deep breath and said, "You're joking, young master." What if I'm not? Li Qia stared at her. She became speechless, her mind empty. A while later, she answered, "Young master, I don't think I'm suitable." Oh. Elaborate. He smirked. If that falls upon me, I'm afraid I'll lose to the scion before the battle even starts. It becomes something more than just a personal duel. Winning is absolutely essential and I can't handle that, whether it be my state of mind or abilities. I rather fight while representing myself and nothing more. I know that I will most likely lose, but fighting a top genius will be truly beneficial. I don't mind the loss of reputation in that case. She became solemn and continued, "My goal is to seek the mysteries of the Tao and hope to reach the apex, not authority and fame." Correct. Li Qia nodded and praised, "You're not the most talented or the smartest, but you truly know and follow your heart. This is quite rare. Your potential is limitless. You might lose to righteous scion in the incoming battle, but who knows what the future will bring." "Thank you, young master." She bowed towards him. "Go now," Li Qia said and closed his eyes again. She bowed one more time before floating away. The news of the Scion's challenge spread across the holy ground. It didn't take long before the start of the event. "Righteous Scion is here." The news of him setting foot on the border traveled like a storm and shocked everyone. Who would dare to fight him outside of Dugalan? He didn't bring an army for the trip, only a few followers. Nonetheless, he still commanded attention along the way. He rode on a war chariot with a few riders in front and back, that's it. As he came from the east with this humble group, his momentum and aura were still wondrous. The war chariot was made of bronze, looking quite ancient and full of scars from blades and arrows. It emitted a ferocious battle intent, capable of crushing everything in its path. A fierce beast pulled the carriage. It had snow-white fangs and bony outgrowths on its spine, seemingly ready to pierce the sky. Nothing could stop this combination from moving onward. The scion stood on top with both hands behind his back. He wore a purple robe, looking as gallant as can be. He seemed to be a deity in control of lightning and clouds. The world seemed to be rotating around him. Just one hand wave of his could command thunderbolts to descend and slay an entire army. Chapter 3762, Righteous Scion was imbued with a spirit that can conquer mountains and rivers then soar above 8 decibels. He looked like the greatest in existence, virtually unbeatable. His aura surpassed all the geniuses in the holy ground and he had no intention of hiding it. The grand Tao resonated along his path. Laws poured down like waterfalls along with bright halos. The surroundings were affected by his mighty presence. In fact, the birds and beasts within 100,000 miles trembled in fear, wanting to run away. This was the case for human cultivators as well. Powerful countries and sects all felt the pressure. The ancestors could withstand his aura and were unaffected. As for the young ones, their mind wavered under the suffocation and got the urge to prostrate. This rampant proliferation of aura was a blatant challenge, showing utter disdain to the geniuses of the holy ground. They were naturally furious, but after experiencing this aura, they could only keep it to themselves. They waited for their top geniuses to make a move instead, hoping to repel him. Righteous Scion has inherited Righteous Supreme's legacy, his achievements will just be as illustrious. One ancestor emotionally commented. This has confirmed his power. He didn't need an army to deter his opponents. He alone was more intimidating than 1,000,000 men. He's past the border now. His location was the focus of the holy ground. Everyone knew where he was right away due to the flow of information. That's the vigorous Tiger Legion's territory. Will they fight? One youth said. Vajra's Hu Ben is in charge there. The dynasty won't sit idly by during this event, they can't. The young lord of a sect added. All eyes were on the legion by the border now. This area had pivotal importance to the holy ground. In history, Righteous and Buddha had numerous skirmishes. The legions here had to repel various invasions. Now, the Scion wasn't declaring war and merely challenged the geniuses of the holy ground. Nonetheless, not answering this challenge was rather shameful. The current commander was Hu Ben of Vajra. Though he had entered war camp later, he still maintained his position at the legion. If the dynasty didn't do anything about the Scion, their authority would be questioned. Thus, the legion sent out scouts in order to meticulously watch the Scion's movement. They had to do something in order to avoid criticisms from the great powers in the holy ground. I alone will fight the heroes of this land, even the great armies of Buddha holy ground. The Scion took note of this and heartily laughed while moving forward. He's challenging vigorous Tiger and Vajra now. Everyone heard him clearly, realizing that Vajra absolutely needed to do something right now. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating and disgraceful. Righteous Scion, we will answer your challenge. A voice from the legion responded. One figure emerged above the camp of vigorous Tiger. He had a golden glow due to his armor, looking quite divine and battle-ready. Hu Ben of Vajra. A spectator shouted. This is how it should be. Many nodded approvingly while the youths heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Ben had a great background in Vajra dynasty. He originated from Martial Hall and was a general in war camp on top of being the commander of vigorous Tiger. Most importantly, he was one of the 4 great geniuses of the holy ground. Thus, whether it be for personal or duty reasons, he should be the one accepting the challenge. He represented the legion in charge of the border and Vajra dynasty's prestige. I have heard about your talent and military aptitude long ago, fellow Daoist. Today is a great opportunity to witness it in person. Righteous Scion's majestic and awe-inspiring voice sounded. Smokefire Fortress, I and my army will fight you there. Hu Ben didn't relent at all against his foe's oppressive aura. So be it. The Scion didn't waste words. That's the youngest Grand Commander for you. The youths of the holy ground suddenly became excited and started praising Hu Ben. He's the pride of our land, not letting Vajra down at all. Someone else said. The commander protects the border, truly a noble cause. A youth with shallow cultivation was a fan. Hu Ben's initiative earned him numerous praises from the populace. The news of their match quickly spread across the holy ground. Hu Ben will lead 100,000 men to fight the Scion at Smokefire Fortress. Everyone heard about it with haste. Let's go already. Most started running towards this area. We're not strong enough to fight Righteous Scion, but we can at least support Hu Ben. We can't let Righteous Sect look down on us. One youth said. It didn't take long before the mass ran towards the border, the majority being from the young generation. Will Hu Ben be able to stop the Scion? Some were worried because they knew how strong the Scion was. He was actually superior to the 4 great geniuses, so they didn't have that much confidence in Hu Ben. Hu Ben alone is no match for the Scion, but don't forget, Vigorous Tiger is a powerful legion. Hu Ben led it to numerous victories before. Someone familiar with Hu Ben's past exploits was relatively confident. Hu Ben is a gifted commander, but the difference in power is too great. An army won't do anything in a real fight between masters. It's absolutely inconsequential. A powerful genius disagreed. Regardless of the outcome, he's worthy of admiration just by stepping up to represent Vajra dynasty and the holy ground. One young fan asserted. 1. Hu Ben means vigorous tiger. Chapter 3763, Smokefire Fortress was an important stronghold near the border, completely surrounded by mountains with only one entrance. It looked like a cage from a distance, easy to defend and impossible to attack. Inside was a valley prepped to make easy work out of invaders. Vigorous Tiger Legion hid among the walls and cliffs, always ready for long-range attack. Moreover, each mountain and every inch of the land had been refined and blessed by the sages of Buddha holy ground. They brimmed with grand Tao power, seemingly unbreakable. It has successfully stopped attackers numerous times in history. Righteous sect itself has lost numerous troops trying to take over this pivotal stronghold. Due to the peace recently, the borders were open for members of both sides. Thus, the entrance was still open despite the match between the Scion and Hu Ben. This was only a contest, not a declaration of war or an invasion. Under these circumstances, closing the entrance would show weakness and fear. Vice versa, leaving it open displayed confidence in spite of the Scion's power. Numerous experts from the holy ground were already here. The majority consisted of the young generation of the holy ground. Some cultivators from Righteous sect came to watch the show. The latter wouldn't want to miss such a good opportunity to see their scion in action. Therefore, it didn't take long before the stronghold was filled with people, whether it be the walls and cliffs or the sky. As for the members of Vigorous Tiger Legion, they looked different today. Each member wore golden armor and had surging vitality. Not one soul was weak. It became abundantly clear that only the elites were chosen today. The regular guards had been sent away. They knew how to fight and had great teamwork through rigorous training and ample battle experience. Hu Ben came prepared today. They naturally didn't want to lose, so they went all out. Is it possible to stop him? One youth wondered after seeing the impressive soldiers. No one doubted the legion's might. Alas, the older experts were still pessimistic. One of them shook his head. Their opponent is the Scion, a wondrous existence. This legion alone can't stop him. Nonetheless, the youths still believed in Hu Ben and his army, that they would put up a good fight. The sun slowly rose while the fortress was the center of attention. The Scion is here. The appearance of the Scion caused quite a stir. The battle will start soon. Another shouted. Waves of commotion resounded. Some spectators became serious while staring at the Scion. He came alone, wearing a natural expression despite entering a heavily guarded fortress. Despite his relaxed demeanor, others didn't have a good time. This was because he didn't hide his aura in the slightest. His grand Tao power ravaged the area like a deity from above. It swept through the crowd. The weaker members had a hard time breathing. In reality, the Scion wasn't purposely aiming his aura at anyone in particular or trying to increase its oppressiveness. He merely let it roam free. Alas, he was just too strong, so it became unbearable. Some had no choice but to retreat in order to be at a safe distance. He didn't say a word or mock anyone while sauntering forward. Nonetheless, just this style of his was dominating enough. He resembled an apex existence looking down on everyone else. They felt like insects in comparison and shuddered. Those who have never seen him before found this a grand event. His aura was beyond words. No wonder why he was the chosen successor of Righteous Supreme. The most arrogant geniuses found themselves inadequate after seeing him in person. The number one genius indeed. One youth realized the gap without needing to fight him. Prior to this, a few still weren't convinced of his superiority. Now, they kept their mouths shut. A natural stronghold, hard to attack. The Scion scouted the area. Those who met his gaze had a hard time standing straight. I hope that the holy ground has enough experts to let me go all out and not return in disappointment. The Scion's next comment was overbearing. Despite not insulting the holy ground, he made it sound as if no one else could enter his sight. The geniuses from the holy ground became vexed, but they were helpless, too weak to stand up to him. If anyone were to call him out on his arrogance yet fail to back it up, they would be throwing away the holy ground's reputation. That would be awfully unwise. I apologize for the lack of reception since we are armed, Scion. A calm voice came from the high wall. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Hu Ben. He looked gallant like a great general, clearly someone adept at commanding a great army. Chapter 37-64, Hu Ben's appearance relieved the crowd. At the very least, the holy ground gained some face back. It would have been disgraceful if righteous Scion walked straight to minor sacred mountain without anyone stopping him along the way. Now, Hu Ben, a commander of Vidra and one of the 4 geniuses, accepted the challenge at Smokefire Fortress. This was as proper of a start as can be due to Hu Ben's various statuses. Hu Ben of Vidra, your fame precedes you. Righteous Scion posed with both hands behind his back and smiled. Though he was standing at the base looking up at Hu Ben, this didn't matter at all. He was still the lord of all, looking down on his subject. His aura and power were too much for the young generation. Other geniuses always seemed inferior in comparison. You're too kind. The fierce Hu Ben still enjoyed the pleasantry and cupped his fist. Your fame also precedes you, righteous Scion. Your reputation is well deserved. Enjoying this conversation was understandable due to the Scion's status. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the current #1 genius of the Southern West King. To have been heard by him before made Hu Ben feel quite good even though it was mere pleasantry. However, you're not a match for me. Unfortunately, the next sentence took Hu Ben down a notch. The first line made Hu Ben feel like floating in the air. The next was akin to being hit in the head by a rod, enough to see stars. Hu Ben's smile disappeared right away. First was carrot, then came the stick. No one would enjoy this treatment. Others exchanged glances. Anyone else would have been branded as being arrogant and rude. After all, Hu Ben was a top genius in the holy ground and a capable commander. Not to mention the young generation, even some ancestors would be wary of an all-out attack from him. The Scion's comment was rather contemptuous towards both Hu Ben and the holy ground. Nonetheless, the crowd kept quiet instead of reprimanding him. He had proven himself after sweeping through his own region. He was qualified to make this domineering statement. Some thought that he was merely speaking the truth. It had nothing to do with arrogance. Hu Ben's expression became unsightly. Nonetheless, since he was the first representative, he tried his best to smile in order to show off his magnanimity. I'm more eager to try now. I hope you won't disappoint me either. Hu Ben responded. Of course, I shall take down Smokefire Fortress today. The Scion replied in a dominating manner, annoying the holy ground once more. Smokefire served as the first stronghold at the border. This had special significance, so when the Scion made this claim, it was as if he wanted to break the gate of the holy ground. I see. Hu Ben was furious because of his opponent's contemptuous attitude and absolute confidence in victory. No one could handle being treated in this manner, even a statue would become angry. Since you're so confident, my legion and I will see what you can do. Hu Ben added. Come, an army or not, all the same. The Scion smiled. His style was both infuriating yet admirable to the opponents. He lives up to his reputation, so haughty. One youth admitted. It's normal for him to act in this manner since he's so strong. A genius agreed. Start. Hu Ben didn't want to speak anymore since the Scion had an advantage in terms of momentum and aura. Rumble. Figures descended from above and landed outside of the fortress. These were older soldiers in golden armor. Bloodthirst emanated from them, a testament to their bloody experience on the battlefield. The young ones became startled after seeing this. One said, "They're the central pillars of the Legion. These men play a great role in helping the Legion keep the border safe." Some saw hope after seeing the soldiers surround righteous Scion. Maybe there was a chance since Vigorous Tiger had so many experts. This seems lacking. The scion glanced at the combatants. You'll find out soon enough. Hu Ben raised his hand. Creak. Platforms with crossbows on top began to rise from the walls. The crossbows were unique and emitted a frightening aura. Smokefire crossbows. Someone shouted. The dynasty asked powerful heavenly sovereigns to make them back then. This was one of the stronghold's strongest offenses. The dynasty invited numerous sovereigns for the sake of creating these crossbows. If you don't mind, I will use everything possible for this battle. Hu Ben said. This was supposed to be a duel between geniuses, but Hu Ben was using Vidra's military power as well. Of course, the scion didn't actually mind. That's fine, I want to see your famous leadership. The scion smiled. Hu Ben was actually quite frustrated. He was obviously not a match in a one-on-one fight. However, he had his legion and the resources of the stronghold. He thought that this would be enough to put up a good fight. I'll be starting then, he said seriously. The spectators watched with bated breath, hoping for a miracle. Chapter 3765, Go. The scion smiled as he glanced at the surroundings, still looking composed. Open the fortress. Hu Ben glared at his foe and roared. This confused some spectators. The gate was open, what did he mean by that? Loud rumbles and dazzling lights occurred in the next moment. The entire fortress started quaking and the area beneath the scion suddenly sank downward. In fact, the fortress was below ground now, creating something akin to a large cooking pot with the scion in the center. The fortress itself was sleek and smooth like a mirror before the astonished spectators. What is going on? Most were confused. I heard the sovereigns spent a lot of time preparing this back then, meteoric beam. It's rarely used. One ancestor said with a solemn tone. The scion in the center wasn't frightened at all. He was cool and collected despite knowing that a sure-kill move was coming. Be careful, scion. We'll be starting the mechanism soon. Hu Ben said. I know, go ahead, I'm ready for it. The scion smiled. Start. Hu Ben scowled and declared. Buzz. Something seemed to be rubbing against the mirror-like surface of the fortress, causing it to become even brighter. An unknown power has been activated and time suddenly halted. Everyone saw a magnificent scene in this split second. Everything was frozen in the vicinity, including the lights. The latter suddenly turned into countless arrows. At the same time, the ground beneath the scion emitted an irresistible sucking force. All the light arrows started shooting towards him at an unbelievable speed. They twisted together to form great beams with enough destruction to pierce through all affinities. Even the hardest substance would be reduced to nothingness. The spectators were amazed because this was a method consisting of borrowing the powers of the word. Moreover, the scion's location has been locked on. Dodging and fleeing weren't possible this late into the attack. The beams came from above just like lightning bolts. If they made contact, they would pierce his head. Boom! The beams made direct contact, washing over the scion like heavenly waterfalls and drowning him. Nice! One spectator shouted after seeing the direct hit on the scion's head. The destructive power of the beams was unquestionable. Everyone in the crowd thought that their head would instantly explode upon contact. Meteoric beam, that sounds about right. Another spectator said. The members of the holy ground became excited and felt great about the situation. One opened his eyes wide and stared at the beams. Will he die from this? Most thought that he would definitely survive due to his mighty strength. However, injuries should be possible. Rumble. The beams were suddenly pushed up. The spectators clearly saw the scion become enveloped in a pulsing divine light brimming with Tao laws. This defensive barrier fully nullified the beams. He started pushing the beams upward, going against the currents. The confrontation of the two forces resulted in loud explosions and earthquakes. I can't believe it. someone commented. The scion faced the attack directly with his own power, letting the beams actually hit him. That's righteous scion for you. Others took a deep breath. He's very close to reaching the golden avatar. He'll become an heir soon and will have a chance to prove his Tao. One ancestor remarked. It became obvious that the scion has broken through the Grand Tao's sacred physique realm. After breaking through this realm, cultivators would have two paths. The first was Tao Lord Golden Avatar, the other was Myriad Tao Heavenly Physique. The scion chose the Tao Lord path and has become an heir, a potential candidate for the next Tao Lord. He's uninjured. The young geniuses could see that the scion wasn't trying his hardest. This attempt isn't bad, but it can't defeat me. The scion laughed heartily while pushing the beams upward. The fact that he could still speak while being suppressed by the beam impressed the hostile audience. Damn, so this is the number one genius. One commenter said with admiration. Hu Ben's expression turned ugly. This move from the fortress massacred numerous invaders before. Unfortunately, it didn't leave a single wound on righteous scion. Anything else? Go for it. The scion said, ignoring the beams fixated on him. Chapter 3766. How could he be so strong? One young expert said after seeing the scion's nonchalant attitude. Some geniuses initially thought that they would be able to last 10 moves or so when fighting against him. They had this much confidence, at least. A few believed that 500 moves shouldn't be a problem. But now, after seeing him in action, they realized that they have overestimated themselves. There was no chance of lasting that long in battle. Hu Ben's expression soured as well. The powerful move might not be enough to defeat him but should still suppress or hinder him to a certain extent. This wasn't the case at all. This move was effective against other armies, just not against someone like the scion. An official heir, everyone realized that he was an heir right now. Perhaps one day, he would be able to prove his Tao and become a Tao Lord. Go! Hu Ben shouted. The crowd wasn't ready for the old soldiers outside of the fortress to take action. They held a strange tube made of bronze and immediately fired. Rays came out first before people heard the wind-breaking noises due to the speed of the rays. Clank. 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 They then noticed chains of light coiling around the scion. The other end drilled deep into the ground. The arm-thick chains were quite magical, fully trapping the scion while stabilizing by connecting with the earth. Their thickness made them quite heavy, but no one felt this way due to their incredible speed. This allowed them to coil around him in no time at all. Great! Many spectators applauded after seeing this. Seal him! One youth jumped excitedly to the air. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Incredible! Another cultivator shouted. Some started thinking that maybe the scion wasn't unbeatable. There was still a chance for their side. Don't celebrate so soon. One ancestor shook his head in disagreement. It won't stop him for long. The scion still had a calm expression despite being pulled up in the air by the chains of light. He smiled and said, "It is an honor. These are chains made from precious Shadow Sea's light steel. Looks like Vajra put in some capital." The crowd exchanged glances. Most had no idea what these chains were made of. As for the high elders and ancestors, they weren't surprised to see Vajra helping Hu Ben. The bronze tubes used by the older soldiers didn't belong to the Legion. The dynasty made an exception for this battle. After all, Hu Ben, more or less, represented Vajra. Though his defeat seemed likely, he couldn't lose in an ugly manner. That's why the dynasty gave him its support. Fire. Hu Ben didn't care about this and gave the command. Creak. The crossbows on top of the wall aimed straight at the scion and released large arrows. Their size didn't diminish their speed. They left behind afterimages along the way before instantly hitting the scion. The crowd was in awe at their power and speed. Most importantly, they instantly exploded the moment they struck him. Deafening blasts destroyed the spatial areas around the scion. Spatial remnants broke down into colorful pieces, just like blossoming fireworks. Boom! Finally, a black hole manifested and immediately collapsed afterward, sucking everything within. The spectators did everything they could to run away. Incredible crossbows. Some who saw the power of these weapons for the first time became amazed and frightened due to their destructive capabilities and speed. Damages came from multiple aspects: the explosions from the arrows, the collapse of space, and the sucking force of the black hole. One could survive, but injuries seemed unavoidable. Yes. More people applauded. He didn't have a chance to retaliate against the continuous attacks. Well done. One genius became excited. Hu Ben did well to seize the opportunity. Another praised Hu Ben. Many thought that the consecutive attacks were well done. Hu Ben didn't hesitate in the slightest and had the style of a capable commander. The actual result didn't matter. He managed to impress the older cultivators as well. Others would find it difficult to have a better plan. Boom! The collapsed space was torn apart. One foot stepped out first, then the person, righteous scion. A golden dragon coiled around him along with a golden aura. The creature breathed in and out, seemingly ready to devour 10,000 worlds. Scales began to latch onto the scion. The dragon itself emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Everyone felt as if he was the chosen one and they needed to prostrate right now. Heaven Devourer Dragon Guard. An ancestor shouted. An invincible technique from righteous sect. Another master blurted out. Yes, created by Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Most from the previous generation were amazed and envious. The Tao Lord used to be a serpent demon that managed to reach the Tao. For the sect, righteous Tao Lord left behind the 7 chapters, while Heaven Devourer Tao Lord left behind this ultimate defensive merit law. Of course, he left behind other Tao Lord level merit laws as well. Nonetheless, this draconic defense was the most popular. Chapter 3767, The Transcending Youth walked out of the collapsed space, completely unharmed. Not even his robe was damaged, his hair was still perfectly tidied. He didn't bother to block the previous move yet still nullified it. The members of the holy ground became frightened. Even the ancestors took a deep breath. The scion was sealed earlier by the chains before the barrage of arrows. This should have done something to him. It's tough enough breaking down the draconic defense, let alone defeating him. One ancestor solemnly said. Who in the holy ground can actually stop this monster? An experienced big shot shuddered. Not to mention the young generation, even some ancestors thought that they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed just now from Hu Ben's plan. No wonder why there was a rumor of him beating righteous sect master. An expert murmured. The sect master of righteous was obviously powerful, the ruler of the land with great authority. Nonetheless, this youth bested him. Hu Ben has no chance. This became apparent to the crowd. In reality, this was obvious before the start of the fight. Hu Ben couldn't match up with the scion in terms of power and cultivation. Nonetheless, they remained relatively optimistic and clung to a sliver of hope. After all, Hu Ben was a famous genius and a capable commander who should have been able to last up to several hundred moves. Unfortunately, they realized that the gap was too great after the start of the battle. Righteous Scion is untouchable in the young generation. Others had no choice but to put their pride away and accept this reality. Not just the young generation, few in the previous generation can take him down. One ancestor shook his head. Silence and pessimism permeated the air. The youths of the holy ground felt as if there was something heavy pressing down on them. The previous statement meant that the scion was at another level. If he could take another step forward, he would be similar to the 4 grandmasters. Hu Ben pondered quietly while being stuck in this predicament. He had underestimated the scion's power by a considerable margin. He knew that defeat was inevitable. Alas, it was hard to get off a tiger. Giving up wasn't an option now since he represented Vajra. This must go all the way. That was a decent attempt. The scion floated up in the air, looking domineering, but if that's all you can do, I'm truly disappointed. He stared straight at Hu Ben, but the rest of the crowd was affected as well. None thought that he was being arrogant at this point. I hope the other geniuses of the holy ground can have better plans. He stated in a matter-of-fact manner, perhaps with no intention of insulting his opponent. Alas, others construed it as disdain. Hu Ben was one of the 4 geniuses of the holy ground, yet still didn't earn any respect. This meant that other youths couldn't get into the scion's sight. They assumed that he was mocking them for being incapable. Hu Ben's expression soured. He has never been treated in this manner before. Of course, the frustrated youths couldn't do a thing since the scion's power far exceeded theirs. Don't worry, our fight is not finished. Hu Ben said seriously, the holy ground has plenty of capable cultivators. It's just that I am lacking. Others approved of this message from Hu Ben and gave him a thumbs up. I hope so. The scion laughed. Let us continue then. Do you dare to accept one move from me? This froze the listeners, especially Hu Ben. From start to finish, the scion hasn't done a thing. He assumed a passive state and merely let Hu Ben do whatever he wanted. What would happen once he started attacking? Would Hu Ben be able to handle it? Hu Ben felt his scalp tingling. He wanted to give up, but the situation didn't permit. He took a deep breath and said, "We are ready to accept your attack." He pointed out that it would be both him and his army working together. "That's fine, you can do as you please." The scion said. "We're ready then." Hu Ben felt better because they had the defensive advantage with the fortress around. Clank. The scion immediately summoned a lance after Hu Ben finished speaking. It had a silver glow akin to the shine of bones. There was a tinge of gold as well. The spectators became intimidated by its sharpness. They even heard a roar as if a white tiger was in front of them. This lance's name is White Tiger. It's not a supreme weapon or anything but still presentable. The scion introduced. How is this just presentable? It's close to being a Tao Lord weapon. The third Tao Lord of Righteous created this for his disciple. One ancestor blurted out. It belonged to a top sect master from Righteous once. Another expert knew the history and power of this lance. Chapter 3768. The lance was infinitely close to being a Tao Lord weapon. It has been blessed and refined by a Tao Lord, so to a certain extent, it contained one's power. The third Tao Lord of Righteous had the title of Light Grasp. His disciple was the sect master of Righteous during that generation, a white tiger demon. This demon was extremely powerful at peak heavenly sovereign. He took off one of his fangs and used it to create a weapon using a top true fire. Unfortunately, this weapon couldn't reach perfection despite numerous refinements. His master could no longer watch and decided to help fix the flaws of the weapon. At the moment of completion, the Grand Tao resonated with the roar of a tiger. This became the famous White Tiger Lance of Righteous. Its origin and history resulted in a mighty weapon. It wasn't the strongest weapon in the sect, but the generational sect masters kept it around. Therefore, it was a symbol of authority. When the scion wielded this weapon, his aura became increasingly impressive. There seemed to be a divine tiger with claws and fangs capable of tearing the world and the Grand Tao apart. Its bestial aura was dreadful and shiver-inducing. The spectators' throat felt itchy as they became overwhelmed with an image of a tiger ripping their throat. The spectators and Hu Ben took a deep breath after seeing the armed scion. "Show me the majestic defense of Smokefire Fortress." The scion smiled. By this point, most realized that the rumor of him defeating his sect master was true. This lance was usually kept by the sect master. Now, since he had it, the implication was obvious. "Start the fire walls." Hu Ben roared. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Next, pillars floated up from the walls, but upon closer inspection, they also resembled square-shaped cauldrons. Poof! 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 The pillars became ablaze just like kindled cauldrons. The flames rushed to the sky, seemingly intending on incinerating everything with its scorching heat. The fortress resembled an erupting volcano with lava oozing out in an endless and all-devouring manner. The crowd also saw the members of Vigorous Tiger channeling all of their grand Tao power and vitality onto a runic platform carved with chaos stones. Next came Tao runes appearing on the walls of the fortress. They connected together to form Tao chains enveloping the fortress. As the crowd tried to digest the new development, the runic walls increased in size continuously, enough to stop all enemies from invading. This in combination with the Tao chains created what seems to be the most fortified wall in existence. The flames from the pillars earlier gathered in front of the physical wall and manifested into a fiery shield. As more flames joined the mix, the shield also became gigantic with countless layers. This divine wall empowered by the Tao pierced the clouds, ready to withstand all offenses. I didn't know the fortress has something like this. Many experts were amazed to see this in person. Peace has made people forget about what this fortress was capable of. Minor skirmishes didn't warrant activating this level of defense. Smokefire divine wall, we're lucky to see it in person. An expert from a large sect said. It doesn't have a problem stopping multiple armies. One youth sighed and said. One move should be fine. Another genius nodded. Hu Ben felt better after seeing the fortress' most powerful defense, the wall and barrier. They had been blessed by numerous heavenly sovereigns and were currently empowered by the soldiers. It should be able to withstand any attack, at least for a period. He thought that it shouldn't have a problem with one move from the Scion. Not bad. Okay, try this. The Scion smiled and said. Buzz. His lance became resplendent in the next second. Bright pulses continuously spread, seemingly reaching the deeper dimensions. The current spatial dimension was being overwhelmed by the pulses. Once there was enough light, 10 suns manifested into reality. 10 suns? Someone blurted out. The world became dried from their unbearable heat. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open from their radiance. 10 sun grasp, sky grasp Tao Lord's technique. An old cultivator shouted. The young ones exchanged glances after hearing this and shuddered. Everyone knew about the Scion's expertise with the Evil Devourer 7 chapters. Now, he also used Heaven Devourer, Dragon Guard and 10 Sun Grasp. This meant that he knew the arts of 3 Tao Lords. Just learning one was amazing, enough to prove that one was a great genius. But the Scion knew 3 separate merit laws? A supreme genius. The most prideful youths in the audience felt inadequate. Completely peerless. An ancestor sighed. They completely understood how he managed to defeat the sect master of righteous. Break. The Scion made his move and threw his lance forward, causing the suns to move as well. The suns were the focus of the technique, not the lance. Chapter 3769, The Lance and the Explosive 10 Suns heralded the end of the world. They engulfed the entire area and made the crowd tremble with fear. 10 suns were certainly enough to be apocalyptic. Everyone felt tiny and helpless during this crucial moment. Bam! The suns finally hit the fiery shield. The latter had unbelievable thickness due to the multiple layers. Alas, this still couldn't stop the 10 suns. The shield crumbled to fiery pieces and sparks. The crowd couldn't believe it, this was enough power to sink the earth. The 10 suns continued pressing down on the wall after the swift dispatch of the shield. Boom! The impact made it difficult to stand straight. Some actually fell to the ground while screaming in horror. They had no doubt that the wall would fall too. However, once they actually looked, the wall of the fortress managed to stop it. It was quaking continuously, but it was still a successful stop, separating the world into two halves. Yeah. The youths cheered loudly and raised their fists, turning red from excitement. This was fleeting. The suns couldn't smash the wall down with force, so they released endless sunfire in the shape of a white tiger. The beast was monstrous with a tail longer than a mountain range. Its terrible aura and roar swept through the area like a tempest and blew the spectators away. However, the wall still managed to stop the roar. The white tiger then leaped forward and raised its front claws, treating them like sharp divine swords. They were golden and brimming with Tao Lord power. Power refined by a Tao Lord. Some spectators could tell. Boom! The claws left deep marks. This wall managed to stop the 10 suns, just not the sharp claws of this Tao Lord's power manifestation. Rumble. Sections were ripped apart along with the pillars above. Ah! Soldiers on the platform screamed as they were sent flying. Some were killed, others grievously injured. Eventually, once enough pillars shattered, the divine wall disintegrated as well. People watched in astonishment. The Scion only needed one move to defeat Smokefire Fortress and Vigorous Tiger Legion. He had once again proven his supremacy. He floated in the air and held the great lance. He didn't need an oppressive aura to intimidate the crowd. They all thought of one title while looking at him, the God of War. He seemed to be possessed by a god and was completely unstoppable. How can we stop him? One genius from the holy ground turned pale. Not long ago, some thought that the 4 geniuses had a chance. Now, this confidence was nowhere to be found. Is he really unbeatable? Another said with empty eyes. Too powerful, he's unmatched among the young generation. One ancestor concluded. His peers agreed as well, at least when it came to the Southern West King. Smokefire Fortress has lasted numerous wars without falling. Now, it became a stepping stone for the Scion. One ancestor at the sovereign level thought that he would have been seriously injured by 10 Sun Grasp and the lance as well. As for Hu Ben, he had plenty of experience, being a commander for Vajra. He saw numerous powerful cultivators before as well. Nonetheless, his confidence wavered before the Scion. He wasn't feeling despair but still knew that he was no match for the Scion. No one from the young generation could do so. Still lacking. The Scion said after fully convincing the crowd through action. He looked around and smiled. If this is the last ace card of the fortress, it'll be very disappointing. It doesn't live up to being a famous stronghold of Vajra. He could say whatever he wanted at this point without seeming arrogant. The crowd had no choice but to swallow their anger. Fellow Daoist Hu Ben, do you still wish to continue? He pointed his lance at Hu Ben. All eyes were on the latter. They didn't know if he had anything else up his sleeve. In fact, no one would make fun of him for giving up now. They saw him trying his best. He wasn't weak, his opponent was just too strong. Hu Ben's expression changed continuously. He eventually gritted his teeth and said, "Our fortress will take on another move from you." Oh. I can't wait to see. The Scion spoke with confidence. There's still something else? The spectators became interested again, especially the youths. Activate the main vein. Hu Ben made up his mind and ordered. The older soldiers outside of the fortress exchanged glances. They eventually nodded in agreement. Rumble. They formed hand seals and fire engulfed them. They looked like fiery tornadoes, but instead of ravaging the sky, they actually drilled into the ground, creating scorched pits in the process. Chapter 3770. The appearance of the scorched pits intrigued the crowd. They wondered why these old soldiers went beneath the ground. There's something down there? One youth murmured. A great vein, but this is the very foundation of the fortress. A big shot with ample knowledge regarding the fortress nodded. Boom! A loud blast came from beneath and took the contemplating crowd by surprise. Steam and heat emanated from the large pits. What's going on? The young ones wondered. Next came springs of lava gushing out of the pits. The crowd didn't know what Hu Ben was up to. The foundation. A big shot stared at the surging lava waves and sighed. They knew that there was no other choice. He was betting everything on this last move. Lava rampaged on the ground beneath the fortress, enough to form a thick layer. Rumble. More explosions came from below along with cracking noises. Sure enough, cracks emerged on the surface and continued to spread in size. Is the fortress collapsing? The spectators found this astonishing. Lava started gushing from the large cracks as well. It wouldn't be long until it drowns the area. Boom! Even mountains surrounding the fortress started spewing out lava. The scene resembled an active volcano. Many were spooked out of their mind. The experts nearby withdrew with haste. A few cultivators were too slow and screamed from being burnt by the heat. They took a deep breath. This region has turned into an inferno in no time at all. This will destroy the fortress and the region, a terrible youth trembled. There's a volcanic vein right beneath all this time, it's just that the sages of the holy ground refined it into habitable land. This is turning it back to its original form. An ancestor explained. The first-timers here didn't expect this answer at all. Boom! Finally, what's left behind looked like a bottomless chasm with surging lava within. There seemed to be a terrible beast in there as well, ready to devour everyone at a moment's notice. Rah! A dragon roar could be heard as a pillar of lava rushed to the sky. A lava dragon appeared within, as large as a mountain range. The area near it immediately turned into scorched earth. The temperature in the air increased to an unbearable level. It also had access to true dragon flame, enough to refine anything. Boom! It landed and stood on its massive and long claws. A real lava dragon? Some spectators felt insignificant when compared to the great beast. No. It might be the manifestation of the vein. The sages must have turned the vein into this dragon back then. It has been gestating and growing beneath, waiting for the right day. One ancestor said. The heat wasn't the only thing frightening about the dragon. It had an impressive draconic aura as well. Everyone thought that just one claw from this dragon would turn them into mincemeat. So this is the real ace card of your fortress. Very well, let's take a look at how strong it is. The scion remained undeterred, still as confident as ever. The geniuses from the holy ground thought that they wouldn't be able to stay calm like him when facing this powerful dragon. Of course, this confidence stemmed from his mighty abilities. Kill him. Hu Ben ordered, having resorted to everything the fortress had. Rah! The dragon soared to the clouds before looking down. Whoosh! It opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery torrent. This draconic flame started burning space and time along its trajectory. It became a great pulse aiming for the scion's chest. The spectator found this discomforting as if the pulse was aiming at their own chest. Some screamed due to the pain. Go! The scion thrust his lance upward and released a white tiger. The beast lunged straight towards the incoming draconic pulse. Boom! Everything turned dark for the spectators as if the world had been destroyed. The white tiger had the character, King, engraved on its forehead. This character became dazzling and created a shield to stop the pulse. Rumble. They seemed evenly matched. The real victim was the area around them. Rah! The lava dragon roared and continued to fire its pulse straight at the tiger. At the same time, it slashed with its claws without showing any mercy. The claws contained both immense sharpness and temperature, resulting in incredible destruction. Suddenly, a new phenomenon occurred. Everyone felt the world tightening, seemingly turning into a fire bow with its string drawn to the limit. They looked back and saw Hu Ben holding a gigantic bow made of fire. As he drew the string back, they thought that he was holding the entire vein, not a regular bow. Where the arrow should be was an accumulation of flames. The flames turned into a divine arrow, ready to pierce through its target. Who else could the target be but righteous Sion? Chapter 37-71. The massive bow looked like a crescent moon from the string being pulled back all the way. Its power was palpable, as if everything in this region was being gathered here. Hu Ben was well prepared in delivering a finishing blow. The final ace card of Smokefire platform, the vein is the bow while the earth flames serve as the arrow. One ancestor emotionally remarked. The big shots from the last generation were in awe, aware of the power contained in this arrow. Being struck would have terrible ramifications. This wasn't an actual weapon, just part of the fortress foundation in combination with the lava dragon. Ra! The dragon's claw slashed the white tiger's forehead. Boom! The word, king, on the tiger's forehead, was crushed. Thus, the barrier crumbled right away and the tiger was torn apart. The dragon then came for the scion, wanting to tear him to pieces without mercy. This is the best opportunity. One ancestor shouted. As the dragon was on its way, Hu Ben also released the string and fired the fire arrow. This arrow melted space and time along its path, akin to snowflakes touching a molten blade. Its target was the scion's throat. Whoosh! It was inches away from his throat before people heard the wind-breaking noise. They felt sharp pains all over from the gales. The two fatal moves from the dragon and the arrow made contact with the scion at the exact same time. This resulted in total spatial devastation. The spot where he stood melted and became something akin to a quagmire. Hell yes! Some started cheering after seeing this. Hope resurfaced once more on the side of the holy ground. This should be enough to seriously injure the scion, winning some face back for their side. What a magnificent and splendid attack. One youth heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Ben is worthy of being one of the four, his ability is commendable. A genius clapped excitedly. The top ancestors nodded approvingly as well. Yes, Hu Ben's plan was masterful. This celebratory mood permeated the crowd. Unfortunately, they stopped laughing a while later. After the spatial quagmire dispersed, the scion appeared before them again. There were no serious injuries contrary to their expectation. In fact, there was no sign of blood. Only his clothes and hair were slightly disorderly. They saw him holding a spear made out of bones to block the dragon's claw. As for his other hand, he was gripping the supposedly fatal arrow earlier. This arrow contained incredible power, yet his two fingers stopped it from piercing his throat. The distance of 1 inch made all the difference. Astonishment and speechlessness struck the crowd. Hu Ben's ultimate attacks didn't harm the scion at all. Hu Ben turned pale as a result. His opponent's strength was insane. This was an impressive attack. Unfortunately, it's not enough to kill me. The scion smiled and activated his power, becoming dazzling along with his skeletal spear. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the lava dragon and slew it. Next, he added force to his 2 fingers and broke the fire arrow. The arrow, bow, and dragon were one, the foundation of the fortress. Since 2 have been destroyed, the bow exploded as well. Hu Ben was sent flying as a result, smashing through several peaks while vomiting blood. His armor and bones shattered. He ignored his wounds and leaped backward. This swift maneuver made him spit out blood again, but he didn't dare, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Everyone watched Hu Ben run away like a dog without a master in silence. The youths opened their mouth but no words came out. They weren't in a position to criticize him since he had actually done quite well. They might not have done any better. Hu Ben had tried his best and still lost. His opponent was just at another level. Old geezers like us might not have been able to pull off a more powerful attack. One big shot commented. Thus, fleeing after doing everything he could wasn't disgraceful. Not satisfying at all. The scion chuckled while floating in the air. The geniuses of the holy ground lowered their head, not daring to challenge him. It would be futile anyway since their defeat could be far worse than Hu Ben's. Rumble. He called for his chariot and went on the move again. While he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. Finally, his eyes focused on the direction of Miner's sacred mountain. I hope this trip won't end as a disappointment. With that, he crossed through Smokefire Fortress and entered the holy ground. The crowd continued to stare at his departing figure in a daze. Who can stop him? One genius became pessimistic. Chapter 37-72. Sun rays illuminated the gurgling creek with a golden hue. As the water rippled, it appeared as golden powders were floating along the currents. Splash! A carp leaped out of the water and shared the same glow. Li Chia sat on a boulder, asleep and looking like a statue. Miner's sacred mountain was quiet without anyone coming to disturb him from his Zen state. The young cultivators in the holy ground and even the older experts have left to observe righteous Sion. Thus, serenity returned to the mountain. After seeing the fall of Smokefire Fortress, numerous experts and big shots were on the move. This had nothing to do with stopping the Sion. They merely wanted to watch all the battles possible in order to see his power and benefit from it. The fortress event made it clear that they wouldn't be able to stop him. In reality, very few older experts could beat him in battle. Thus, the young ones would only be asking for humiliation by challenging him. The Scion traveled across the land in a haughty manner. He flew above numerous sects without hiding his aura. This didn't change as he crossed ancestral grounds either. This naturally infuriated the members of these clans and sections. It was nothing short of blatant provocation. Not only that, he even visited the well-known sites of the holy ground. These places contained vestiges and memorials of the old sages. He seemed to be purposely provoking his opponents by doing so. Nonetheless, not a single soul dared to fight him. Most great powers didn't have the strength to put up a real fight. The only way was to go all out, and this wasn't worth the price. This feeling was vexing, but the Scion's notoriety was at an all-time high. Some even thought that only the 4 grandmasters would be able to beat him. Li Chia didn't care about the rumors and stories spreading across the land. He simply focused on fishing at the creek. Today, he had an uninvited guest. He opened his eyes and took a look. A beauty stood before him. She was none other than Su Tsueme of Righteous Sect. However, Thunderblade and Cloudwhip weren't with her today. She walked closer and bowed deeply. "Where are your lackeys today?" He smiled. She sat down next to him on the boulder and smiled back. "It's troublesome bringing them around. You wouldn't like it either, young master." "Smart, righteous will prosper with a disciple like you around," he praised. "I'm elated to hear this even though I am unworthy." She shook her head. "Our sect can't do anything while you are present at the holy ground. Offending you will result in being trampled on the ground. I don't represent the holy ground. A passerby like me will leave sooner or later." He chuckled. "But I'm sure you will pick a successor, young master." She rested her chin on both palms and stared at him. "That's possible." He didn't answer directly. "The holy ground is so lucky to have a talent such as yourself, no one else can compare," she said quietly. "You're going to make me smug praising me like this?" He joked. "As if mere praises can please you, that would be a miracle." Her eyebrows were perfectly shaped like crescent moons, looking both pretty and cute. "Given your attitude, it looks like I'll have to take it easy on you later." He smiled. "Thank you ahead of time, young master," she responded. "Let's see here. You have the potential to prove your Tao and become a Tao Lord," he stated. "Perhaps, but 8 decimalaces is vaster than our imagination with too many geniuses to count. Nothing is certain in the future." She tilted her head in contemplation. "That's the right mindset." He nodded. "Unfortunately, with young master around, we're just fireflies trying to compete with the moon." She shook her head. "Are you here today to just flatter me?" he asked. No, I'm here to gather information. Her lips pursed up slightly into a faint smile. Oh. Regarding what? He didn't mind. I'm curious about your merit laws that are capable of breaking our 7 chapters. It doesn't look like you have cultivated anything from the holy ground due to a lack of Buddhist affinity. Her shimmering eyes brimmed with curiosity. She didn't try to hide her intention, so she met his gaze directly. Train and practice, practice and train. I've gradually forgotten many things during this process. Maybe chalk it up to old age and a bad memory. He casually answered. Forgotten? She didn't expect this answer and took her time analyzing it. This wasn't plausible since a cultivator would never forget their merit laws. Moreover, he emphasized the training part. As one trained more, they would have a deeper impression of their merit laws, not the opposite. Nonetheless, she was intelligent and knowledgeable enough to read the deeper meanings. Grand Tao Oblivion or Grand Tao Immaculation. These only belong in the legends. I haven't heard of anyone obtaining these states, she murmured. He chuckled and didn't answer. Young master, you seem to be shrouded in fog, as inscrutable as can be, yet I can't help but want to learn more. She touched her chin and ruminated for a while before looking up to tell him. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. It might be a source of fear and will affect your cultivation in the future. He said. I see, I will keep this in mind. She nodded. What are you trying to do? He asked. She narrowed her eyes. Though she looked lovable with a smile, there were secrets hidden deep in her eyes along with wisdom. I'm not at fault, I was only playing around before wholeheartedly focusing on my goal. That's why the world misunderstood, I'm sure. She shrugged in response. Most can't do this. They care too much about fame and honor, unable to be at peace. He replied. There have been plenty of sages in history. Though there are plenty of worthless cultivators too, my achievements are nothing compared to the great ones. She said. You have a good way of thinking. This makes you inferior to no one. He nodded. And you, young master? Fame and honor aren't your pursuits either. What is it that you seek? She smiled at him, wanting to satiate her curiosity. A brief silence ensued. He eventually said, an answer. An answer? This wasn't the expected response, but she didn't pry any further. 1. Oblivion here means to forget everything else and seek the Tao alone. Immaculation means a perfect Tao, shapeless and all-encompassing. Chapter 3773. During their conversation, someone else climbed up Minor Sacred Mountain. It was a girl in full chainmail. Not even a gust of wind could get through. Half of her face was covered as well. Nonetheless, the exposed section indicated that she was an exceptional beauty with starry eyes and an air of heroism. No man was her superior. The rings had a silvery glow similar to fish scales. She resembled a divine commander descending from above. Nonetheless, the masculine nature of the armor wasn't enough to hide her exceptional grace. Her body could be the perfect vessel for worldly energies. A silver chain coiled around her arm and led all the way to her shoulder. The tip on the back looked like the end of a wing. She seemed ready to take flight at any second. A girl like her always commanded attention wherever she went, enough to make eyes go bright. People would make way for her after sensing her commanding presence. This disciple greets you, young master. She traveled up the steps and bowed her head respectfully. Li Chia glanced at her and shook his head. Miss, I'm afraid you got the wrong person. I don't know you and you're not my disciple. Fairy Dugu advised me to come and see you, young master. The girl said. All right, looks like someone is giving me more trouble. I'll never have peace at this rate. Li Chia chuckled and nodded. One of the 5 heroes of duality, Rivercross Lock, Wei Qianqing. Su Tsueme stared at the newcomer and said, seemingly amused. The girl looked over at the unfamiliar face and was surprised. And you are? I'm nobody important, just a disciple from righteous sect. Su Tsueme responded, but I have heard of you before, Garrison Commander Wei of Blackwood Cliff. Everyone knows who you are. Wei Qianqing was one of the 5 heroes of duality. However, she was older and not from the same class as the rest. In the past, she was the first sister of duality, not De Galan. She was nearing graduation when De Galan's group joined. However, even though she had left, the academy didn't have another to be the 5th member of the 5 heroes. That's why she remained listed as one. After her departure, De Galan became the first sister since she was the strongest. She came from a noble and distinguished clan in Metropolis, the Wei. They always had members working as notable officials in every generation. Qianqing chose the military branch and joined the army to train. She was already strong and quickly soared through the rank, becoming a general first, then the commander of Blackwood Cliff. Keep in mind that Blackwood Cliff was pivotal to the Holy Ground. Not just anyone could be selected as its commander. Miss Su. She has heard the events so far and knew who Su Tsueme was despite it being their first meeting. I'm only here to sightsee, don't mind me. Su Tsueme said with a smile. Qianqing heard that Li Qia was the golden saber messenger of Vidra. Why was he talking to Su Tsueme? You didn't come here for nothing. Li Qia said. I am here to ask for your help, young master. Qianqing stopped thinking about other issues. I'm afraid I won't be of use. Li Qia shook his head. No, you can, young master. I heard that you can control chaos primal beasts, that's why I need your help. She said. Oh. He smiled. Qianqing hesitated to speak because Su Tsueme was around. I guess it's time for me to leave. Tsueme touched her chin in a cute manner. Speak. Li Qia ordered. Qianqing took a deep breath and revealed, from my observation, the water in black tides will recede soon. Su Tsueme, who has been nonchalant all this time, became startled. Highly likely. Qianqing didn't wish to divulge this to an outsider, especially not someone from righteous sect. Alas, she had to obey Li Qia. The signs are pointing to sooner than later. She elaborated. It's a serious matter. Tsueme had a solemn expression. This was surprising to Qianqing. She didn't expect to be taken seriously right away. This wasn't her first time delivering this message. She told numerous big shots before, but they didn't give a damn. They thought that it wouldn't happen so soon. But now, this girl actually trusted her. The girl's sincerity made a good impression. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. Its water receding was a monumental event. It hasn't been that long since the last generation. Tsueme frowned. It had done so once during the end of 8th Stallion Dao Lord. Why is it doing it again now? This is too early, it should be several generations each time. Every few generations, the water would recede and monstrous creatures would come on shore. The most recent occurrence was during the end of the most recent Dao Lord's generation, 8th Stallion. I told His Majesty and the Grand Masters. All the influential characters disagreed. Qianqing smiled wryly. Of course, she understood the reason why they thought that she was mistaken. It hasn't been long enough yet. In that case, something odd is going on. Tsueme commented. Qianqing appreciated the trust shown, so she smiled. Looks like you have done your homework on Black Tides. I've only heard about its legends. Tsueme shrugged and answered, when the monsters come, Blackwood Cliff will bear the brunt. Yes, the monsters always start at the cliff. Qianqing agreed. She turned towards Li Qia and said, millions will die in this scenario and the cliff will fall. Without reinforcement from the dynasty, my troops alone can't last. That's why I need your help, young master. If you can control the chaos primal beasts, you'll be able to assist us and save the citizens. How many beasts do you think it'll take to hold Blackwood Cliff? Li Qia chuckled. Qianqing didn't have a response for this. Even Buddha Supreme couldn't protect the cliff. Li Chia added. In the previous event, Buddha Supreme personally came to fight against the invading monsters to save Blackwood Cliff. The battle lasted for a long while, eventually seeming futile. Fortunately, Righteous Supreme showed up in the nick of time. The two worked together and pushed the horde back for a period of time. Alas, they seemed to be endless. Finally, 8th Stallion Dao Lord came and the trio successfully protected Blackwood Cliff. Chapter 3774, The Stand of the Trio shocked the world. Because of this battle, Buddha Supreme was renowned for his heroism and power. Future descendants would never forget his majestic style. Nonetheless, though the trio certainly showed their might, some thought that they were lucky. If the water didn't rise back, the trio might have not been able to defend Blackwood Cliff. This was mere speculation and also an indicator of the monster's power. In another repeat, it would be a disaster for the Holy Ground and the rest of the South because the Dao Lord was no longer around. Buddha Supreme has been missing as well. Who would be able to stop the monsters in their absence? That's why Wei Qianqing didn't know how to answer Li Chia. Her troops alone stood no chance, hence her attempt to ask Li Chia for help. However, these chaos primal beasts wouldn't be enough against a full invasion. I can only do my best. Even if I can't defend Blackwood, I'll buy enough time for the citizens to evacuate. She said softly. Yi, the chaos primal beasts can't save your Blackwood, but there is someone capable of this. Su Tsueme smiled and winked. Who might it be, miss? Qianqing was surprised. The first people that came to mind for her were Buddha Supreme or Righteous Supreme. However, they weren't people she could meet whenever she wanted. Buddha Supreme's whereabouts have been unknown. Right under your nose. Who else can it be but the young master? Su Tsueme smiled. Qianqing thought that Su Tsueme was playing around. She initially wanted the help of the chaos primal beasts but realized that this was futile. If the beasts couldn't do it, neither could Li Chia. She had heard of Li Chia's tales before but still thought that his cultivation was still too shallow. Going against those monsters required true strength. Nonetheless, Su Tsueme didn't look like she was joking. Please show me the right path, young master. She bowed towards Li Chia. She had no other option left and was desperate. She had reported this matter to Archaic's Sun King, but the king disagreed along with the other influential officials. Protecting the citizens and your garrison? Not difficult at all. Li Chia responded, but if you wish to fight against black tides with your legion, that's an egregious overextension of your ability. Young master, you have a plan? Just protecting the garrison is more than enough. She became ecstatic. She naturally knew that protecting the entire cliff was impossible. It took Buddha Supreme, Righteous Supreme, and 8 Horde Dao Lord to barely do so back then. Just protecting the garrison was more than enough. Indeed. Li Chia said. The excited girl bowed at Li Chia again. Young master, please save the people, this will be a great contribution to humanity. Do you see what's up there? Li Chia chuckled and pointed at the palace above. I see it, but I'm not quite following. Qianqing followed his direction and stared at the palace, feeling a bit lost. Of course. Okay, tell me, what's the origin of Blackwood Cliff? Li Chia smiled. It was built by the sages of the Holy Ground. She answered without needing to think. This was indeed the case. The historical cultivators erected Blackwood in order to defend against the invasion from black tides. Diana Dao Lord, in particular, spent considerable time here in order to bless it with top Buddhist laws, increasing its defensive potential. There you go. Li Chia said, the cliff is filled with the power of the Holy Ground. You just need to bring the statue of Diana Dao Lord there, it'll help you activate the cliff's true power. This might not be enough to protect the entire region, but your garrison should be fine. Qianqing stared at the palace in a daze after hearing this. The palace had 4 statues brimming with divinity. Each represented one Tao Lord of the Holy Ground and authority. Members of the Holy Ground went on pilgrimage to pay respect to both the palace and the statues. Take one statue. How? No one can do so. She blurted out. In history, fewer than few could make it to the pinnacle and the palace, let alone taking one statue away. This should be impossible. In the present, perhaps only Buddha Supreme would be able to do so. The young master can do it. Su Tsueme winked at her. Li Qie smiled and didn't deny this. Qianqing's confusion grew. Could Li Qie really make it up there with his low cultivation? Taking the statue away was even harder. It would be sacrilege. She became worried. The statues represented the Tao Lords and authority. To take one away would be disrespectful to the ancestors and the holy ground. That's up to me to decide. Li Qie nonchalantly said, speaking as if he was the current master of Buddha holy ground. She suddenly had the illusion of seeing the master of this land. A second later, she thought that this was ridiculous. Li Qie was only a regular cultivator. Being the golden messenger of Vajra didn't mean that he could take charge of the holy ground. Sacred Mountain was still there. Nonetheless, this feeling was palpable. The question is, do you dare to do it or not? Li Qie added. Qianqing's thoughts ran amok. Would she do it if it was possible? After all, this could be construed as disrespect. Vajra dynasty wouldn't be able to protect her. In fact, it might be the first to execute her as an apology. She thought about it for a while before gritting her teeth. I'll do it if it's possible. This was the only possible option right now. The dynasty wouldn't send reinforcement due to a lack of trust. Her legion would die anyway during the invasion. Chapter 3775. Wei Qianqing's choice was risky. Just one wrong move might implicate her clan as well, but she had made up her mind. Let's get started then. Li Qie smiled, gently raising his pole and reeling. The string was quite long, so the loud reeling noise lasted a while. Once finished, he grabbed the bronze ring from the end of the string. It looked colorful and moist, brimming with life after it was empowered. Qianqing didn't expect this at all, thinking that it would be a hook. Why was this guy using a ring as the bait? What was he trying to do if not fishing? Meanwhile, Su Tsueme watched with great amusement and interest, especially in the bronze ring. She didn't say anything, but her eyes flashed with wisdom, clearly aware of the underlying reasons. Li Qie put the ring back on his finger. Buzz. It suddenly became bright because thousands of Buddha images suddenly appeared. A supreme world of Buddhism materialized, capable of saving all living beings and enlightening 3,000 worlds. Each Buddha had enough power to derive wondrous things with a snap of the fingers. People wanted to prostrate and had the urge to join Buddhism. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Once the light dispersed, everything returned to normal. The ring was just another ordinary ring, unadorned and seemingly worthless. Qianqing felt all the pressure during the visual phenomenon. Her legs trembled as she wanted to kneel before him. She took a deep breath, thinking about the terrifying item. She gandered again and didn't see anything special about the ring now. Even the smiling Su Tsueme became serious after seeing that phenomenon. Qianqing might not know the power contained within this ring, but Su Tsueme did. Moreover, the special girl also understood that everything was within Li Qie's grasp. He was the ruler and the ultimate existence of the holy ground, able to call for rains and clouds. Okay, little girl, follow me. I need a coolie. Li Qie got up and stretched. I am ready to obey and offer my service, young master. Tsueme stopped thinking about the implications and bowed respectfully. Qianqing disagreed with this but had to find the right words. She quietly said, I don't think this is proper. Why not? Li Qie nonchalantly replied. Because Miss Su is a disciple of righteous sect. Qianqing spoke her mind. This concern was warranted because taking a statue from the palace was sacrilegious enough. Now, to bring Su Tsueme along? It could absolutely be considered as traitorous, a crime punishable by clan extermination, hence her worries. Su Tsueme only shrugged, looking ready to follow Li Chie's orders. I'm afraid that no one will be able to help you if something were to happen, young master. Qianqing warned. I've decided, it'll be fine. Li Chie didn't care at all and smiled. Qianqing was overwhelmed by his confidence and actually believed that he could take charge in this matter. This feeling caught her off guard. Meanwhile, no one paid attention to Miner's sacred mountain because they were fixated on righteous Sion. After defeating Hu Ben, he traveled uncontested across the Holy Land. He visited many holy locations and no one stopped him. Though he never did anything disrespectful, it seemed improper for him to visit these sites because of the competition. The intent seemed provocative in nature. Nonetheless, being annoyed was one thing, but challenging him? No one was strong enough. The Sion is at Buddha Emperor Plateau now. This news caused quite a stir. The plateau was the core of the holy ground with all the central powers. This challenge has escalated to the next level. Who will be the next to fight? All eyes were on this region. The 5 divisions of the plateau were immensely powerful. Most geniuses came from the various sects in this place as well. They had to do something in order to uphold the holy ground's reputation. Maybe Phantom's sacred child? One person murmured. Phantom came from Divine Ghost Division and was the strongest genius there. He was a top candidate to fight. I don't think so. He might be waiting to help Du Galan up in Miner's sacred mountain. Someone else speculated. Yes, I heard he managed to borrow a supreme weapon from Myriad Blood sect. He'll fight together with Du Galan. It's more advantageous to wait for the right moment. A big shot with a good information network explained. Right, show patience now and reap the result later. Many agreed with this. Since he has a top weapon, he needs to conserve his strength for the final battle. That's how to use it to its fullest potential. Sure enough, Phantom didn't show up as the Sion traveled across Divine Ghost Division. Nonetheless, the members of the Holy Ground still felt quite oppressed. Rumble. The Sion's chariot continued to soar through the air. His aura and Tao laws descended like waterfalls as he looked down on the world. He has made it to the border of Heavenly Dragon Temple, a place filled with monks. His oppressive aura didn't garner a response. The entire domain seemed rather quiet as the chariot moved slowly forward. On top of a particular peak was a Bodhi tree. Its branches swayed to the wind. Despite a lack of radiance, its ample Buddhist affinity made it seem ready to turn into a Buddha. A young monk was sitting beneath this tree. His kasaya was dirty and disorderly as he held a large piece of meat with both hands and chomped down. A monk like him didn't fit the sacred image of Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Bodhi tree. However, the Sion's chariot stopped at the base of this peak. Righteous Sion stopped. The keen spectators who had been paying attention to him wondered why, since they didn't notice the monk. Chapter 3776. The chariot stopped and Righteous Sion deboarded, slowly walking up the cliff. At the start, some were surprised to see him making a stop in this place. It didn't take long before a keen eye realized it and shouted loudly, "Look, beneath that tree. Golden Cicada Buddhist child." Others followed this call and sure enough, Golden Cicada was chomping down roasted meat beneath the tree. They just didn't notice him since their attention was on the Sion prior. Looks like he wishes to challenge Righteous Sion. An older expert remarked. Many nodded in agreement. On the first day of the challenge, Du Galan accepted. Hu Ben and Phantom then showed their support. Only Golden Cicada didn't show his stance, not even his shadow could be seen. This made most think that he wasn't going to participate in this challenge. After all, some monks didn't worry about external affairs. This particular encounter was far more low-key compared to the one back at Smokefire Fortress. Hu Ben's appearance had plenty of fanfare. On the other hand, Golden Cicada didn't say a word and only showed up along the path. He knew how to keep it low-key. Impressive, worthy of being the monk of wisdom's disciple. People began praising him for rising up to the challenge. The four geniuses are not letting us down. One genius said. The scion was clearly unbeatable, yet Golden Cicada still chose to fight alone. This alone was worthy of the utmost admiration. Hu Ben relied on the fortress and a legion to fight him previously. This made the monk seem superior in terms of determination and courage. Wait, maybe Golden Cicada Buddhist child is far stronger than Hu Ben? One expert wondered. Among the four, Golden Cicada was the youngest and the last to make his Tao debut. Moreover, he saw what happened to Hu Ben earlier, yet he still wanted to fight one-on-one against the scion. One must assume that he was stronger than Hu Ben. As the scion climbed the cliff, each step was an entire world. The Tao of nature followed each of his movements as he became the lord of this region as well. On the other hand, Golden Cicada continued eating without being affected. Nothing in the world was more interesting than the piece of roasted meat in his hands right now. This was a bizarre scene, a supreme lord moving up the cliff while his opponent relaxed beneath a tree. Everyone watched with bated breath, some became awfully tense and clenched their fists tightly. They were worried for the young monk. The monk didn't seem to notice the scion and continued immersing in his meal. As for the scion, he waited patiently without bothering his potential opponent. The scene went from bizarre to interesting. Time came to a halt, the whole scene became a painting. A meat-eating monk and the greatest genius of the South, there was something romantic about this meeting. The two have yet to fight, yet people already felt that this would go down in history. Golden Cicada finished his meal in a jiffy, leaving only the bones behind. Alas, he seemed unsatisfied and continued licking his 10 fingers clean. Some shook their head, others had a wry smile. Those who didn't know him would consider this to be a disgrace for the monk of wisdom and heavenly dragon temple. On the other hand, those who knew him beforehand thought that this was expected. They knew the type of person he was. Sorry for the wait, benefactor. Golden Cicada placed his palms together and smiled. It's fine to wait in this wonderful weather. The scion seemed to be in good spirits. How mighty you are. Golden Cicada stared at the scion with his pure eyes and concluded. Your Buddhist art is peerless as well. The scion complimented. The spectators exchanged glances after hearing the cordial conversation. They felt that a battle between these would be magnificent and flawless. The holy ground hasn't been entertaining you during your eastward journey. A monk normally abstains from these matters, but today, I have no choice but to bother you. Don't worry, one of my biggest wishes this time is to see World Crossing. It is an honor to fight you, Buddhist child. The scion laughed heartily. I have only learned 10% or so at best. Golden Cicada smiled. This confirmed to the crowd that he had started learning it. World Crossing was Dhyana Tao Lord's derivation of Buddhamization. Both Buddhamization and Evil Devourer were merit laws belonging to the Supreme Four Truths. Thus, this became a competition between two great merit laws of the famous scripture. I've barely scratched the surface as well. The scion earnestly said. Normally, he acted with pride and arrogance. This humble response was a striking contrast to his usual demeanor. Of course, he wasn't trying to be humble towards the monk. This was only to show respect to the Supreme Four Truths, a series of invincible arts in history. That's good, 10% versus barely scratching the surface, a perfect match. Nonetheless, I have favorable conditions today, please excuse me for that. The holy ground is blessed with boundless Buddhist affinity, I will not miss the chance to see it in action. Let's get started. The scion chuckled. Today, he no longer dared to be careless against his foe. Rah! Having said that, a golden dragon materialized and coiled around him. Heaven Devourer Dragon Guard. People recognized this merit law right away. The scion has already put on a defensive line before the start of the battle. This truly surprised the spectators. He's taking this fight very seriously. One spectator said. Remember, it took the Scion a long time before needing to activate it even against Smokefire Fortress and vigorous Tiger Legion. So Golden Cicada Buddhist child is far stronger than Hu Ben. One genius found this hard to believe. No way, Golden Cicada Buddhist child is the youngest and the last to cultivate. He could be stronger but definitely not by a large margin. Another expert felt the same astonishment. Remember, this is Buddhist holy ground. An ancestor explained, Heavenly Dragon Temple is the orthodox branch, that's why they have world crossing. Numerous powers and dynasties have taken charge of the holy ground in the past. Alas, none ever had access to this art. Sacred Mountain only gave it to Heavenly Dragon Temple. 1. By favorable conditions, he means he has the home court advantage. Home court just didn't fit in this line, but that's the essential meaning. Chapter 3777, the Scion activated his draconic defense, ready to take on his enemy. Amitabha. Golden Cicada placed his palms together and solemnly chanted, O merciful Buddha. After the chant, his kasaya became resplendent and a Buddhist aura enveloped him. He seemingly disappeared from sight before being replaced by a Buddha. In reality, he was still the same as before. However, his dignified expression and aura made him look like someone else, no longer being the same carefree and unrestrained monk. Moreover, his kasaya was famous for being dirty and greasy everywhere. Now, the light has washed it clean. Despite his young face, he still fitted the role of a sacred monk as if he was the reincarnation of Buddha. The Buddhist light seeped through his skin and into his body. He seemed to no longer be made from flesh and blood, having been turned into a golden statue with a holy aura. Not to mention the young cultivators, even ancestors were impressed with his current form. In fact, the weaker youths felt their knees buckling, wanting to prostrate and join Buddhism. The meat and wine transgressor was gone, replaced by a dignified monk. Nice. The Scion laughed and crossed through space to appear before the monk. The latter retaliated right away with a finger strike. Buddhist affinity materialized beneath his feet. He seemed to be standing in an ocean of Buddhism now, and all of its power channeled through his finger, turning into a supreme grand Tao. Boom! He seemed to be pointing out the flaws and mistakes of all living beings. The gods and spirits would follow his lead. Creation point, one of the 6 paths. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. Boom! The finger struck the Scion and sent him flying, breaking through numerous peaks before creating a pit on the ground. The crowd became slack-jawed from the first exchange. Some rubbed their eyes or pinched themselves to check that it wasn't a dream. Is this really happening? Even an older expert thought he was seeing things. How? He sent the Scion flying with one finger strike. Another spectator couldn't believe it. Their disbelief was understandable due to the perceived power difference. The Scion has left a deep impression after taking down Hu Ben's legion and the fortress. Both Golden Cicada and Hu Ben were part of the 4 geniuses. The former was also the youngest, so this result didn't make sense. Creation point is one of Buddha's 6 paths. A big shot from the last generation took a deep breath. The 6 paths were top merit laws created by the Holy Ground's progenitor, Buddha Tao Lord. This art belonged to Sacred Mountain, and Golden Cicada shocked everyone by using it. Even the Vajra dynasty, the current ruling power, didn't have these merit laws. On the other hand, Heavenly Dragon Temple taught the youth these great techniques. Heavenly Dragon Temple has always been trusted by Sacred Mountain. An ancestor from another sect became jealous. No other sects in the Holy Ground enjoyed this privilege. Alas, it was also understandable. The temple has been absolutely loyal to Sacred Mountain throughout the years, always supporting it regardless of the situation. This finger strike is insanely powerful. Another spectator found it hard to calm down. A traveler who had been to myriad beast mountains found this strange. The Buddhist child got stronger way too fast in such a short time. He saw the young monk in action back in the valley. However, the guy wasn't as powerful compared to his current self. His cultivation didn't increase that fast. A high elder explained, "This is the territory of Heavenly Dragon Temple. It's brimming with Buddhist affinity and power." Everyone agreed with this assessment. Just think about it, the Buddhist child grew up here and cultivated supreme Buddhist laws, being extremely familiar with the affinities present. Thus, just one wave of his hand could command considerable power from the land. No wonder why he said something about favorable conditions earlier. An expert realized. Having the home court advantage was quite beneficial. Bam! The scion got out of the rubble. This wasn't surprising. People thought that no one in this world could kill him with one finger. They also noticed that his draconic guard wasn't fully penetrated. Its light flickered for a bit before recovering. That defensive technique is exceedingly difficult to break. An ancestor commented. He might have lost the exchange earlier, but it didn't mean anything. Creation point is impressive indeed. The scion praised. How embarrassing, I borrowed the power of the land here to make up for my shallow cultivation yet still didn't accomplish anything. Golden Cicada calmly answered. It seemed that the monk wanted to break the draconic guard with the power of the land. Unfortunately, the actual power difference between the two was considerable. He only managed to send the scion flying without inflicting serious injuries. Because you're younger than me. Maybe you'll be even stronger than me when you reach my age. The scion admitted his opponent's potential. The listeners nodded in agreement. Golden Cicada Buddhist child's age was the thing holding him back the most. Chapter 3778, The monk has broken everyone's perception of him with the battle today. His image always centered around his gluttony. Though he was strong, he wasn't considered to be on the same level as the other three geniuses. Thus, the success thus far surprised all spectators. Righteous Scion laughed happily and said, "How interesting, a worthy foe. Looks like this trip to the holy ground will be worth it." The crowd exchanged glances. The Scion clearly thought more of Golden Cicada than Hu Ben. The fight back at the fortress was magnificent from a visual perspective, and Hu Ben did as well as he could, definitely better than most. However, the Scion never treated him like a real opponent from start to finish. This wasn't the case right now. Boundless potential, he might become the best monk in the holy ground, enough to inherit Sacred Mountain's legacy. A high elder became emotional. This comment made the crowd shudder. Inherit the great legacy? I'm impossible. One youth disagreed. It's actually quite likely. An ancestor stared at Golden Cicada and said seriously, he might have the most potential among the four geniuses of Vajra. He's already from a Buddhist sect and had access to top merit laws. It's plausible that he might be able to inherit the Supreme's legacy. No one doubted the fact that he might become a sacred sovereign in the future due to all of his innate advantages, whether it be his background or talents. Thus, no one else had a better chance of becoming the successor of Sacred Mountain. Therefore, some started thinking meticulously about their next course of action. It would be best to befriend him as soon as possible to benefit themselves and their sections. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada placed his palms together, not feeling complacent from the praise. You're too kind, Scion. In terms of power, I am far inferior, merely being protected by the wise sages. Truly embarrassing. That's no big deal. The Scion was in a great mood and said, let's see how many moves it'll take for you to force me to go all out. Clank. Having said that, he summoned White Tiger. This wasn't the first time the crowd saw this lance of his. Its aura rampaged as if a Tao Lord was here in person. Let's go. He leaped into the air and thrust his lance straight at his opponent. Boom. 10 suns instantly appeared and accompanied the thrust. This move again. A few spectators shouted since they had seen this tyrannical attack back at the fortress. Oh merciful Buddha! Golden Cicada chanted and channeled Buddhist laws to quell all unrest. Buddhist lotuses appeared beneath him and instantly blossomed, changing the landscape in a magnificent manner. The flower directly beneath his feet was the largest. He looked transcending and immaculate while standing on top of it, resembling the leader of Buddhism. He spread his palm the same way as a lotus would blossom, releasing boundless Buddhist light. Within the light were scripture runes that could create 3,000 worlds. He had all of this within his grasp. Another of the 6 paths, flower grasped smile. An ancestor took a deep breath after seeing this. Most were astonished because there was a good possibility of the monk knowing all 6 paths. This incited envy and jealousy among the crowd. Just knowing one path would be a lifetime of benefits. On the other hand, Golden Cicada seemed to have the best of luck and had access to all. Clank. After the lotus flowers disappeared, people saw him closing his palm and gripping the lance with the stability of a mountain. In this split second, he smiled like a merciful Buddha. With that, grand Tao power of the Buddhist affinity emerged in everyone's heart like a budding seed. Holy Buddha! The weaker cultivators were converted by the smile. Many got the urge to give in. This moment was fleeting. They eventually regained their wits and understood the horrifying event. At the same time, Golden Cicada attacked once more. His grip on the lance loosened and his hand slid across the lance, aiming straight at the scion's chest. All of this happened in a smooth and fluid motion. Buddhism preached mercy and compassion. However, this palm strike was anything but, carrying enough power to crush heaven and hell. Grand Palm, a sure kill move. The spectating ancestor blurted out. This title was rather common. Many other moves shared these characters. However, it had a special significance in the holy ground and was usually accompanied by death. Some said that this merciless attack was improper for a Buddhist to use. Nonetheless, it was acceptable to use for the sake of subduing evil. Back then, Buddha Tao Lord used it to take down evil and bring light back to the realm. The scion reacted quickly and brought his lance back in front of his chest. Boom! This didn't do anything and he was sent to the ground like a falling meteor, creating a second pit with cracks emanating everywhere. The crowd stared at the pit, astounded. The scion lost the second exchange as well. So strong. One youth said with admiration. Grand Palm is insane. A big shot murdered. The power of this attack exceeded expectations. Many ancestors thought that they would either die or be left crippled if struck. The 6 paths are truly strong. This sentiment could be heard everywhere since Golden Cicada had used 3 paths thus far. He has to be the number 1 among the 4 geniuses, right? An emotional spectator murmured, "You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."